Hello, good morning and welcome. Welcome back to Barcelona. Rico Full here of the European Cricket Network. Well, it's a little bit sleepy down at the bottom today because it is actually another holiday here in Spain. It's Immaculate, their Conception Day. It's a Roman Catholic holiday, not just observed here in Spain, but I think around the world as well. So a big day in Spain and a big day for the cricketers here as well as we get ready to start match day number 28. It is also the 8th of December. That means here in Spain it's the start of the festive season. So I suppose, hang on a minute, this has to be done. It is time to get ready for Christmas. So there's the Christmas hat. And also, well, look, is it going to be a period of giving or receiving for the teams that are going to be in action today? Well, let's find out and let's join the action. First of all, welcome to everybody. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series and the action starts right here, right now. Ho, ho, ho. Welcome back to the middle. Yes, 4 matches coming up today, starting with match 109 as we welcome back Fateh, who take on the Ali Youngstars. Fateh, look, they're a team that we know will be a little bit disappointed with their performance in this series. We've seen them a few times, we've seen them develop, we've seen them grow, but I think their captain, Randeep Singh, will be a little disappointed with the way that they perform. But look, there is good news for them. One good news is that their original captain, Majinder Singh Lovely, will be making an appearance for the second match, so he is back in town. So that will boost them a little going into the second match of these two. First up though, look, they've had good victories against the Hawks. They got a victory against the Jaeger Tigers, but they'll be disappointed that they lost one of those matches. Currently, they're in a position where if they win both these matches, they would catch up with the Ripple Warriors. And if they do stand a chance of making it into Saturday's group finals, though Ripple Warriors will have 2 games in hand over them. The Ali Youngstars, though, they're a team making their debut. They've made a good start. Right, they do have a few players with European Cricket Series background, so they were expected to be a little bit stronger than the likes of Jaeger Tigers, but they performed well, and I think they'll be boosted with the performances that they've had. Last time round, they got a good win against the Hawks, winning by over 51 runs, but they would have been disappointed to lose the second match. The Hawks hitting 23 off the last over to get them the victory. The news from the middle this time round is that the Ali Youngstars have won the toss and they are going to have a bat first. That doesn't surprise me at all. I think their captain is hoping that the likes of somebody like Mubashir is going to hit the ball big. Mubashir Ali has been a really good player. He's been a bit of a revelation for them. One man he'll be hoping to find form is going to be Nawaz Shahid. He's somebody that's got to find form again. I think Usman Mushtaq has been very good for them as well. With the ball, of course, you got Karamzat Subani. He's lively. He gets a lot of bounce from this pitch. Look out for him. And I think you've also got the wicket-taking machine in terms of Harun Salik. He'll be pretty key as well. Fateh, well, disappointment for them will be that Sufiqar Islam, one of the big hitters at the front of their order, he won't be playing. So there'll be a lot of emphasis put on something like Waqas Mirza to bat and bat deep. He can hit the ball big, but he needs to bat longer. Then I think the likes of Randeep Singh and also Gagandeep Singh is going to have to play a big part in this. Gagandeep's going to be a key, I think, because there's no Balwinder Singh in the bowling attack. So I think Gagandeep has to play a good all-round performance here. But they do have something like Ranjot Singh, who also has been taking wickets for fun. He's a good player, good bowler, gives 110%. Look out for him in this one as well. So it's going to be a great match. I think it's going to be an exciting start. I get the feeling that this one is one where the evens could be shared one apiece. But of course, Fateh, they want to keep up with the big boys and try and win this one. Mr. Maximo, he is in the cube ready to start. Well, Maximo, the news from the middle is that the Ali Youngstars are going to have a bat first.
Thanks, Rico. Full morning, everyone. Buenos dias. Welcome to Barcelona on another day of action in this FanCode European Cricket Series. Great work by Rico Full there, out in the middle, showing you the conditions as well, where we'll start with about 9 degrees in temperature. Now, there is a slight chance of rain later on, so we'll keep an eye on that. It's pretty cloudy at the moment. Can't really see it there, but you can see here from these shots, a little bit misty in the background. Expected, though, that the morning should be fairly dry. So looking forward to seeing the Ali Youngstars. Of course, we are getting to the end of the Group B action into match 109, so just 2 more days of Group B before we kind of make the split and make the chop. This is what happened yesterday in the matches, day 28. Ravel Sporting did not have a good day at the office. First up, they were playing Gracia and only managed 59 for 9. That was mostly because of the good work of Chilichan Singh early, who scuttled the innings, and no one passing 14 for Ravel Sporting. Gracia, well, they laboured a bit after a strong start, but they did get there in the end reasonably comfortably. Vilbur Yadav making some runs. In the second game, it wasn't much better for Ravel Sporting. They did make a handful more. It wasn't that many more. They made 76 off their 10 overs. Again, none of the Ravel Sporting batters able to get out of the teens, and Kumar Patel top scoring for them. But yeah, Gracia, it was a good day for them because they put themselves in a really good position to launch into the finals week. Again, Yadav in good form. Simranjit Singh making a few runs at the end for Gracia. Also, he caught very, very well for that team that we'll see in the ECL in just a couple of months. Then it was the afternoon session, and the Yader Tigers. Well, it shows you how far they've come. This was kind of a battle of the cellar dwellers. And Yader Tigers first up, making 137, by far their best score they had made in the series to date. Harpreet Singh's been a bit of a revelation for them as well with the bat and the ball. He top scored with 43 and off just 13 balls. Hawks, well, they tried their hardest. So Mohammad Sahel coming low, kind of rallied them, but the game was gone by then. They weren't able to get there. And then the second game, the Hawks batted first. They made 93. And again, Ali Hassan was the top scorer there. Pretty good team performance from the Yader Tigers with the ball, which is something they have done pretty well all the way along. The Tigers, in response, they chased down the 8th over. Junaid Afzal with a polished 50 off just 27 balls, getting them home. And really nobody apart from Amir Hamza bowled that well for the Hawks. So this is how the table looks. So Fateh and the Ali Youngstars playing this morning. And as Rico said, if Fateh were to win both games, they get level on points with the Ravel Warriors. But the Warriors still have 2 games in hand. Having said that, it does put them in with a chance. And for Fateh, these are their last matches this morning of the group stage, and potentially their last matches of the tournament. As far as the Ali Youngstars go, you saw that they are currently sitting in 4th position. I think it's probably going to be tough for them to grab 3rd, but you never know. If they win all their games from here, they will go a point above Raval Sporting, who still just have to play the Catalonia Tigers. So maybe the Ali Youngstars could still grab a spot or 2 higher, which will give them the double chance on Saturday. Let's have a look at the 2 teams. And Rico mentioned that we might see Manjinder Singh Lovely for Fateh in the second game, but he's not there in the first. Rakesh Mirza, very important for him, I think, with no Sofagul Islam to get going. Ali Youngstars, though, they're a team that have impressed on their ECS debut. Had 4 players, actually, that had played before. And they're 3-run favourites, according to the bat versus ball wall. So, well, plenty of action coming your way. So settle in, enjoy. I'm just going to throw my eyes into the live chat as well. Morning, everyone. Hopefully you're well. It's great to have your company once again on the European Cricket Network. If you do have any questions or comments, please put them in the live chat. ECN, European Cricket Network. Players are out there. The lights are still on. They've decided to keep some lights on just because it's a bit dark at this time of the day. The sun's been up around about 30 minutes. So I'm looking forward to seeing how these 2 teams approach it. Well, the Youngstars, they have shown that they're not afraid to attack from the get-go. So it looks like this is Iqbal Wajid who's going to open the bowling for Fateh. Here we go with the start of day 28. It starts with the ball that clunks off the pad and won't go for a run. Not as much dew as yesterday, but there still is a little bit of surface moisture, which kind of appears overnight. And so it's not probably as difficult for the players as this time yesterday, where the field was pretty wet. They made the ball wet. It made it hard to hit further. And Ravel Sporting really struggled in that first innings of the day. Great ball from Wajid. It's a Yorker swing into the stumps, but also well handled by Mohammad Tanzir, the captain of Ali Youngstars. He's off the mark immediately. He's out there with Shahid Nazir. He's a big hitter. Yeah, so yesterday, first innings of the day, it wasn't easy to bat or bowl or field really, but I think Gracia did a very good job handling the conditions, taking their chances still. Pushes this away, but no run from Nazir. The advantage of the left-hander as well, something we've talked about a lot this year. Just angling across the right-hander. Normally they'll have the potential to kind of swing it down the line a little bit. So it's hard to know which one's which sometimes. Sometimes even the bowler doesn't. But it can be a handful. First shot in anger from Nazir, but he misses out. Good morning to Easton D1, who's in the chat. I see that Ivan's in there as well. He said good morning from a snowy Norfolk. He said, yes, it snowed last night. Well, it's not that cold here, so I don't think we'll get any snow, but it's nice just in time for Christmas. Ivan, see if it stays there for you. Push and run, so Nazir gets off the mark. And yeah, always loving the interaction with you guys. So keep it up. We had some interesting little tangents we went off yesterday, including, I think, the highest football scores. A bit strange, the football quietening down, temporarily at least. To be a wide, I think, just bounces on the tram line. This one that doesn't come back for Wajid. So the Young Stars, you certainly think that they'll be kicking themselves in the last game against Hawks. They a very expensive last over. Take nothing away from the Hawks, though, batted well down the stretch. But if they score those 2 points, oh, this will be gone. And it's just a misjudgment from Tanzir. Tries to turn it away. It just bounced a bit more than he expected. And it's a simple return catch for Iqbal Wajid. So what a good start for Fateh. Well, one thing about Fateh, when they're good, they're really good. They said they're a team that can probably beat anybody but lose to anybody. That's the kind of nature of them. I think that's why they're fan favourites as well. And Wajid, it's well bowled. I mean, it's reward for it. I think it's been a pretty tight first over. You can see he wasn't sure whether to go forward or back, or he wasn't really sure where he was trying to hit that Tanzir. In the end, he just bunts it back to Iqbal Wajid. So the first wicket of day 28. And unfortunately for Tanzir, he goes for just one. It's 3 for 1. It's also the end of the first over. It gives us a chance to look at some of the top performers for both sides. And I know that there's a lot of talent on both these sides, but Mubashir Ali for the Ali Youngsters, he's a real key for the bat, with the bat for me. He's coming to the crease now at number 3, 200 runs plus for the series. For Fateh, look at Wakas Mirza. I think that he needs to fire with the bat if they're going to come up with successful chase. Second overtime starts with an on drive. In fact, that'll beat the fielder. That's 4. Wow, I didn't think he got it that well, but the fielder was pretty wide around there, that long on. So Nazir gets the first boundary of the day. Cuatro carreras. And what a great time to welcome into the commentary box for the first time this morning. Rico Full. Good morning, Rico.
Buenos dias, namaste. Hello to everybody. And, well, yeah, I suppose a holiday here in Spain. You can tell that from the lack of traffic on the road. So it's Immaculate Conception Day, Roman Catholic holiday. So if you're celebrating, I know you're celebrating around the world. It's a happy holiday to you. Also the start of the festive season here in Spain, as we see the captain, Randeep Singh, doing his own style of Bhangra dancing as he goes down. Chuck the foot style on the floor. Well, he's dancing on the pitch. But, that's called a wide, so just losing his footing there. Is a bit of dew and moisture on the ground. Not as bad as yesterday, Vinny, but just a little. Yeah,
you can see that there. Randeep. Push to the offside. No run this time. So it's a strange kind of morning. It's a bit more cloudy than it has been. I was just saying, Rico, hopefully stays dry for the day. Normally we get lucky with the weather, so hopefully we do again. Outswinger, blasted. That's such a good shot from Nazir. You see the power of the man there. And it was swinging, but it kind of swung in a predictable fashion. It swung from the hand. That's a really good shot. Hits through the line for 4.
Yeah, this was powerfully struck. And the fielder, who was at mid-off, had no chance. They brought mid-off in because of the last shot that was played that went to the boundary. But that blazed past. Ali Haider had no chance. Terrific shot from a man who we know has got the talent. But will he show it here today? He's not quite performed to what we know he's capable of, Nazir.
Same sort of shot, same result. This time goes the other side of the fielder. It was Ali Haider that dived to his left. But once again, dealing with the outswing well. Randip Singh swinging the ball. At the moment, it's not helping him. That's another boundary.
Yeah, to the left, to the left, to the right, to the right. It makes no difference for Haider. He can't get anywhere near it. Good shot, good timing, good power.
Sure was. Let's see if we see something different from Randip now. Maybe he rolls his fingers on one. Or does he stick with that outswinger? Well, similar kind of ball, but just misses the leg stump. And I mean just. It's a close call from Nazir, but he will get the wide.
Interesting choice from the skipper to come on to bowl the second over, especially when you've got Ranjot Singh in the side. Ranjot has opened up well. I mean, they're missing Balwinder Singh in this one. He's a normal opening partner. Two of them bowl really well together. But, well, he doesn't play a shot here. I mean, I think it's pitching outside the line, but no shot played.
Yeah,
interesting.
It's similar to the ball that just missed the stumps before. So that's really close.
I mean, it does start to nip back, but I think it just pitches outside leg. So,
to be honest, I think it's pretty much the same ball that just missed the stumps before. It didn't look a lot different. So I don't think he'd be confident it was in the stumps. And then, yeah, there was the issue of where it pitched. But anyway, it's
not
good
playing
bowling.
a shot, though. Not playing a shot.
Not playing a shot because he wasn't expecting to swing back, but it did. Anyway, 17 for 1 after 2 overs. Fateh, reasonably good start from them. And still other young stars. I've got 1 over of the power play. See if they can make the most of it. Fateh second bottom, but they do have these 2 matches, and if they win them both, they would draw level with the Ripoll Warriors, then put some pressure on the Warriors, who then would have kind of 2 more matches as a right of reply. And the Ripoll Warriors are actually playing the Ali Young Stars in the last 2 matches. So basically, if the Ali Young Stars could actually help out, aren't they, as well? Anyway, right now they're adversaries. And so, yeah, Ripoll Warriors and Ali Young Stars will go head-to-head in the last 2 matches tomorrow. And then we will make the cut, I suppose. The bottom 3 will be out. The top team, which we now know will be the Caledonia Tigers. They get straight through to Sunday. And 4 other teams, 2, 3, 4 and 5, they'll play off in Group B finals day on Saturday. This is up and over, but I don't think it's getting over the field. It does just. We didn't really have a play on that. Now it's going to be 4. So Luckveer, well, I think maybe just makes a slight misjudgment. He was slow to turn around, and when he did, the ball had gone and spins away a boundary.
Yeah, Luckveer out of luck. That one didn't want to hang around for him. He just gets it over, and Mubashir Ali played a beautiful stroke the ball before. A good shot for nothing. And then, well, that one is a little bit of suerte going his way. Just manages to get it over Luckveer. He'll say he played it. But, well, if he can get going, these 2 can really hurt him.
Full toss, missed out.
Misses out, and the reaction from Mubashir says it all.
Yeah, just missed it, swing and a miss. And it was probably thigh high. Let's have a look. But, yeah, it was. Just missed it. It'll happen sometimes. He'll be frustrated. Probably a bit late on that, to be honest. So he does get a piece of it. He won't get a run. Mubashir Ali can't quite get going. Hello to Jack. He's in the chat. Hopefully you're well. How long does the tournament last? It lasts till Sunday. It's the last series of the year. He tries to put a bit more energy into this one. It goes down the leg side. Yeah, Jack, nice to see you in the chat. Hopefully you're well. What's the weather like in your part of the world? You're getting some frost on there.
I told you it's the start of the countdown to Christmas here in Spain, and it's interesting to see that the snow has arrived in some parts of the world. Staying in the UK, I heard you say. Where was that, in Norfolk?
Yeah, Norfolk. That's what Ivan was telling us. Just want to take the line. It's a close one. For me, it's probably a wide. I reckon it grabs a little bit of the line. It's a bounce pretty much on the line. But anyway, umpire's call. He decides to be lenient with the bowler.
Yeah, umpire Jamil Khan says, no, that one's okay.
Spain would get some snow somewhere, wouldn't they?
Definitely. Granada.
Yeah.
I mean, I bet it's already has. Be surprised because it's a great skiing resort. Well, this one may get snow on it as well, as it's been thumped down the ground. What a good shot that was from Mubashir Ali. Ginnas on out. Boom. Shaka Lagya.
Yeah, watch this one. It bounces, and we're getting a second look at it. But That was a powerful strike from Mubashir Ali. We know that he is very, very capable of going on a rampage. It takes us to the end of the third over. The score is 28 for 1.
Safwan is the umpire. I tell you what, I told you it's the start of the Christmas season, and it's all about giving. And Safwan, well, thank you to Safwan. He bought us a box of jalebis.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Now we're talking jalebis from Safwan. बहुत मेहरबानी अपने अंपानु सफवान ने अपने लिए सारे लिए जलेबियां लेके आया. So we're going to be happy today.
Yeah, well, it's certainly a bit of a sugar boost to get us going. Yeah, thank you, Safwan. It's very kind of you. And so, yeah, we'll be saying only positive things about his umpiring today, I'm sure.
Yeah, so those of you who don't know what jalebis are, maybe when we go on camera, we can show the viewers what jalebis are. They're absolutely beautiful. They're sweet. So the sugar count's a bit high. So you're going to eat them sparingly, but they're absolutely beautiful. And, well, you know that I make reference to jalebi catches sometimes. And it's because when you eat them, you get sticky fingers, but it helps you catch a ball. And this one just gets pushed away.
Well, now you've told Elvira, the director,
Yeah.
about the sweets. She's called an emergency meeting at the end of this innings. So maybe you should. No,
we are lucky. We are lucky she's here. It's a good job we didn't tell her yesterday when we finished that today is a holiday. Because now that I've told her it's a holiday, she's a little bit reluctant to be here. She reckons she should still be in her bed, counting sheep. And, well, look, Elvira, it's worth coming in today because you're going to taste some jalebis. It will all be worth it, trust me.
Yeah, they are very nice. Got to say that. I don't have a huge sweet tooth, but I guess I didn't go crazy on them. But
You will.
yeah, no, it was a nice little pick-me-up. And right here, we're looking at Bilal Hassan, who's bowling. This one's called wide, so just missed the pad. Yeah, it's just it's a season of giving, isn't it? And we're giving you even more here on ECN because we'll go through to Sunday for the first ECS Sunday, I think, for the year. I'm just trying to think of another time we've played on Sunday in the European Cricket Series this year. I don't think we have. Have had some Sunday cricket, but it wasn't in a European Cricket Series. Edged and out. So Mubashir Ali, he tries to go the bash, doesn't he? Just loses his shape slightly. That's good reward for Hassan. He's been pretty on target so far for the most part. 2 wickets down now. It's a good hitter. Back in the shed. 30 for 2.
Yeah, good take, good wicket. Bilal Hassan, a lively start from him. And, I mean, he's not got the biggest of run-ups, but he certainly puts a lot into his approach to the stumps. And then, look, yeah, clean edge. The batter knows it as well. He doesn't hang around, so I'm liking that from Mubashir. And he's hit the ball well. He'll consider himself a little unlucky because a number of times he's hit the ball out of the middle of the bat and it's gone straight to the field and has got no value for the shot that he's played. And unfortunately, well, after getting to double figures, he'll go off the 7th delivery that he faces. And this is interesting, isn't it, what difference it makes to a team when you get some of your key players back. I mean, Wajid hasn't played most of their games. He's bowled really well by Wajid, taken 1 for 14. And Bilal Hassan, the same. Hasn't played too many, but when he's in the team, he makes it count. And look, that means that you can hold back something like Ranjot Singh. I mean, normally he'd be right up the opening. At the moment, he's going to come on to bowl when his team is in a pretty decent position.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And they've still got Ranjot up their sleeve. Ranjot also a very good fielder. Had a bit of a question about when Grathia playing from Jack in the chat. Yeah, they're playing the second half of today. Full toss on middle stump. Just being careful this time. It's Baba Basharat who's out there now. He's off the mark. Yeah, so they're playing this afternoon. Grathia, who are taking on the Hawks. Then tomorrow, there's no Grathia. But Saturday, they'll be playing in Group B Finals Day. We do know that. And then the winner of that Group B Finals Day will make it through to Sunday, which is the overall finals. Final day of the season. It goes for this, and it's going a long way. Maximo! Well, Nazir, he's seen it all so far. He's seen a couple of partners come and go. Now, he's taking responsibility. He was on the charge. He turns that into a ball that was fuller than it really was, and then bangs it over the offside. 6 runs.
Yeah, classic shot, wasn't it? He sees this width on it, gets his feet into play, gets himself outside the off stump, and crunches it straight over at the man who's standing at long off right in front of us. By Wajid. I must admit, I do like the pumps of Wajid. More on that in a moment. I mean, it's making me think of being at the fun fair and having candy floss. Is that sort of colours about them? They've got the stripes. All going to, I don't know, people remember when you used to go to the seaside and you used to get rock? Do they still do rock? We're talking about jalebis. What about the UK rock? A stick of rock. And there's got that sort of pattern behind them. And maybe we can focus on them lately. I don't know if anyone picked it up when he was bowling. So he's got the red and white stripes. It makes your eyes go funny. Anyway, back to the action here. 38 off 4 overs, 2 wickets down.
Probably pretty even start, I think. Couple of wickets. I suppose average run rate. I know that Group B hasn't been as big hitting as Group A. Around about the 10s, average run rate. This one's angled in from Hassan, and it goes turned round the corner. Gagandeep Singh, pardon me, change of over. Nicely Gagandeep out there. And we'll get 2 there. It's good running. Gagandeep, he's a guy you mentioned doesn't always get a bowl.
Yeah, just gets the foot in there.
Yeah, no problem. It was a bit confusing there because you've got the baseball line, which is on the field. So it goes past one line, and it's caused a couple of fielders some confusion, including Ejaz. I thought at one stage the 30-yard circle was the line. So it's a bit short, pulled away, and handled. Well, there is Ranjod. Gone for the burgundy putt cut today. So Nazir and Basharat trying to move the game forward. Big swing to miss from Baba Basharat. So as we approach the halfway point, other youngsters, kind of a fork in the road here. The second half will determine if this is a good score or not. King Fateh doing a pretty good job. Hurries on to Basharat. Gets more glove than anything. Some thought of a throw, but Gagandeep bails out of it. Jack's asking, will you be able to register for Saturday? Well, I'm not sure, but could look into it. Again, they have to do it in a reasonable amount of time, I suppose, but you could speak to the guys and have a look. Yeah, Jack Permit has previously been seen on ECN, of course, fair bit. That's a short, hit pretty well. You can just tell from the reaction, that one ain't coming back. Maximo Nazir. He hasn't really cashed in on every short ball, but this one disappeared.
Oh yeah, manos arriba from the arbitro, porque es always 6 carreras, and Gagandeep not all going his way at the moment. Well, 13 on the back of his shirt, and that was, well, it's unlucky for him. Big hit, Nazir turning on the start. You know, he's a big player.
Yeah, you've done well. But now, you'll see what Rico's brought in a second. But now that you've done this, you know you're going to have to go straight to Elvira in the truck.
I'm going to have to, yeah. Oh, they're taking, oh, well, this has been almost booted away by
This is way closer than anyone gives it credit for. The bowler knows it's close. Look, probably only height here. Have a look at it on the replay. Yeah, it's the height. Because I think the line is actually all right. It hits him high-ish, probably just going over the bails, but it's definitely worth a shout. Only the bowler was interested. Anyway, it's the end of the over. It's 49-2. After 5, Ulrico Full in the commentary box with me. I'm Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo. And well, what have we got here? Tell everyone again, Rico.
Oh, we got the jalebis. There we go. And,
eating on the microphone
lovely
is not
jubbly,
legal.
Aren't they? Well, look, I told you, here's the start of the countdown to Christmas here in Spain. And, well, I've got the Christmas hat on. And first present already.
Cheers.
Thank you to Safwan. Yeah, cheers.
Salud.
Jalebi time.
Thank you very much, hey. And compliments of the season to everyone, whatever you're celebrating. Hope you enjoy it. And, of course, we've got our end-of-season break. And so, yeah, hopefully people get their family time and celebrate with friends, family, loved ones, and hope everyone returns happy and safe in 2023.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got a few more days with us, and maybe we'll just have a few more surprises for you as we get closer to, not just the end of our season, but Christmas time as well. But at the moment, we're going to tuck in some jalebi. Hey, these hats are nice to keep your ears warm.
I like it. I think I need one. Yeah, anyway,
you need to get one.
We're enjoying stuff.
So
there's
come
Samir.
with Samir. Get in here. Get a jalebi.
All right.
There you go. Take some for the crew. Take
Welcome to
Elvira. Come and get your
ECN Reviews.
jalebis. Come
Yep. Elvira,
Elvira, Valentine, Chris
stop
Taps.
doing the replays and come here if you want it, because otherwise it can disappear. Anyway, hopefully you're enjoying the day so far. Anyway, let's get back to the action. And Gurdeep Nath is going to bowl. He was a bit of a surprise packet the other day with his spin. So 49-2 off 5. All right, second half makes or breaks this innings. And it starts with a skied ball. It's an opportunity for Iqbal Wajid. And he drops it. Well, he goes all the way to the circle. He gets there, gets two hands to it. Unfortunately, spills out. Good effort to make the ground. But the chance goes begging. Nath, he's a wicket-taking machine. He could have had one first ball.
Yeah, look, he needs to eat some jalebis because he would have had jalebi fingers and taken the jalebi cat. Well, I tell you what, these shoes are making me dizzy. I think he got dizzy trying to take that one. They came from everywhere. Weren't able to take the catch. So we're going to miss. That one outside the off. I don't know where Marcus Mirza is throwing this to. He has to throw it in the air and chase it himself. No harm done, he will say.
That was pretty funny. Mirza and then panicked as if they were going to take a run.
Oh, this is a big wild swing.
Good bowling though. I mean, I really love he's creating an angle. He's kind of extending an angle here.
Yeah, it's one thing that there's some of the lower teams. One thing they haven't picked up is the value of spin. Fateh's been guilty of that, but Nath coming into the side, he's certainly doing it. Well, this one has been launched. I don't think it's going all the way. And oh dear, there's a clash. Well, Jagade Fateh it could have been, and it was a boom Fateh instead. Well, Ranjot is a great catcher, and no communication there. At least it's not ended badly.
So, yeah, exactly. Not too bad. Sometimes you see things in slow motion. You can see the angle here. It was only heading one way, and that was a collision. And, yeah, Nath, he can't believe it. That's the second chance that's gone in the over.
Well,
at least it wasn't a serious collision. But annoying nonetheless. Now, you don't want to back away in Nath because you won't be able to reach it, as Nazir finds out in his delivery. Great bowling, though, from Nath. I think his length is just right. He's really ripping the ball as well. Hello to Alam Sheikh. Nice to have you with us this morning as well. And Jendra's asking where we got them. Well, are they the same lot we had already? Or have you found some new ones?
No, they're the same. They're the same from Safwan.
How many did Safwan bring?
Well, we were having a chat with him yesterday, and I did mention to him that I'd love some jalebis. And he said, I'll get you some. I said, really? He said, yeah. Well, I didn't expect him to buy them by the kilo, but they ain't going to last, I can tell you. Samir, I tell you what, Samir, talking about, I know it's a bit early for food chat. Well, Samir went to somewhere in town that does masala dosas. And those of you that are tuning in from India, Pakistan will know all about masala dosas. Well, he's got a bit of a dodgy tummy. He's a little bit on fire, let's just put it that way, because they were a little bit spicy for him. So Samir, I think he's quite happy to be eating jalebis at the moment. They'll take away the burning sensation that he's feeling.
Well, certainly wishing Samir a happy day scoring over there then. Oh, I suppose rain, hail or shine. I'm gonna keep plugging away. So there's a slight delay here. Not sure what it's about, but I'm going to go into over number 7. Yeah, those doses are normally pretty good. I had a few of those in my time. Gurdeep Nath though, what a good over. 1 for 2. 2 catches dropped. Now they will go back to pace, and Bilal Hassan getting a second over. This is almost caught and bowled, which is the way it started actually. With Iqbal Wajid taking an early wicket. And so yeah, they've been hanging around that 8.5 and over the 85 pace. So let's see if it is that kind of a score. In fact, they probably be slight favourites, but we know that they've had their issues with the bat, haven't they, in this series? I think there's a broken bat here. You can see it in the background.
Yeah, I was going to say somebody else that's having a few issues with the bat. It's the batter himself. And I think that's Baba Basharat. He's saying, this one ain't working. And he's blaming the bat for the one. I mean, he's lucky still to be there, actually, isn't he? He was swinging for all money. against Nath. Couldn't get anything on it, and when he did, well, unfortunately, Guggendeep and Ranjot got into each other's way. Both very good catches of the ball, so I could understand why they both wanted it. But, well, they came stronger together, but that's not what we're talking about when we say stronger together. But anyway, at least nobody got hurt.
I had a few questions about when the season finishes and when it starts again. So the season finishes this Sunday, the 11th of December. You see it there. And we'll start our season on the 30th of January. Oh, well, I don't know if the new bat works yet, but he might need a new shoulder after that. He'll get through for a run, though. It'll be a leg bite.
Mundio, jalebiyan खा लो, catch पे फर हो जाऊंगा. Just saying to Gangani, jalebi खा लो, catch फर हो जाऊंगा. He's saying I don't know if you saw that. He said he barged me out of the way. He gave me the shoulder. I don't know about that. Ranjot will have his own story.
Both equally guilty then. I'm just happy they stick together. Anyway. Yeah, Fateh doing well, restricting. That run rate's down 8.2. Continues to drop. They need a boundary here. They may get one. They're not the way they intended. That one could be into the car park. It runs away, runs away, runs away. French cut for Nazir. Strange time there. Sometimes he's looked brilliant. Sometimes he's looked lucky. This was more lucky than good, but still 4 runs.
Yeah, he's moving himself into getting close to the 40s here now. That takes it to 35. Had a little bit of luck on the way, you've got to say. 21 deliveries to get that. So he slowed down a little so you can understand why he's trying to get the push on. But Hassan has bowled well, and he's attacking the stumps, and he's unlucky not to have got through there.
Off the pad. That's good work by Mirza. Bat him with the bat a fair bit.
When you look at this score, I mean, I don't know what the extra count is, but Nazir's got 35 with these 56. And it basically means that the others haven't done too much.
Yeah, I mean, Basharat only got 10. What else have we got? Yeah, not too much for Basharat or Tanzia. Extra 7. So piecing it together. Swing and a miss from Nazir. So one thing I think has been pretty good is that Fateh seemed to have a real plan to put the ball outside the off stump. We saw it with Nath. Seeing it now with Hassan. Yes, I don't think they've really been loose. I mean, 5 wides in 7 overs.
You look at this score, Vinny, though. I mean, 56, only 2 wickets down. And I think here that, and looking at the batting here from Nazir, I think they've been guilty of looking for boundaries rather than taking singles. I mean, again here, this one will go the distance. I mean, it was right into the body, and it's a cracking hit. Well, I tell you what, that smashes the stronger together banner with some force, and they need to be stronger together. And the young stars, though, look, they know that they will be playing a part on Saturday's Group B finals day. So really, I suppose they're already in that comfort zone. They can't go any higher. They can't really go any lower. So they're pretty content where they are. But yeah, I think they're just trying to hit big rather than just thinking about keeping the scoreboard ticking.
We'll come back to that in a minute. First, let's have a look at the Crickathon question of the week. It's our last question of the week for this year. And those of you interested, you can go to crickathon.com, answer the question: how will you use data for analysing the field setup and drive changes during the match? So anyone that's interested in kind of sports science and big data and things like that, and using data, harnessing data, you can be as creative as you like. Go to crickathon.com, wherever you're watching from around the world. As this is going to be gone, as Basharat swings all around this one. And guess who is Ranjot Singh, who has popped up, and very first ball comes up with a wicket. So they're using Ranjot at the end, and it looks like he's a good man to have up your sleeve. 62 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to say it's a good wicket to get. You know why? Because that's his 9th delivery, and he's got 3 in the ball. He was swinging like a rusty gate, not really hitting too many. I mean, it could be one of those. All right, guess a wicket of his very first delivery. So Ranjot Singh, he's pumped, he's happy. But the next batter can come in and whack the ball all over the place. So just bear that a thought. Basharat, he was dropped. Well, he was a man responsible for giving him a lifeline when he was on 2. Him and Gangadeep came together. Well, Gangadeep is pretty sure that he barged him out the way, but he does get his man himself. He only added 1 more run to the total. So a bit of comeback there from Ranjot Singh.
Yeah, very good comeback. He didn't have any traffic in the way that time, Ranjot. New batter comes out there. And Usman Mushtaq again. Yeah, they've got good hitters still to come, but they're running out of time. I'm looking at batters like Mushtaq, batters like Subhani still to come. Harun Salik as well still to come. It's a full toss. crashes into the knee roll, but it's missing clearly.
Yeah, sounded like a bit of bat on this as well. There was certainly a woody sound. Run George, yeah, I mean, I was saying earlier, he's somebody that they've used as an opener, and he's been very effective. He's picked up plenty of wickets, and well, this time round, they're using him later on. He is effective, and he is good.
Showing his versatility, though, bowling at the back end of the innings this time.
Yeah, 12 wickets. He is the leading wicket taker for them as well. Which, oh, this would have been out.
Yeah.
If Mirza hits it, it would have been out. Naughty, but nice.
I don't know where he's going here. Takes off for a run because he wants it to be a run, but there's no way it is. And even though he left about 3 or 4 metres, he wasn't getting back.
Yep, fortunate. Still be there, Mushtaq, but we know Mushtaq, he's another one, if he gets going, can crack the ball pretty well. Too much, that's too much. Good delivery, but and now another chance. And this time they will take a leg bye. Well, he has 2 strikes and he misses both. Here he comes again. He comes from nowhere. He says, I got you this time. No, he hasn't.
It's one way to make a run out of nothing. Mirza doesn't even take the glove off this time. They will get a leg bye somehow. But I'm really impressed with how much Ranjot's swinging the ball here, consistently sliding the ball in.
Yeah, and bearing in mind that he's bowling here the 8th over as well, so he's really getting the ball to talk. This one, though, will be 6. Balle, and well, this has the scorers in a bit of trouble, but don't worry, Meta Dubs had a Jalebi's. Here we go, look, Jalebi fingers makes a stop. Well fielded.
That's off screen, but that might be the best fielding I've ever seen. And maybe that lodged in her coat. I will say that.
No, don't
brilliant.
say that. It was straight in the hands, one-hand pick-up. Saved the likes of Maxi there. Maxi was in trouble. Meta came to the rescue.
If getting engaged improves your cricket that much, maybe I'll look into it. Rita's taken that clean as a whistle in difficult fielding conditions. Anyway, here's 69 for 3 after 8 overs. We head into the 9th. Youngsters just been kind of dipping and diving through this innings, and nothing huge there at the moment. What's that? Yeah, they've been hanging around in the 8s. They've been on the kind of 80s pace the whole time.
Quite remarkable, really. When you think you got one batter, I mean, Shahid Nazir is looking to bring up his 50. He's 47 of 26, so he's almost, by the time, if he stays there towards the end, he would have batted more than half the innings.
Yeah.
But nobody else has got going. And Fateh, well, they've just kept plucking away, and they go with spin again. And he was very good in his first over. Gurdeep Nath, and he gets another dot ball in here. They just haven't been able to play him, not using their feet.
They're obsessed with trying to take him leg side and hitting against the spin. There's no deep cover. That's what I'd be trying.
This time using the feet, slices it, mate. He's going to get a slice of luck. You see, yeah, it goes down. He does very well, Ali Haider, to get there. He's got a long way to go, but he gets hands to it, and you've got to say, after doing the hard work, he's got to take the catch.
Well, poor Nath. That's 3, I think, that have gone down on him. But that's the way the cookie crumbles, I guess. The first ball, this ball's too short, but he gets away with this one. But you can see the Nath just loving the batters trying to go leg side. He's just drifting it further and further outside off. The batter's not really confident to go over cover because there's a cover in the circle, there's nobody back. There's a deep point, there's a long off, but I mean, that's the one. Someone like a Vibor Yadav, he'd get to the pitch and he'd drive through the line of the ball.
Yeah, what's your thinking of the man just on the left of your screen there, this fielding position I talked about? Wow.
That's 4. That's 4 drop catches.
I tell you what, that would have been the best ever. I just said, what do you think is a brave move to have the guy there catching so close? And it goes straight to him, and he lets it go through his legs. Well,
if you're going to have someone there, you don't need them too deep because it's not going to come that quickly. So you might as well have him in. And Nath, poor Nath, has 4 drop catches. And could he get the first fifer, which is 5 drop catches off your bowling? Maybe. Well, this time now they go offside, and look, there you go. There's nobody there. So finally they try something different and it works. Nath goes to the boundary. Well, he's got a good head of hair, but he might not have it long because I'd be tearing it out. That's a nice shot by Usman Mushtaq.
Yeah, well, gets fortunate, doesn't he? I mean, Mushtaq.
I've never wanted to drop catch more. I want to see 5 drop catches off one bowler and then he finishes with no wicket. So,
you're just mean. Well,
yeah,
I tell you what.
Sorry, Gurdeep.
Maybe the other young stars are feeling Christmas coming.
Make history here. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. and it's dropped over the line. It's 6 runs, and look, to be fair...
That's not a drop.
And listen, to be fair, on Majid, I don't think he was going to stop that one anyway, but you got to technically call it a drop catch.
No, you can't. Look, he's already over the 50.
No, he's not. He touches it before he goes over the line. It's history on the ECN. 5 drop catches off Nath. He finishes with none
That
for 16.
is not a drop catch. It's not.
It's a drop catch.
No.
How is it not a drop catch?
He can't. If he managed it, I mean, he does well to get fingers onto
He could, if you wanted to be technical, he could have flicked it to someone else.
It happens straight in front of you. Don't be so mean. I know you like records. Don't be so mean.
Listen, that's history, and don't deny it.
Scrooge, you are. Scrooge.
83 for 3. And that's a bit of serendipity about that because Iqbal was the first one that dropped a catch off Nath. Anyway, last overtime.
Great delivery. The swing he's getting is quite incredible. I mean, a lot of the other bowlers that we've seen, I mean, we've seen Hassan being bowled. We saw Wajid himself. They haven't got this kind of swing. This is mega.
With a ball that's older. Okay, it's not that old because it's 10 over game, but still, Ranjot's really got on a string this morning. Yeah, well, it makes you wonder, would he have swung this much with a new ball? Maybe, maybe not. Swing's a dark art. No one really understands why sometimes it does and sometimes it doesn't.
Oh, where's this caught him?
I'll tell you where it's caught him. Somewhere uncomfortable.
Oh,
Give it a rub.
कितने मेरे बंटे तोड़ देते ठंड भी हैगी या well ay that's right in the cojones. He's going to feel this. Ooh. Well
you talk about the Michael Jackson sometimes. Well, that's exactly what he's saying after that, I think.
No, he's saying that hurts. He's talking a bit like this. That was not a good one. Well, it's not. Well, he seems okay. He's brave. He could have a jalebi.
David Beckham commentating.
Well, anyway, what a comeback.
This will work, and this will actually be Nazir's 50. Maximal. Well, he gets hit and then hands one out, and he brings up his 50 off 30 balls. Okay, so, I mean, he's been the rock on which this innings has been built. Without him, I think it would have been in big trouble. That one's right out of the middle.
Hit mine, and I'll hit yours. That's what he says, and he hits it big. 6 runs. Oh, where can they finish here? Drags this across here. 1-2. He's going to push hard. Surely he's going to push hard. Oh, well, he doesn't. This is crazy because you're running to the safe end. Yeah, the man with the hot hands. You've got to go back on strike.
Yeah, got to go back on strike, you would have thought. But, I mean, Mushtaq, he's no bunny. He just hasn't really dealt with the moving ball that well in this innings. Yeah, but Mushtaq's there. And he's trying to make the most out of these last couple of deliveries. Good one from Ranjan. Good length. So 91. It's been an interesting chase for Fateh, though. You talked about the ability to catch the Warriors today. They need to win twice to do that. Certainly in a winning position here. But I feel this could be a tricky chase as well against the young stars. Very well bowled. Ranjan has bowled so well there. They'll probably try for 2. Maybe they'll back out of it because they want to save the average. Nazir bats through the innings for 55. Make that 56 actually after that last ball. And Mushtaq 14. So 92 for 3, the Ali Young Stars. That's an innings that never really got going, but it never really slowed down to a point of panic. So I think a few below par, but still pretty competitive score on the board here in match 109.
Yeah, I mean, they'll know the sort of average score that we've seen scored by Fateh. So they'll think that getting into the 90s is enough. It was a soft dismissal, though, wasn't it, for the captain, called and bowled. But I think the bowlers all bowl really well. I mean, when you have a look at their bowling figures later, all very economical. Probably only Gagandeep, really, that took to the cleaners, but otherwise, good bowling. And maybe a very clever tactic to leave Ranjot coming towards the end, because he certainly was getting the ball to move big.
Yeah, it certainly was. And really, they moved the ball pretty well all through the innings, Fateh, with some of their swing and spin options. Now, I'll tell you what, the unluckiest guy in Barcelona this morning was Gurdik Nath, though. He had 4.5 catches dropped. This is the first one. But having said that, he still bowled very tightly. It's not all about this form of the game. This one, well, there's a bit of bumper cars action there as the two fielders came together. That one went down, and poor Gurdik, he's saying, what do I have to do? Look, so they had some lucky moments, the young stars. They'd also... I don't think they ever really hit their straps for an extended period of time. Nazir's innings was a funny one. Yeah, he bats through the 10, but didn't have a lot of fluency in there, but he did punctuate it with some boundaries. Basharat, he's another one, didn't really get going. Ranjot, he certainly is a key player for Fateh. This one went miles. Yeah, so just when you felt the run rate was falling kind of below the 8s, they'd find the boundary This is another one that went down off Hyder. Now, this highlights package might go a long time if we show all the drops. There's another one. And, well, I will say that Nath bowled really well. He spun the ball. He made the most, accentuated the angle across the right hand. I think he was determined to go leg side. You see the last one, just getting away from Wajid. I still call that a drop, even though it was a tough one. Shahid Nazir, 56 off 32, was the standout batter in the first half of this match. 5 6s, 4 4s in his innings. Apart from that, Mushtaq was 14 not out, and Mubashir Ali get to double figures. But Young Stars, modest total, but defendable total for them, I feel. I think the bowling was reasonably disciplined. They gave away 5 wides in 10 overs. I think that's okay. They don't really have anyone that goes the journey. Wickets went to Iqbal Wajid early on. Bilal Hassan got one, Ranjit Singh got one. But for me, Gurdeep Nath, he was the best of the bowlers, even though he doesn't have the figures. But it just shows you that numbers don't always tell the whole story. We'll take a break and we'll be back in about 10 minutes, take you into the second half of the match. Match 109 on the way, and the chase is on. It's Fate. They need 93 runs to keep their hopes of Saturday qualification alive. Until then, it's Vinny Sander who Mr. Maximo with Rico 4. Hope you're having a great day. We'll see you very shortly for more FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back. Welcome back, cricket lovers around the world, wherever you're tuning in to this FanCode European Cricket Series, coming to you from Barcelona in Montjuic. This is the Olympic Stadium, Olympic ground, Olympic baseball ground, featured heavily in 1992 when it was, Olympic mania here in Barcelona. You can see a little bit hazy today, a bit of cloud cover. You can't see that that view so well. We're some 178 meters up here at halfway up this mountain, Mount Juic, named after a Jewish settlement. And that's what Juic means. It's a Jewish mountain, and history will tell us that it was a heavily populated area by Jewish people, and a lot of architecture around that as well before it became the Olympic Village. The Olympics came here in 1992, and so did the beaches. Barcelona, no beaches until then. And a lot of changes, but it's a great setting where we are here. And we've got, I think, a great contest developing here between Fateh and the Ali Young Stars. Ali Young Stars, 92 they put on the board, losing only 3 wickets. That was thanks to Shahid Nazir's 55 for 31. Fateh, 93 for victory, a victory that they really want to try and pick up. They know that if they can get 2 wins, and it's not just 2 wins, because look, 2 wins here will put them on level points of Ripple Warriors. Warriors have had a few issues themselves, so they will know that the other Warriors have 2 more matches to go. You know, they could, if it goes their way, if it goes Fateh's way, they could stay on the same number of points as them. But net run rate, Ripple Warriors have a better net run rate at the moment. So Fateh is not just about winning, it's about winning well. And this will help, as this has been blasted. Well, it's a flat hit by Haider, who smashes this down the ground. He's a tall chap. So when he gets the leverage on this, it will go, and that goes well. Good hit, good strike, clean through the ball, and he gets 6. That's a good way to open the scoring after a couple of dots. So Isra Ahmed straight away instructs Long On to be straighter. Both men back on the boundary. This time it's going to be a bit high. I wonder if the umpires will have a look at this. And I know he's a tall man, so maybe that's why they get away with this. I mean, his waist is a lot higher. Yeah, I think that's absolutely right. I think he got a shorter man in there. That definitely would have been a no ball. But with him being so tall, he's like a giant out there, isn't he? With him being so tall, they get away with it. Isra Ahmed, the bowler. And asking the question, I must admit I did hear a bit of wood, but I also think, even without that, though it's a good shot, I think it's probably just sneaking down the leg. Goes pretty wide, angles it across here. I think that ball is going to go on to miss the leg stump quite cleanly, but a better length, better comeback from Ahmed. Hello to Maya, who's on the chat. Hello, Maya. Thank you for joining us. Sasri Akal. Yeah, Sasri Akal indeed. And I hope you're well, and I hope you're getting into the festive season. I bet you are, Maya. I get the feeling that you know, you're the sort of person that when you get into the groove, you go to town. So, and everybody else that's on the chat as well, lovely to have you here with us. As we see the end of the first over, the 1 boundary, the maximo from it, from Haider. He faces all the deliveries, 7 without loss. So Fateh, they will know that they made a better start. Remember, Iqbal Wajid got the wicket of the captain of the Ali Young Stars quite early. That's Tanzir. So they were 3 from 1 at this point. Golden ball count continues. Is this a golden ball sort of score, 90? I normally say sort of between 100 and 110, but hey, it could be. Are we going to get one here in Barcelona before we finish? We've had one already. Of course, it was the Hawks, the team we're going to see next that were involved in it. They ended up being on the losing side of that golden ball when they took on the Ripple Warriors. It was a shortened match, which sort of, you'd say it went against the Hawks, but they needed 12 of 12, so you would have expected them to get them. Now here's a man that we're expecting much from. There's a Karamat Subani, a very good bowler. Really does attack the stumps. This one, well, it doesn't get through, but at least he stops it going through to the boundary, so gets a bit on it. They'll get a single though. Fateh will look to get all the runs they can. Haider been doing all the batting so far, so finally an opportunity to see Lakbir Singh. Subhani to Lakbir to face his first ball. Gets one outside the off. It's an ugly looking shot really. I don't think anything, head, body, was in the right place here. Ends up being a dot. Broad shoulders, Subhani, and he puts all of that into his action. He's one of few bowlers that have really got the ball to come off this deck. Bit of a grunt would suggest to me that was always going to be the slower delivery. Rolls his fingers, just checking with the umpire. Saying, is that one? The umpire will say, no, two to come. Let's have a look at this field. We know that to Haider, when Israel Ahmed was bowling, the 2 men allowed outside the circle was straight. Oh, we're seeing a change. Well, it's a change of tread. And well, the umpire then says, hang on, no, you can't have a pit stop in the middle of your over. No, you can't do it. The umpire Safwan says, we're not having any of that. We have seen it from time to time. They wanted to change the treads. They decided they're going to have a cheeky pit stop. Umpire Safwan says, come on, get on with it. And this is another one that's wide. He hasn't bowled bad. I don't know. Maybe he's just feeling just losing his grip slightly. And Wakas Tahir was the man who was happy to make the change. There's still 2 to come. A couple of useful extras for Fateh so far in the over. Subhani bangs this one in. Makes a bit of room for himself, Lakbir. Plays not a bad cut shot, but the field is well set. Yeah, he was talking about that field. It's a long on, pretty wide, and remains back. And I'm skirting around to see where the other, third man is outside a 30-yard circle on the boundary. It's pretty fine, so he's there for the big swing. I don't mind this field, because the line that Subhani is trying to bowl, it's a good place to have the third man. And, this is the short one. Will this be called a wide? It will. So wide for height. Subhani not too pleased, but I think that's a fair call. I mean, I did say he's one. Yeah, that's a good call. Good spot by umpire Jamil Khan. Well, also will be the one for the over. I did say he's one who can get the bit of bounce, extra bounce in his deck, and he proved it there. So still struggling to finish this over. It's a long one. Edge. Oh, put down. What an opportunity that was for Mubashir Ali. Well, the batters decide not to take the single. I think this is all about maybe Haider deciding he wants to stay and strike. I mean, it was fast. It was rapido, but Mubashir Ali with the gloves on really needs to take this. And he just wasn't expecting it. It came at him really quickly. All right, no run, but it's a chance that goes down, and you could have had Lakbir back in the shed for 0. It's not hurt him as yet, as we have a look at the table. So Fateh, as we said, looking to move up to level points with the Warriors. And the young stars, I think they're pretty safe. They can't be caught, and I don't think they can go any higher. So really this about them is just preparing themselves and keeping themselves in form going into Saturday's group finals day. Off the pad, a big appeal. The umpire walks away. Jamil Khan, let's have a look at this. And yeah, missing the leg stump quite clearly. Good length though, good area. Ahmed, after a couple of short deliveries, when he started his spell, has certainly got it right. Israel once more comes from very wide, and you see what he's trying to do. He's going wide of the crease and trying to dart that Yorker delivery into the pad area of Haider, because he knows Haider's pretty good hitting straight down the ground. But if you get it wrong, the ball just carries on taking that leg stick line, and Goes a little bit too wide. Once again, see, starts very wide. This time he gets it right. Hyder, he's angry with himself. He punches his bat in disappointment. Last over from Subani. It was just all wide, wasn't it? There was nothing. I don't think there was anything that came off the bat. No runs. Only 3 runs came off it. More on that in a moment as Ahmed comes once more. This one is hoiked up in the air. Where will it drop? Will it drop safe? And no, it won't. It drops into the hands of Subani. Well, Subani, I was talking about his last over. Yeah, there was just the 1 run came off the bat. That was off the very second ball. All the others came courtesy of wides. But, well, how about that for a catch? He has to come from a long way. I mean, I thought this was going to be one of those that drops in the middle of 2 fielders. But this is a very good catch. Hyder goes for the big shot. Goes high. But what a good catch this is. Subani comes from a long way. And, yeah, does a little bit of the ice cream cone. But takes the catch. Big smile from him. There's the first wicket goes. And is the man that, the only man so far that scored any runs for Fateh. Because Lakbir is still sat on 0 for deliveries. Hyder, he'll have to depart for 8. He'll be a little bit disappointed with that. The first wicket falls with 11 on the board. And 11 was also the number of balls that Hyder faced. Subani, what a good catch. Well, maybe. Well, we know that thanks to Safwan, we've had the Jalebis. Well, is this a Jalebi catch? Or maybe it is. Maybe it's the Jalebis that he had that helped him to hold on to that. Sticky fingers, you know, Jalebi. So Jalebi catch from Subani, perhaps. Ahmed gets one. Wants another. Good, tight field from the young stars. No run there. As that gets played out by the captain, Randeep Singh, out on the off. They're holding on to Mirza. That's Mirza. Get the feeling he's got to surely come in next. I think a lot depends on him as well, especially with Sufifal Islam not in the side, the other good hitter of the ball. This one's down the leg and hits a bit of pad. Those sort of deliveries, I think you need to be looking at what some batters have shown they're very good at. You pick that he's going down the leg side, and if you know you're not going to be able to get full value for it, i.e. send it to the boundary, you just step inside it, take the wide. Hyder got it wrong a few times, got strapped on the pads, and you can see the same here for Randeep. Mind you, you have to say, ball's coming pretty quick. Bowling at a good pace is for Ahmed. This one is at the stumps. It's a flat bat swing. We'll just get a single. Bit of talk here about the young stars, probably about who's going to bowl the next one. They all huddled together. I'm liking this, I'm liking the energy. The young stars, they are a new team, even though they've got the experience of a couple of campaigners that have played in the European Cricket Series before. But they've come out well. I've liked the way they've played. I've liked their approach. Hasn't always worked well for them, but when they turn it on, they look good with bat and with ball. And they've certainly got Fateh a bit of a pickle here at the moment. 12 for 1, so it's a very, very slow power play. And I was saying that Fateh is a team that wants to win this to keep their hopes alive and also win it well with a good net run rate boost. It's not going that way at the moment, as that rate is coming up to around about 12 required per over. And this one's been well hit. He's trying to split the field. Sort of ends up hitting a little bit at the toe end of the bat though. Doesn't find the middle. The correct shot to play from Randeep. The captain trying to make things happen. And, well, that was the battle of the captain versus the captain. It's Tanzir comes on. This one's been whipped away. Once again, it will go to field. Subani, who took a great catch to remove. Hyder makes no mistakes. Keeps it to 1. A little bit of nipple to ball action there from Tanzir. Well, that's one way to give it a shine. Tanzir once again. Oh, slow ball, the grunt picked up by Subani. Well, Subani, he's getting plenty of the ball at the moment, isn't he? Well struck. Just a single. looking to get the chase started. Fateh, slower ball. Another grunted slower ball from Tanzania. Lakvir gets another single. Hello to Ivan. Ivan on the chat saying hi to everyone as well. This is being launched into Subhani's got work to do, and well, he does it again, doesn't he, Subhani? He is on fire. Well, that's another reason why you eat the jalebis. Not only do they help you take the ice cream catch that he took, well, he's full of energy. He's lively, and he's chasing everything down. What a good stop that was. Absolutely fantastic. Again, why go to use your feet when you can use your hands? And, well, that's why he stops that. He puts a foot out to that. Ain't going to stop it. If anything, it will ricochet to the boundary. Good work from Subhani. Well, this one is not going to be stopped. It will go all the way. Balle, balle, balle. Brrr. Well, that's what you're talking about. We're watching the match between the Eddie Young Stars and Chakde Fateh. Nice shot. Yeah, Fateh, they want a bit more of that. Big hit. A good way to finish the over. And so a Maximo at the end takes him to 24 for one, so they double the score from over 3 to over 4. Randeep Singh, the captain out there with Lakvir. Can they get them a good start? Oh, look, a good start here. Maybe these two bat another 12 deliveries together and keep going at a decent rate. You know, you've always got Mirza to come in who can then really, if he can get going, crack the ball hard. Talking about crack the ball hard, this will be cracked pretty hard as well. One bounce into the fence. And this one doesn't quite climb over, but this is a good hit. Liking this. So Lakvir looks like he's woken up. Maybe he's heard there's some jalebis around. He says, okay, make a good performance and maybe I'll get a few jalebis. Well, maybe. But both batters have found the boundary now. So starting to get the attack on. There's Arslan. Short. And this is up in the air again. But this time the field has been deployed. Takes it on the bounce. And Lakvir showing he's quite useful with the wide delivery outside the off. Mohammad Arslan now to the captain of Fateh, Randeep Singh. Doesn't time this at all. And elects to go down the ground, hits it high up on the bat. And think about the cheeky second after the throw is not taken well by Arslan from Bakas Tahir. But just a single. The rate is still around about 11.5. So they're looking for a couple of boundaries and over. Now this one has been picked up beautifully and right on cue. That's the boundary they're looking for. So they have got the two boundaries. And this one, once again, goes all the way. This is a cracking shot from Lakvir. Well, Lakvir, I said, he shows that he's pretty good at cutting the ball. He's pretty good going downtown as well. 6 more to him. He just seems to be standing, showing you the blade, and says, if it's there, I'm going for it. Arslan puts it there again. This time, he tries to cut the ball, which was too close to the stumps. No run. Another boundary or two here in this over will do nicely. Ball to go though, 12 from it. Goes for it, but this is a chance. Will it be taken? And no, it won't. The catch goes down, and it's the captain, Tanzania. And he's normally got very safe hands. And disappointment, of course, he is the captain, so nobody is saying anything. They're just looking down at the deck, thinking, we'll just pretend it never happened. Gets himself in the position, and then, well, sees the ball hitting his fingers. Doesn't even get it into the palm of his hands. The batters, meanwhile, take 2. So at the end of the 5th over, the score moves to 38. 38 for 1. So Fateh, not quite going at the rate that they want to, but that does reduce it to closer to 12 to 11 required. And remember, you can always stay in touch with us the European Cricket Network. You can get in touch with Mr. Maximo, who will be returning shortly, and myself at Rico Full via Facebook or Instagram. And remember, you can see all the information you want to about the players and their stats by going onto the website, europeancricket.com. Right on cue, here comes Maximo.
I'm back and I'm ready. And here's another guy that's ready. Arun Salik, ready to bowl the 6th over. Yeah, Fateh need to get a bit of a wriggle on, don't they? It's not out of their zone yet. Yeah, this is just tapped away to the leg side. Yeah, so Fateh, we know they can. Well, the ultimate hit and miss team, aren't they? Really. But you just have a look at who's still to come in. You got Mirza still to come in. They've got plenty of resources. A bit like the first innings. We haven't seen a bunch of wickets, but we haven't seen a very high run rate either. I don't know if there's any particular reason behind that. Yeah, you just feel like Salik, this is a big over, because if he can keep it really tight, even if he doesn't take a wicket, it's just pushing that rate up towards the probably 2 a ball or more. This isn't a good one though. Pretty decent keeping from Mubashir Ali. I think he does a good job back there.
Yeah,
for Ali Young Stars.
Just looking at the Fateh lineup, I mean, Waqas Mirza, we know. I mean, he could come in even when it's 18 balls to go and smash the ball all over the place and get the victory. Another not a good delivery from Salik. And also, another guy I'm looking forward to seeing if he gets an opportunity is the left-hander, Gurpreet Singh. I think when we've seen him, he's batted really well. So they've got some hitters out there. Bilal Hassan would like to have a go as well. Well, this is in the arc. He swings hard at it. We'll just get the single.
Man, just the one. One's kind of the friends of the fielding side at the moment, because it won't really help the run rate required. And they need boundaries. This is another ball, which is a low full toss. Salik's just kind of been a bit inaccurate this over, but he's gotten away with that. Okay, a couple of wides down the leg side, but hasn't been punished to the boundary. Deep in the crease. They need something to happen here, and soon. Fateh. This is a pretty good shot. Again, picks out the fielder, hit that really well. That's Usman Mushtaq down there. Keeps it to 1. Remember, Fateh, they are still fighting for the spot on Saturday, potentially. And if they lose this, that's out of reach. If they win this, it's still possible. So this is hit again to the leg side, but picking out the fielder. Salik only goes for 7 in that over. Pressure rising on Fateh. It's 45 for 1 after 6.
Yeah, pressure is rising. So after just bringing that rate down in the last over, it goes back up again. I mean, Arun Salik, he's just bowled so well, hasn't he, in this series? He's a top campaigner and doing what his team needs him to do. So really, unless they get this magical over in at some point, I think it's going to be hard game. But I get the feeling here, I mean, look, I don't want to be too unkind to the 2 batters out there. They've given them a start after they lost to Hyder early, but they're at that rate is not going to help them. They've got to decide it's all or nothing here now. You're better off getting out here now and getting Mirza coming out than carrying on with this partnership. And that's maybe what they've decided. But he's going to get lucky here, is he? Well, this is a tremendous catch. I mean, he's got his back to us, but he comes out with the ball in his hand. We've seen 2 superb catches. Subhani's one was good. This one from Waqas to here is even better. What a great catch this is. I don't know how much we'll see of this in the replay, but the camera is probably very much at the same angle that we see it. There's a bit higher. That's a tremendous catch.
Great catch.
He comes from a long way. Have a look at this. He takes it so low down as well. Yeah, this will get it, well, pretty good. Oh, that is, fantastic.
And gets off his feet. Fantastic catching from Waqas. And, yeah, I mean, something had to give, didn't it? Either a wicket or a 6, something had to give. And this is really where the game's won and lost for me. So it's funny how this T10 game works. That was a brilliant bit of fielding. But if Waqas comes out and smacks 50 runs quickly, he'll probably regret that moment. But you can see here, going for the big shot. Nothing to lose at this stage. Fateh had to get moving, but the man that really was getting moving, Waqas to here. Brilliant catch. Yeah, it was a really good catch. So the captain versus captain battle goes in the favour of the bowling captain. And now he gets this one through. Waqas Mirza. So this is the challenge. And I think one thing, this will be interesting because I think Tanzania is probably the perfect guy to be bowling at Waqas Mirza, because he'll get that grunted slow ball going in, I'm sure. And that's the one that could outfox the hard-hitting Mirza. Smacks it. That's 6. Forget it. Now what a way to get off the mark for Mirza. Maximo! Game on. We wanted Mirza. We get him. And I think we got a contest here. 50 up now for Fateh. Yeah, it was the slower delivery. There was a bit of a grunt. Well, I'll tell you what, there might have been a grunt from Tanzania. There was no grunt there. They were just brute force as that one gets muscle over the boundary. Here he goes again. This time it swings wide, and it turns out not wanting to get too close to Wakas. See, just with that one shot, the game's changed, right? You feel like the fielding team are on the defensive.
Yeah. But it's come right in the queue. Just when I was saying the batters have to decide it's all or nothing, that's what they do. A wicket goes, run deep goes, and they get Mirza in.
Knocked into the onside for one. That's all they'll get. Yeah, so it's not like they're chasing 140 here. They're chasing 93. That's why. And even this position where they were falling a little bit behind the rate, it's still fairly manageable to a ball. But it's going to be an exciting finish. I don't know if anyone's got the tingle. I kind of had it in the half-time break. Swing and miss this time. So, Latvia, and he's at the moment a bit of an anchor, isn't he? But not necessarily a good way. He's not quite going at the rate required. No lack of intent from Latvia, though. Last ball, the over. Does get some of this into a gap. So, one. I think that's all it'll be. No, they're going to come for two. Latvia could be in trouble here. And it's going to be run out again. And maybe that's an acceptable loss because Latvia was having trouble going in that kind of two-a-ball rate, which is required from here on in. And I think also, Wakas Mirza wanted to strike back. So he'll get that, but he does lose his partner. 54 for 3 at the end of 7.
Yeah, good bit of fielding there. I mean, he picks it up cleanly on the bounce. He gets the throw in and straight into the, look at this. You couldn't have asked for a better throw really. The keeper is into the gloves and he has time then to knock the bails off before Latvia can get his back down. It's a good work.
Good fielding. But yeah, I think this is strategically smart. I think you want Mirza on strike. Like, they still got to come up with a good throw to run out Latvia, but Latvia played his role, but I think he's an acceptable loss at this stage if they're going to take this game to the wire. And it was Usman Mushtaq with a strong arm back to the keeper.
Yeah, Mushtaq, very well done indeed. Yeah, okay, so Latvia will probably feel he's played his part. Now you need batters that can really get acceleration in. Looks like they have gone with Bilal Hassan here.
Oh, swing and a miss, but the keeper misses it too. It's kicked behind him. That'll be a bite. So, yeah, big swing. Salik versus Tahir. Salik versus Wakas Mirza, I should say. Wrong Wakas. But, yeah, obviously, Wakas Mirza happy to take the one. And so we'll have a look at Bilal Hassan. He misses out. He just, I feel like the game's creeping away from Fateh. I mean, there was promise in Mirza's start, but then he hasn't quite been able to hit another one since. Good shot. It's probably going to go for 4. It does. So boundary from Hassan gets off the mark. And that's exactly what Fateh need. They're living on the edge right now, but hanging in the game. Good shot.
Yeah, that was a nice shot. It wasn't just to close your eyes and swing as hard as you can. He sees where the gap is, makes good contact, gets it over the infielder and gets 4. And that's what you need. But Mirza, when he's on song, nobody hits it better. But you see already, though he's hit 1-6, he's full ball 7. They need better from him.
Can be a bit of a one-trick pony, like us. It's a good trick, though. This is hit to the leg side. I'll just get one here. So again, one's a fine for other young stars.
Salik here now. He'll be clever. This will be wide of Mirza. He won't put it in the slot, surely. Let's wait and see. Well, he does put it in the slot, and I am surprised because Mirza, that's where he likes it. This time, it's a better shot from him as well. He doesn't just swing blindly, gets his footwork into play, steps outside the off, and he whips this away.
To be honest, I mean, it's a ball on the off stump, to be honest, but I don't think Salik's really controlled his line that well compared to how he would normally bowl. I mean, think about a couple of big wides down the leg side. I think that one is more on the stumps. He wanted it to be wider. Hasn't gone for that many, though. Last ball of his spell. Bowled around his legs. So Mirza tries the same trick again. This time, ball crashes into the leg stump. And Fateh lose a key hitter. 64 for 4 after 8.
Yeah, I mean, that's disappointment. And that's what we've seen too much of, really, from Mirza. Every time he comes in, we're expecting the big shots. We'll get one maybe 2, and then he gets himself out, and this time, yeah, goes too far across. If he stays in his crease, he's got a good chance of just hitting this away, but makes no contact, gets bowled around his legs, and Salik, as he always does, gets another.
Cricket's such a funny game. This is the same ground that we saw all sorts of records broken as far as runs scored, sixes hit, run rates, all these kinds of things. Right now, I'm seeing a kind of low-scoring wrestle. And it's really quite hard to see how Fate are going to chase this down. They need, what is that, 16 and over, 15 and over, let's say. Yeah, 15 and over, 14 and a half. But their highest scoring over so far is 14. So they're going to have to come up with a couple of good ones. And here's Subani in the 9th. And this is a pretty good shot. Gets over the infield. They'll probably run away to the boundary. So good start to the over. Hassan. Well, he's got an important role to play here. He's in the hot seat, but it's clever batting. There's nobody back behind those infielders. You can only have 5 outfielders. Just the start they were looking for to the 9th over, Rico.
Yeah, it is. They've got to get the push on now. They're 14. I mean, you were here for all of this series.
Yeah.
The Group A, 14 was nothing per over.
Below par.
So you get these batters in, anything's possible, and I'm liking that it is Gurjit Singh that's out there, the left-hander.
Wow, it's
they've
probably
gone for
wide.
Gagandeep, actually.
Yeah, Gagandeep's out there.
Stand corrected. Gagandeep instead of Gurjit. Okay, he's somebody who can give it a good whack as well. He wants to have a little chat.
I just want
with
to say,
his batting partner.
say a quick hello to Matt Aravides who's in there. I think Maya was saying hello. Hello, Maya. Hopefully you're well. And to Ivan, everyone else, thanks for tuning in. Got a decent game here. Still got a bit of the tingle about this. I don't see anything that would make me untingle just yet. Used his short ball there as well, Subani. Oh, this is wide. Maybe the first one wasn't above the shoulder, because this would have been a second. I mean, I'm sure this is above the shoulder. Let's have a look.
I think this is called by square leg as well,
Yeah.
so both umpires calling it. So it's down the leg side as well as the height.
So the first one wasn't above the shoulder, otherwise that would have been a no ball. It was just a wide first up. But, I mean, they all count here. No real time pressure for all the young stars here into the 9th. Still plenty of time on the clock. So cutter, it's hit high. Subani calls for it. He says, I've got this. It's a real tough one to judge, and he's going to catch it. Wow, he uses all 3 touches. If he's a volleyballer, he's smart. But I really like the ownership of that. It went high. It was an awkward one because he was just kind of stuck under the ball. But he does take it, and it is a 5th wicket now, 70 for 5. Good catching.
Well, he took a great catch to get rid of Hyder, and then of his own bowling. Well, this goes a long way up. And, well, this is when they say here, no hay dos sin tres, because it's una, dos y tres. Gotcha. Great catch and good action there from Spring Productions as well to catch that one. Really well done. And Subani, he's a man of the moment, isn't he?
That's a harder catch than catching a ball on the boundary that's just as high. And the reason is when you're on the boundary, you can kind of judge an arc of the ball a bit more and get yourself in the right spot. When you're right under the ball, pretty much it's a straight up job. So you can kind of lose your perspective of exactly where it's going to fall. So that's why he slightly misjudges it. Doesn't go in the middle of the hands first time. Also, the awkward things like, the stumps are around there. He's on the pitch. He's off the pitch. He had a lot of distractions there, but he held his nerve and he held the catch. Here's Ranjot to win the game for Fate. 10 balls remaining, gets a full toss and whacks it through the offside. I think that's probably going to run away to the boundary, and it does. A good start for Ranjot.
Yeah, good shot. Ranjot Singh coming in, and not the batter that I was looking to see, but it's still the same action, his left arm, and I think it just adds a little bit more value, just changes it up, and I think Fate, it could do with just changing this up slightly a bit more, get the left-handers up there, throw the bowlers off a bit. Good start from Ranjot.
Yeah, I'm going to look at this. I feel like it was just okay. Oh.
It's borderline. They're having a look at this.
I think, well, if you look when he hits it exactly, and you'll see where it's at. Nah, it's fine. Let's get on with the game then. No problem.
Too high.
That is one of the more ambitious LBW appeals I've ever seen.
Yeah, too high down the leg side.
Hit him on the hip.
And I think Ranjot probably having a little chat with him and say, hey, are you really appealing for that? Well, Ranjot's on to talk. I think he gets a bit excited with these appealing as well. Bit of comms between the umpires and the third umpire there.
All good. All right. So, I mean, it was an important one to get Bilal Hassan earlier in the over for Spani.
Hey, 18 of 8.
Yeah. Oh, we got a game on here. I love a boundary this over. Won't get it here. Well bowled by Sabani. Now thinking of 2 here. No, just happy with the 1. Yeah, that's the thing though. Fateh, look at the 2 batters there. No bunnies with the bat. And you got Gundeep and Ranjot there at the moment. So this ball will determine how many they need off the last over. At the moment it's 17.
Remember, they did lose to the Hawks. Defending
Last over
23.
That was an equal record, actually. Pulls it. Nobody in the infield. They'll get 1. They may think it's 2. They won't on the clean pickup. And so it'll be 16 required off the last over. We are going to the wire. Fateh, 77 for 5. But yeah, you look at this innings. I don't know if it was lack of intent in the beginning. Not really. But you look at the fact how close this is getting. And you just think, oh, if they'd only started this run a little bit earlier, around 5 minutes earlier, a few balls earlier, then maybe they might only need 10 off this last over. That seems a lot more reasonable.
Correct.
16 for me. I still think fielding team are favourites, but again, 1 shot can change all that.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, I know that we keep talking about Marcus Mirza and he hasn't always come up trumps for them. But when you look at the matches that they have won, it's been the likes of Mirza, and on one occasion it was Mirza and Sufif Al Islam went out there, opened the batting, they got runs quickly. And when you get runs quickly, you get off to a quick start, then the rate you require for the new batters that come out isn't so high, and you end up getting to the target. Here they didn't start quick. Haider, he made 8 of 11 balls. Lakveer Singh, 17, but 15 balls to do it. And even Randeep Singh, the captain, 15 of 12. Too many balls chewed up and not enough runs, and that's why they're in this predicament. But still, it's on.
It is on. Well, you saw the golden ball a moment ago. If it is a tie, it'll be a golden ball situation. And the batting team will need 2 off an additional delivery.
Mohamed Aslan gets ready to bowl it. And
14 came off his first. Well, if he gives up 14 here, they'll win by a run. Let's roll. Last over. Ranjot in the hot seat. Hits it decently. Clean pickup. They won't get a second. Well, they're going to try. They go to the keeper. And I think he's just out here. We'll have to look at it. They're going to go to the third umpire.
He hesitates, Vinny. He hesitates. The batters didn't have the plan. If the plan was we're going to take 2 whatever, he would have got there. But because he hesitates, I think he's going to fall short.
To be honest, I probably would have hesitated too, because I don't know if strategically this was the right thing to do. Against good keeping. I feel like he's going to beat the bat at home. And I'm pretty sure he is now. He is gone. Yeah, you could just tell there that the chalk came up after the stumps were broken. And, yeah.
I mean, yeah, see the hesitation here. They don't know what to do. They stand, stop, and then he goes. And in that time, it's, I mean, like you saw there, it's only just.
Yeah, but, just out.
Ranjot said, oh, shut them in, not. But this is a little bit of wrestling action in the middle. And Ranjot said, okay, you got me, now let me go.
I mean, it's good fielding when it comes down. It's good wicket keeping as well. He decides, look, I'm not going to risk this ball bouncing. I've got so much time that I'm going to take the ball on the full. Mubashir Ali says, the keeper says, I want to take this ball on the full because if it bounces, who knows where it'll go? It might bounce off the edge of the pitch for 4, for all he knows. So he says, look, yeah, I'm going to get the ball there, and I know that I've got time to still run the batter out. And then it ends up, yeah, in a slightly interesting pose.
What's that spoon position look like?
Yeah, well, it didn't last long, unfortunately, because Ranjot had to go. And now, you can see the next ball worked for 1. As Gurpreet Singh is out there with Gagandeep now. Yeah, well, to win this, you need probably 12 in boundaries. You've got 4 balls left, so 2 sixes, 3 fours, something like that. Now or never for Fateh. That's it pretty well, and that's in the gap. That's the boundary. That's the one they needed. Cuatro carreras. That was all about the placement. And pretty well struck as well from Gagandeep Singh.
Well, Gagandeep, we know he can club it, and he wants to go clubbing. He wants to party, and Fateh wants to party. That takes it to, what, 10 or 3? Okay.
Well, it said they need 12 in boundaries. They got 4 of them there. Still plenty to do. Hits this pretty well as well. They've got to go for 2 here. This is a must. Powerful throw might get him, but he hustles home. That's good running, and they knew exactly what they had to do that time. They had to get through for a second, and they did.
Yeah, very important it was. And the fielder picks it up, gets the frame. The wicket keeper is like, hey, I wanted it right over the stumps. And he says, okay, I'm not bionic. It's a big throw from there.
8 off 2. Well, this is where, at a bare minimum, you need to score off this ball to take the last ball. But obviously, he'll be going for the boundary. Arslan trying to hold his nerve. Can the youngsters hold on? Well bowled.
Got to run.
Yeah, you've got to have one. This means a Maximo will tie the game. And, oh, what a finish this would be. As Gurpreet's only faced one ball so far. He went for a single again. The bowler's got to hold his nerve, not bowl an extra.
Golden ball, here we come.
Well, this is where, okay,
What do you reckon?
You put your fielders back on the leg side to try and obviously stop a 6 that might just be sneaking over. Here we go, 6 for a golden ball. Won't be a golden ball. Young Stars, they'll get there. And Fateh, unfortunately, their finals aspirations are going to evaporate, and they can't pull off this chase of 93. The final score, a very entertaining and pretty close match 109. It's Ali Young Stars 92, Fateh 87.
Yeah, well done to the Ali Young Stars. They notch up another victory on debut in this FanCode European Cricket Series. So smiles all around. Gagadeep is sharing a smile with the guys. So that's the one thing I like about it, the spirit in which the game has been played in. It's been absolutely fantastic. Plenty of respect from all the players towards each other and the match officials. But it's the only Young Stars that are victorious again as we, look forward to the two teams to do it all over again. I'll tell you what, if this next one is as exciting as the match we've just seen, I'm looking forward to it already. But Fateh, they know now, really, they are not going to be able to make it through into Saturday's finals day, but there's no reason why they can't finish on a high, and they will be welcoming back their normal captain coming back from his break in India, Majinder Singh Lovely, and he's bringing some gifts for them as well.
That sounds good. So unfortunately for Fateh, it will be their last match in the series. You know that now, but yeah, plenty of entertainment in this match, that's for sure. Fateh, again, they didn't have the best start, did they? I think they come to rue the fact that in the first 5 overs, they're only able to gather 38. And that meant they needed 53 in the second half. They were only able to gather 47. And yeah, unfortunately, their tournament will be over at the end of the next match. But still plenty to play for. Young Stars, though, I mean, they just did the little things right, didn't they? They suffocated this innings again. They were kind of on the precipice as well, because one magical over, something like that, you felt Fateh be well ahead in the game. And Lord, we saw bursts of it from Mirza. We saw bursts of it as well from Bilal Hassan. I think just, a few little things going against them. Some good run-outs executed as well. I think Fateh down the stretch maybe didn't manage that chase as well as they might have. That was a big moment, wasn't it? Mirza showed too much of his stumps to Harun Salik. And when this catch was held, and you knew it was going to be uphill. But I think the key moments, Young Stars, somehow they kind of held these important catches. They executed the run-outs. I think it was a very good defence.
Yeah, they won it in the field, you have to say. The catching was great, and I think that was the thing that maybe separated both the sides. You saw Savani, not only that Gordon bowled, he took a great catch early on to get rid of Haider, and we saw another terrific catch from Waqas Tahir. And then the fielding in general and the throwing and the wicket-keeping was top-notch as well. And, that's why it's so important in these smaller formats, especially this T10 format. The fielding is so key.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Let's have a look at the scorecard. No one was able to reach 20 for Fateh. That was kind of sign of the times for them. Luckily, a top scoring with 18, but he used 16 balls. I just couldn't go at the pace required early. Apart from that, Rundeep with 15, Waqas Mirza with 11. Gangadeep couldn't get them home in the end. As we look at the bowling figures, Israel bowled very well early, very economically, 1 for 9. Also wickets for Subani, Tanzir, and Harun Salik with his left arm spin. And the Young Stars, again, there, very good. First ECS continuing as they push for a higher spot on the ladder. We'll be back in around about 25 minutes, take you into the second game of the day. Match 110 between these two teams. Until then, Swinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. See you very shortly for more action here on ECN. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back. Thank you for joining me again. You're watching the European Cricket Network and this is the FanCode European Cricket Series in Barcelona, and we've certainly seen some action, and we're going to see Fateh and also the Ali Young Stars do it all over again. Look out for Fateh. They've got a new kit for this one, courtesy of Majinder Singh Lovely. Their captain, well, he's been away on holiday and he's coming back and he says, Rico, I know this is when the Christmas season starts here in Spain, so he's bought new kit for their boys. So look out for them. I'm sure they're going to look dashing. First though, let's join the two captains, and Sir Rob came in for the all-important coin toss.
Right, your call. Tails is called. It is tails.
Randeep Singh, the captain of Fateh, decided this time around they want to have a bat first. The first match between these two was an exciting one. I did like the battle between the Fateh bowlers and the batters of Ali Young Stars. Ali Young Stars, we know that they've got some really good batters, but they weren't all able to click. I mean, well batted by Nawais Shahid. He batted really well as he got his half century. But some of the others, like Mubasha and also Mushtaq, they missed out. Can they come good this time around? I'm liking the injection of pace at the beginning from Wajid and also from the likes of Hassan, with the bowlers from Fateh, and I think it was a good ploy to use Ranjot there at the end. He certainly was getting the ball to swing it around a lot. Well, we got a very good second match coming up between these two teams, and I know one man who's excited for the start of this one. Let's go over to Mr. Maximo in the cube. Maxi, Fateh, gonna have a bat first.
Thanks very much, Rico Fall, and I'm excited to watch Fateh, in particular their captain Manjinder Lovely Singh. He is out there, he's back in the country, and I think he's brought some new uniforms with him as well. So Fateh rocking the navy blue in this game as we have a look at these two teams. So yeah, Lovely Singh's listed 3. I think we'll see him opening. And Ali Young Stars, well, they held on by 5 runs in the first match between these two teams. So look, you expect, again, there's not too much between them. Unfortunately for Fateh, we know after that last loss that they won't be going into the weekend. 9-run favourites, Ali Young Stars. That kind of makes sense. There was only 5 runs between them last time. Just tell you what, the bat versus ball wall, the supercomputer, let's give them credit where it's due. In the first game, they predicted Ali Young Stars to win 102 to 99. In the end, it was 92 to 87. So they predicted a 3-run margin. It was a 5-run margin. So, well, you don't hook up 5 computers together and come up with a bat versus ball wall without it having some merit to it. They're almost ready for the start of match number 110. You see, Fateh, their biggest issue has been the batting. They have been only going at the rate of 90 runs per 10 overs. That's something they'll want to work on, I'm sure. So, looks to me like they're going to open up with Karamat Subani, Ali Young Stars. And look, they will certainly enjoy the 2 points. It's their first ever series, Ali Young Stars, on ECN. They did have 4 players with previous experience. But with that, they go up to 13 points. And yeah, still, they've got 3 matches to go. Here's the start of match number 110. Sabani starts, and first ball is pushed away. Looking forward to this Wakas Mirza and Lovely Singh opening partnership. So yeah, it's the first time we've seen Lovely in this series. It's good to have him back. I'm sure his family are watching. He's a guy certainly likes to give it a clout. 326 matches, 326 runs, I should say, over 30 matches. Hits it down the ground and hits it pretty well. That'll be 4. Well, that's a decent start for Lovely Singh. And one thing about him, he is going to swing and swing hard. And this is what he likes to do. Kind of clears that front leg slightly and hammers it down the field. 4 runs in the first boundary of match number 110. So Sabani wasn't the worst ball ever. Disappeared to the boundary. Oh, now tries to knock his head off. That's a good bouncer. Don't think he was expecting that. Yeah, well, like he's wearing the headgear. Almost got called into action there. It's probably the one for the over, you'd imagine. Lovely. Drive at your own peril. The next one wasn't drivable. Well, this one is called a wide. So the first one, I mean, is that the first one mustn't have been called over the shoulder because it's called wide for over the head. So, I mean, I assumed the first one was over the shoulder. It was borderline, to say the least. And that one gets pinged with a wide anyway. But if it was the second bounce, it would have been no ball, which makes this a free hit. So Sabani can still dig it in short, but just has to make sure it doesn't go above the shoulder from here on in. Interesting tactics. It's quite a lot of bounce in this pitch compared to last time we were here for an ECS because of this rubber surface underneath. This is up and just out of the grasp of the fielder. Yeah, that was Isra Ahmed that was coming around to his right. Couldn't quite cut the angle off. Oh, Lovely gets a bit lucky there and gets the single. Back to Mirza, the carnival. Well, he really goes for this, has to turn around, doesn't get a run. I think no matter what, Mate, they've got nothing to lose here. They will be swinging for the fences. Sabani, pretty reliable customer for the Ali Young Stars. He's had a good series. There's offside. I think this will run away for 4. Fielder chasing it, but he won't get there. So Mirza gets an offside boundary. That's a good sign for him, showing he's not becoming too one-dimensional, trying to hit everything to the leg side. This is one he just throws his hands at it. Just does still kind of clear the front leg in a way that opens up the leg side, but the width was there and he uses it. So end of the first over, 11 without loss. As we welcome Rico full back into the commentary box. Let's have a look at the run rates. And yeah, yesterday, 93 per 10 overs. It's interesting, isn't it, Rico? Actually, 22 runs difference in the 10 over averages between Group A and Group B.
Yeah, it's quite crazy, isn't it? But I think Group B, I mean, when we've seen the signs, I mean, for example, day 6, we saw the rate go up, day 3, but it never is going up and then comes straight back down again.
Yeah, Maximo rate hovering around the 5s.
I wonder if that's to do with, I mean, obviously we've got the Ada Tigers and, of course, the new boys here at the Young Stars, 2 new teams in there as well. Fateh, a team that historically don't normally score big. Raval as well, they're a good team, but they seem to do a lot of their work in the field. So maybe just in this group, you've got a lot of the better bowling teams together.
It could be.
Salik goes full toss and it gets thumped and it will go all the way. Well, Manos Arriba, not a good delivery. Well, I'll tell you what, Lovely Singh was the man handing out the gifts this morning with those new dashing kits. They look brilliant. But now, well, he's been handed a gift himself, full toss, which he crunches away for a maximum.
Yeah, Slick's just been a little bit off today with his accuracy. It's better.
Yeah, good comeback from Salik. And Majinder Singh, well, he's been in the firing line, isn't he? He's probably hasn't been back from his holidays too long. And, well, he was in the firing line from Subani. Oh, this is a big swing. It completely loses his balance. I think by the look of it, almost loses his helmet as well. It's, well, he's probably not got this started on too well. Big swing. The ball goes through. And then we'll adjust his footwork and his helmet. But this is a better shot. This is more like it. Play the ball on merit. He rocks back. He takes the width kindly from Salik and whacks this over point. 4 runs. Good shot.
Really good shot. Over backward point and well timed that time. So, yeah, I think this is the key. You don't want to be too leg side dominant. You need to kind of react to what's bowled at you.
Up in the air and opportunity, but drops short of the man Tahir coming across. And you see the Isra Ahmed saying, shrugging his shoulders, said, I don't think it was mine. And
cat and mouse at the end. Yeah, it's a tough one. I mean, Wakas didn't really feel comfortable committing this fully because he thought he might get hit by the equivalent of a small Mack truck as he goes for it. But we know Wakas is pretty quick at running in. He took a very good running catch in the first game. Anyway, it was a tough one. But finishes the over, 22 without loss. Gives us a chance to look at where we're at with the table. You can see Ali Young Stars now, putting a bit of distance between them and the Ripple Warriors. If for Fateh, unfortunately, with that last loss, we know that they won't be able to work their way into the top 5 to qualify, but still plenty to play for. This essentially is their final, so always want to win your last game.
This one gets through the inner fielder, but hasn't got the power to get past. Tahir on the boundary gets a single, so it gets it. Mirza on strike. Yeah, it was interesting to see Mirza play one out to the offside. Let's see if he continues. It goes down the ground. This is going to be one that is going to tease the field, but it goes all the way over. And though they deploy a long on with no long off in place in the power play, this will go all the way over. So 6 runs. And yet he is sticking to a sort of offline attack. So Wakas Mirza, 2 boundaries from him, both on the offside part of the field. One out on through the covers, this one down the ground. That is a good sign. So maybe we're going to see a little bit more of a disciplined approach from the hard-hitting Mirza.
Yeah, I think so. He does like to hit hard, doesn't he? Mid-off's up in the circle. That's what he's... One area could go, but this is short, and it's going to disappear. It's not a good ball. Not quite timed, but still good enough to get 4 more.
Yeah, if there's one place you don't bowl to him, it's here. That is right in his swing arch, and this time he just steps, one little step, not too many, steps across and smashes it over the boundary. He is guilty sometimes. We saw that in the last match of exposing his leg stick too much. Wakas Mirza. And well, Isra Ahmed is going to change his angle. Maybe he's going to target the leg stick. Let's see how this goes. No, he goes outside the off. This is up in the air. Fielder, who's got very good safe hands, takes a very good catch. Well, there's no doubt for me in this one. Wakas Tahir has been pretty good with the catching. We saw him take a sensational one in the first match between these two teams. And, well, it's more of the same from Wakas Mirza. Whack it he does, but in the air. And it gives the sniff to Wakas Tahir, who says, thank you very much, I've got your number, and I'm sending you back. And Mirza, it'll be 15 that he gets before he goes. 15 of 6 deliveries, and that takes the score to 33 for 1.
33 for 1, great catching by Wakas Tahir. And that one he knew it was his because he didn't have to come in at all, just had to go around. So all's well that ends well. And so we have our first wicket of match 110. Wakas has to go, and Bilal Hassan comes out at 3. Don't mind that at all. I think he showed he's in pretty good form. And I want to say a quick hello to a few people in the chat. Hello to Muhammad Jakir Hussain, who's saying hello to me. I want to say hello to Eason D1. Says he thinks the Fateh jerseys have changed. Yes, it seems that Lovely Singh has returned to Spain with new jerseys. Looking pretty good.
Yeah, I'm liking it.
Yeah.
Liking the change of the colour. Still got the eagle on the front.
Yeah. Now you've got an option of a couple of different jerseys, I suppose. Something we have seen a bit more of last couple of years. This is no run. Hassan first up. Also got Frank in the chat saying hello. Saying, that's, I like this. It's a bit of a clever one when you read it out. He said that his wife's boyfriend recommended this channel. Just think about that one again. Always take your wife's boyfriend's advice. I like that. So he's here to watch some live croquet. And it's a very elaborate comment, Frank. And yeah, well, never judge. So we're going to end of the over. It's 33 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, look, I like the change in the angle. It gets him the wicket, but I don't like the fact he's running right in front of the
Would you take your wife's boyfriend's advice?
That's got you chuckled, isn't it? 33 for 1.
It's quite clever.
At the end of the power. Look, a much better start from Fateh. We said this is where they let themselves down in the last match when they were chasing 93. The power play only went for 12, and that was 12 for 1. This time 33 for 1, so much better. So let's see if they can keep it up. Lovely Singh, he's going pretty well, though he has had the odd slice of luck. And to be hoping that Bilal Hassan can put a good partnership together with him. Comes down the pitch, hits this on the foot, but we'll get a single.
So that's the thing about Lovely coming in at this stage. Is everyone else at 13 matches, he gets 1. Because this is, this is Fateh's final game. So for him, there's probably a bit more riding on this innings than some of the other players who probably won't be as scared to get out. Maybe play their shots, but doesn't we slow Lovely down.
It's a full toss down the leg side from Tanzir. Chases on from the fielder. He should get there. He does. Gets the foot on it first as he gets the throw in. Batters will take 2. Well, I suppose there's one better than one he would have got if he had elected to take the wide. Mind you, I think the wicketkeeper, Mubashir Ali, would have had some work to do to stop it. So maybe one he should have just stepped inside.
Yeah, it would have definitely been 1, maybe more.
This one will be 4. Well, it was destined to be a wide once more. But if you're going to make it, if you're going to get there, send it to the boundary. And that's exactly what Hassan does. That's a nice shot.
Yeah, nice shot. Just going with the line, the natural angle in there of Mohamed Tanzir. Hello to Bajendra Yadav as well. Sorry, I missed you again in my shout-outs. Always happy to follow up. Hello, Bajendra. Thanks for joining us. And also hello to Tuli Akhtar. And keep the messages coming. We're enjoying them.
Tanzir, the captain, needs to get the ball outside the off. Started with a leg side line. He does. He does pretty well. This one is on the stumps. Gets played out into the covers. Hassan wanted to run, but Lovely says, hey, कहंदा मैं हुनी इंडिया तो आया परोंठे चंगे खादे आ मक्की दियां रोटियां साग खादा पूरा मैं ढिड भर के आया मैं रन नहीं लेने. Yeah, he's saying, look, I've just come back from holiday. I've been, forget, the diet's gone out the window. I'm not taking these quick singles. I ain't going to make it. This time he says, Aja, this is easier. And you can see from the running from Lovely Singh, he's not sprinting, is he? See, gets to the other end, leans on his bat and says, okay, I'm ready. Yeah, he is. I mean, look, Lovely Singh.
Lovely guy.
Majinder Singh, lovely. I mean, he is a lovely, genuinely he is a lovely guy. And hang on, what's going on here? Okay, what have I missed? Okay. I think they must have swapped bats at some point, and they've been told, no, you can't do that. Give it back. All right, I don't know what that's all about.
I'll tell you what the background of this is in a second.
Okay.
Now we'll get more time to talk about it. I mean, sometimes at this level of cricket, and also in a game, a country like Spain where you don't really have cricket bat shops and something, people then sometimes teams will have like a favourite bat, and one of our kind of guidelines is that once you start batting with the bat, you don't keep swapping with your partner because it slows the game down a lot. So this is up, it's in the air, could be a chance, almost. Now, going to come back for 2. Manjinder has to get the skates on. It's fumbled despite the ball not moving.
Well, that is him with the skates on. I don't know if you saw the running there. It will be the end of the over. Almost gets there, the fielder. Majinder gets 2. It's sort of a one-hand hit in the end. The umpires, well, they've been very strict today. Well, it is the start of the holiday season, umpires. Well, they've been Scrooges, aren't they? First, they wouldn't allow the bowler to have a shoe change. They stopped the pit stop and the change of threads. And now it's a no to the bat change. So the umpires, well, I tell you what, come on, get into the season of Christmas. Okay, end of the over. 44 for 1 out of 4.
Did you ever play when you were a kid when there's only one bat? You had to drop the bat when you're out?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Okay, Sully into the attack. Take the single. Well, Majinder does have to. Well, he gets a sprint on and then says, hang on, this is not good for me.
That's one thing that's strange about when I transitioned to playing baseball after my career finished was dropping the bat when you hit the ball. It's a tough one. And actually, I found this out once, believe it or not. And baseball, they have these rules. I mean, not so does cricket, but in baseball, like the rules are rule. There's not as many of these. Like, oh, it's not in the spirit of the game. So one of the rules, one of our guys once forgot to throw his bat away, and he got safe at first base because he's holding his bat. He's out. Apparently, that's the rule.
Okay.
And so we're like, what? And it's not like in baseball you don't appeal. It's just it's out or it's not. The umpires go, well, you're out. And the fielding side, it's like, no, it's okay. Like, no, he's out. That's the rule. There's none of that.
I'm pretty sure, though. Yeah. I'm looking at the bat Majinder Singh's holding now. I'm pretty sure he did start with the other bat. And that's what he was trying to say. The umpire said, but that's the one I had. That's what I came out with. The umpire said, well, that's what you got now. You got to keep that one.
You could always do a sneaky between overs. But what we're trying to avoid, I think, and what the idea is a fielding team are on the clock. You can't have, be taking singles, then meeting and swapping bats and doing that every ball. And this is going to be gone. Unfortunately, whatever bat it is, he's going to have to take it off with him because Manjinder, he just swings all around this one. Hits the top middle stump. Salik's on target. It's 47 for 2.
Yeah, well, he gets into the 20s. So it's a good introduction to the one and only knock that he's going to have in this series. But he'll go off the 14th delivery that he faces. He swings right around this, and it's our man Haroon Salik again, who sleeks one through the defences of Majinder Singh. Lovely. And though he made a lovely contribution, that is the end of it. 21 or 14. Salik gets the breakthrough. And ball to go in this, the 5th over. coming up to the halfway mark. Slightly better. I tell you what, the lower boundary here and be on the 50 at the end of 5. It means that they're on target to bring the 100 up.
This will sting a bit more than a normal dismissal for Lovely because yeah, that's the only innings he'll get in this ECS. This is well bowled by Salik, pushing high to right back. He's the new batter. It's the end of 5 overs, and the score is 47 for 2. So Fateh on track for something like the 90s type score, which is what Ali Youngsters got in the first game. And he's down to here, Mr. Maximo. I'm here with Rico Full. Hope you're having a great day. Well, there was some worries about rain. At the moment, the sun's come out, and it's actually quite pleasant, Rico.
Yeah, it's interesting because I know that, when we looked at it yesterday, it said by 9, then later on by 10. This morning they were saying by 12. Well, I don't see it somehow at the moment.
Rain, go away.
Yeah.
We're playing cricket
today. We don't
today.
want any of that stuff, yeah.
Anyway, thanks for
Glory
joining us.
sunshine.
Hello to everyone as well in the chat. I'm going to keep interacting in there during this innings. But right now, I think we're going to see Subani coming back. And yeah, he's a pretty good bowler for the Ali Youngstars. Let's go with over number 6.
He likes to go upstairs, but this time the batter wants to take him on. He was almost expecting this. He rocks back and plays a beautiful hook shot. Bilal Hassan saying, bring it on, helmet or no helmet. Well, you bowl it short to me, I'm going to go after you. And well, that one that gets away. Subani's a bowler that likes to bang the ball in.
Well, Subani thinks he's shoulder back tar now. He's just bowling bounces every ball. This could be another one. I don't know if that was one for the over. I mean, it seemed like it. It seemed pretty high.
He went pretty low to play it, so maybe the umpires decided, no, it's okay. This is a better delivery, Fuller, and just gets respected by Hassan. So this is going to be an interesting battle.
I think so. Yeah, something like 90s type score. I think sets up a really interesting second half, even 100. Really, whatever it is, it'll be an interesting second half, I think, between these two teams. It depends on how the other Youngstars bat, of course. Subani being bowled out in the 6th. He did bowl the first over, don't forget.
Quicker delivery. Bends his back a little, doesn't he? And beats Hassan outside the off.
Yeah, binge watcher, hello to you. You're saying this guy's better when bowling full. Yeah, I don't mind the short one as a surprise delivery, but it shouldn't be a stock ball, I think. But just keeps the batter honest. And, apart from that, yeah, probably pitching it up's the way to go. Like that.
It's well struck, though. It's not going to be stopped. And though he's good, like I said here, he's not Superman. That is a lovely time shot from Hassan. And I think this is the other thing that if Subani uses that short ball early, which he did in the beginning of the over, I'm suspecting it probably was called one for the over because he hasn't gone upstairs again. So Hassan sort of knows now that these are going to be pretty full. That's a lovely shot play.
It's a great shot. Wasn't a terrible ball. Timed it a lot. And this is upstairs.
It does go upstairs. So this one has been called one for the over. So, well, maybe that first one, the very first ball of the over, wasn't. I mean, he did go down sort of that sort of area to play.
Yeah.
So I think, personally, I think that's 2 that Subani's got away with.
Personally, I agree with you. Again, didn't get a great look at the first one on the replay, so defer to the umpire's judgment there. But certainly that is the one for the over now.
Yeah, so here we go. He can't bowl another. Hassan will know that. He comes down and plays a beautiful shot. Oh, this is a thunderous shot through the covers. What an excellent shot this is. I'm liking it. Hassan is saying, okay, fine, I know you can't bowl it there again. Come on, sunshine, pick it up. And I'm taking you to the cleaners. Party time here. Battle between Hassan and Subani. I'm liking it.
Things go a bit off the rails for Subani in the end. Goes for 23 of his 2 overs. But yeah, it was a curious one. Yeah, personally, it felt, first one certainly felt like a bouncer. But if the umpires didn't think it was, then fair enough.
59 for 2. And Hassan, well, he's made a pretty good start as he moves on to 19. Haider needs to get going. Who are we going with here now? Looks like it's going to be Isra Ahmed. To continue, bowled a very good over when we saw him first up. He got the wicket that they needed, got the breakthrough. Then he comes. Again, pretty full. Haider will get a single. Be happy with that. Gets himself off the mark.
We'll take it. That's Fateh. I mean, they've got nothing to lose, and they're playing like a team with nothing to lose really here. Playing for pride, and I suppose always in your last match of a tournament, if you are bowing out, you want to finish on a high.
He waits on this nicely and takes the fielder on. Haider is the one who has to get to the other end. Well, that's the advantage of being tall. Well, tall man, tall legs. big strides. You run like a giraffe. You get to the other end. And despite the pick up and throw, gets a single. So Hyder now, he played not a bad first innings. It was a little bit slow game, but he plays 1 or 2 nice shots down the ground. And talking about down the ground, he goes for this one, but fielder comes in, should take it, gets it completely wrong. I think this hits the fingertips. And I get the feeling, and he might be examining those in a minute. It was an opportunity. It should have been taken. And, well, he's certainly feeling the sting. So Hyder gets lucky here. You see the fielder charging in. And that's Shahid Nazir. They don't want him to be injured. And this one has gone out on the offside. A lot of work to be done on the fielder. The bounce probably will beat them. It does. And it goes a long way up. And you know that on this outfield, when it comes down from a height, there's going to be a bit of bounce on this. Good shot, though. He plays it well. And watch the bounce.
It's not just the bounce, but it's the spin. Look, it basically turns. So, yeah, they were both kind of chasing the ball. But if they had been able to communicate, they might have covered the angles a bit better. As it was, Hassan gets a bit of luck, and he gets a boundary.
Single taken. Clever, intelligent batting. If it's not on, take the single. This was one thing that I was saying that we didn't quite see in the first innings from Fateh. They were very keen to go for the big shots, but were missing out on the singles. There was too many dot balls. And slight improvement from them.
Binge watcher saying, his grip makes it look like he's going to whack it out of the park, but he hasn't hit too many. Probably right. Again, no lack of intent there from the batter. It's the end of 7 overs, 67 for 2. And yeah, it gives us a chance to fill you in with what's happening as far as the season. Right now, we are playing the last week of season 2022. We'll finish on Sunday. So yeah, we're only 3 days away from the end of the season. And then we'll have a 7-week end-of-season break. We'll be back in 2023, bigger and better, and a few surprises perhaps on the cards. We'll start here in Barcelona with a 4-week series. Then we head to Malaga. There are plenty of chances for me to improve my Spanish over the next few months. And ECL's coming up. That's one of our 2 marquee tournaments for the year. It's the Champions League of European Cricket, where only champion clubs from countries will be involved, and they'll all join up in Malaga. Let's go with the next over. It's a wild one from Arslan first up, down the leg side for a wide.
Yeah, not a good start. Arslan getting his radar wrong, but again, just opting to come around the wicket. Let's see if he can keep himself out of harm's way when it comes to being in front or not in front of the umpire. Starts okay. Once again, this is down the leg side and backs himself to put it to the boundary, does Bilal Hussain, and he does. It's a good shot. I mean, look, he knows he can take the wide, but he's thinking, you know, why take the wide when he knows there's nobody really out there on the boundary. Gets enough on it, 4 more runs. Good, positive, intensive batting here from Fateh, and particularly from Hassan, who's, well, he's raced along into a good score here already. So nice little start. 29 of 19.
Yeah. Batted well today.
This one's down the leg again. It will be called another wide.
Getting a few questions, Rico, in the chat. People asking about the players. Are they professional players? Are they not? So, well, the short answer is no. Cricket in Europe is not a professional game in 99.9% of cases. And so, no, these guys, they've all got jobs. They've got lives outside of cricket. They sacrifice a lot to play cricket. And not just here in Spain, but really, it's true for most of the continent.
Starts to catch it, and well, watch the bounce. Oh, look at that!
That's a good one.
This is vicious.
That's my favourite one so far.
This is vicious.
Talk about turning square. This turns like 89 degrees. Check out this bounce. Wow. Give us some more angles of that.
Oh, this is incredible. How about? Oh, there's no.
Watch the
no
spin.
way. No. You know what would have been the best if we had a fielder coming in from the boundary.
Fielder coming in might have worn it between the eyes. We've already seen some headbutts of people trying to read the bounce. That was incredible.
This is the only time that I think batters, the only pitch I know that batters get their own back at the spin bowlers, because they can spin it pretty big themselves off the bat. Arslan gets this one on the money. Finally, he gets one that goes straight, and he knocks him over. So Bilal Hassan will finally go. You'll go for 33, though. 33 quick-fire runs is what Fateh couldn't do in the first match. And finally, Arslan gets one on the money. Hassan was always going to go right across it. This is why he wants to come round the wicket. And he wants to get that angle in, and when he gets it right, it is a difficult one to put away.
Wow. Still can't believe how much that spun. Anyway, it's going to be a wicket though. Walking 677, 77 for the 3 now. Yeah, and Abdus saying that, yeah, would he be able to play if he was to be able to get here? Yeah, but I mean, this is the thing. People I get lots of questions about this. You know, if you happen to be in Europe, the way to do it is get in touch with a club. If that club's playing the European Cricket Series, then yeah, for sure you can play it. But I mean, it's not really through us, ECN. We are just showing the matches that are basically taking part between clubs that do exist in Europe.
Well, this is a good start, isn't it? Well, Ranjot Singh comes out higher up the order. I'm liking that. I mean, he's been like a yo-yo in this batting lineup for Friday. He's somebody who can give it a big crunch, and he does. He starts with a 6, Chuck de Forte style. 6 carreras.
Yeah, nice shot. Again, it's the kind of 21st century technique, isn't it? Clears that front leg and smacks it.
Well, he goes for another, and he's not going to be so lucky this time. And the man that had issues before, Shahid Nazir, when he almost loses his fingers, makes that one look easy. So a good catch and a good comeback from him. And Ranjot Singh, well, he doesn't waste any deliveries. He is 6 and out.
Yeah, 6 and out. That one would have gone for 6, I think. Good catch by Shahid Nazir. Again, he had a good awareness of where he was. He knew he couldn't really take a step back from here. And just has a little confirmation check. And well held by Shahid. So, Ranjot, 6 and out job for him. Like you said, it's 83 for 4.
Sí, una grande 6 y luego fuera de campo. Es así. But look, I don't mind that. This is the difference here. They've got wickets in hand. So have a go. Batters are coming out to try and whack it big. And I think it'd be very much the same here. Last ball of the over, you might as well go big and swing hard. He does swing hard. Will he go big? No, he should and will be stopped by Wakas to here. Gets the single and end of the over. So Gurpreet Singh replaces one left-hander goes, another one comes in.
Yeah, end of the over. It's 84 for 4. Edith saying in the chat, yeah, the reverse cup catch is always easy to catch. Yeah, so the fingers pointing up. Sometimes people call that the reverse cup. How about that for consistency through the first 4 overs, by the way? A real plateau. 11, 11, 11, 11. That was the best over innings on the last over. Yeah, I think for balls that are over your shoulder, it makes sense to catch the ball with fingers up. Gives you a good eye line at the ball. Allows you to give a little bit. It really depends on the angle of the catch and how high it is. That's the best way to do it. No one's catching this though, Rico.
It's been launched. What a hit that is. Right down the ground. You see the fielder looks like he was going to get in the action there, Subhani, but finds it's gone all the way. And this is one man, look, again, Gurpreet Singh. I was calling for him earlier in the last match. I know that he's got this in his artillery, this shot. He executes that brilliantly. What a hit.
Great hit.
Captain under attack. And then he comes back, well, very much the same as Ranjot Singh. 6 first ball. And, well, then he gets himself out. Don't mind that at all. I mean, you've got to go out there. You've got to be brave. You've got to be swinging. You've got to be trying to get the acceleration in. That's what he's been sent out there to do. And, well, he doesn't waste too many deliveries as he goes for 7 of that, his third delivery.
Well, poor Gurpreet, he would have been hoping that 6 would have come off the last ball of the last game because that would have forced the golden ball. So it shows that he's very capable of clearing the boundaries. But yeah, on this occasion, he gets nothing but fresh air as he departs. It's 90 for 5.
But getting to a decent score, not a bad time for this man to be coming out. Yeah. Gagandeep Singh, he's a lovely character, Gagandeep. He's certainly given us plenty to talk and smile about during this series. And unfortunately, we're not going to see much more of him or the Fateh boys after this match. But yeah, they've been, like the other teams that we will be saying goodbye to early, they certainly have entertained us.
And they're certainly entertaining. Fan favourites for a while now, Fateh. Had their good days, have their bad days. Yeah, at one stage they held the lowest score record. I think it was 34 at that stage. But we also had some very good moments. Comes here, gets his one past the bats. Gagandeep Singh, the new batter.
Yeah, Gagandeep, I think he knows he's missed out on this. You don't get too many opportunities to put 10-0 away because he does bowl a very good wicket-to-wicket line normally, and it's the slower delivery that gets a lot of batters in trouble. So when he gives you some width, you've got to try and make the most of it.
Banged it, but how high and how far? Safe, watch the spin. I wouldn't be too confident about what the ball's going to do on the first bounce here, but Guggendeep off the mark. Bit risky, but gets away with it.
Yeah, it goes a long way up in the air. Still 2 deliveries to come in this one. I mean, can they... Couple of boundaries here and be more or less already at the 100 going into the last. That would be a good sign. Hyder, he's been a little bit quiet the other end. Hasn't really had too much of the strike. And this one is, I think he gets a bit of bad on this. I do think there's a little snick on it.
It doesn't carry though to Mubashir Ali. I'm going to say Mubashir's a pretty good keeper. Yeah, definitely. Doesn't carry though.
Missed opportunity though to take a single. I mean, as soon as that's not going to hand, I mean, you'd expect Guggendeep to be halfway up the track. But ends up being the dot. Dot ball is a good ball, but a gold dust. Last one in the 9th. Bit of width, and he gets a clever delivery in the grunt. Or maybe the grunt scares Hyder because he doesn't move when he hears the ah.
The old grunt slow ball. It's the oldest trick in the book.
Here we go. Ah, oh, you scared me. And he just leaves it go.
Perfect bowling. That's that premeditated footwork. You see, going outside leg stump. Couldn't reach it in the end. 9 overs down, 91 for 5. Again, you know, these two teams, hasn't been too much between them. You look at the scores in the first game, 92 and 87. This one set up to be maybe 100. I think it'll test the youngsters. And Fateh, I think if you offered them 100 at the start of things, they probably would have taken it and backed their bowling, their fielding. But let's see how many they get. Here's the last over. Aslan will be the bowler.
Down the leg side. And that's the way he started in his first over. The first few deliveries were down the leg side. One of them, Hassan was able to get hold of and send it to the boundary. And the Guggendeep will be hoping to do the same. It will be coming into him. So he's got to be ready to rock back and pull. And he does pull this one, but he's not going to get it past the fielder. So going to be disappointed because if he does just step across it, he would have got the wide anyway.
He would have.
So chews up a ball really. For one run.
Arslan's one guy has shown he can lose the ball down the leg side. So again, as a batter, I think I wouldn't be moving my feet outside leg stump at all. I'd be just covering the leg stump line, but anything outside it, let it go.
Can't be out, I don't think.
Yeah. So that's what I'm talking about. That's why you can use your pads to defend your stumps pretty much against Arslan from this angle. No bat on it, they get a leg bite.
So another opportunity for Guggendeep. If he gets hold of one at the middle, it will stay hit, that is for sure. But he's not probably getting the line that he likes. Prefers to hit out on the off. Gets a bit of bat onto this. Looking to run hard. And Hassan, well, he's up for it. Of course he is. He's pretty quick. He would have been running to the danger end. But that's good alertness from the fielder. He probably sees Hassan's already started. And it's the quicker of the two. So throws it to the keeper where Guggendeep would have been running to. Only take the one though. Is this another loose delivery down the leg side? Hey, listen, the old computer, bat versus ball wall, predicted Fateh getting 99. So it's been more or less spot on, isn't it?
Supercomputer. Must have had a service because it's been pretty good. Yeah, 99. Good observation.
Well, this is being hit pretty well, but will drop in front of the two fielders. And it will be Nawaz who gets the throw in. Good running and almost bounces over. I think that's Isra Ahmed who's doing the backing up.
I mean, lucky's that tall because that would have been a non-Maximo 6 because it takes a big hop. And, yeah, another fielder. That could have easily gone over his head. So, 98 now. Couple to come.
Once again, just can't be. Not that. I mean, he's got to do an awful lot to get an LBW right arm around the wicket. It's got to be, first of all, it's got to be right up there. It's literally got to be hitting the batter right on the back foot in front of the stumps.
Yeah, exactly. That was a one short, by the way, last ball.
No, you're kidding.
So that two became a one. Oh, annoying.
This one, unless they get two, will mean they do finish on a 99. In comes the throw, and they are, well, they keep running. Well, I don't mind this at all. It's worth it. But they do get to the 100. So 100 on the board from Fateh. So they do a little better than what they did last time around. Well, remember last time around, if they got to this, they would have won the match. So that was a positive time for them. Guggendeep gets there because the throw wasn't the best to the keeper. The second one was just a nice, easy one from Israel Ahmed. So he'll earn some fantasy points. That's courtesy of the assist in that one. And Fateh, they finished 99 for 6.
Yeah, well, there you go. Bat versus ball. Well, even predicted the one short there because it is 99. It's spot on. So, someone give the computer a treat.
Was that another one short?
No, I just meant the score ended up 99, which is what they predicted.
I thought it ended up 100.
Because
they ran 2 at the end.
All right, well, I take it back. The computer's well. Take the computer treat back. Yeah, an even 100, you're right, actually, with a 2 and run out. But look, when it comes down to it, the game's in the balance. You see, okay, Fateh, they had lovely sing back. They obviously rejigged their order a little bit. That was Manjinder who had to go, trying to swing away at a leg. It didn't really come off. But yeah, if you're off from 100, I think they'd probably take it. I probably think it's a 50-50 game from here. We saw everyone coming out with the right approach. Nazir wasn't able to hold on to that one. Did take a good one later. Mushtaq, again, was finding this one a bit difficult. A bit of the old trampoline Tortuga coming in a couple of times as well. That was a nice deflection. But really, I think the approach was right from Fateh. They batted with freedom. Now, that was one of the all-time great side spins. And, well, really, Bilal, again, batted reasonably well today, but swung all around this one. And there were a couple of 6-and-out jobs in there. Rajad was one of them, as he was able to smack that one away, but then the next one would have gone, but it was well taken by Nazir. Same thing, really, with Gurpreet, who went 6-and-out himself. And they kind of staggered through the 90s, and unselfish stuff, really. Hyder sacrifices his wicket, trying to come back for an impossible third, but they do come up with the even 100 on the board. Psychological one, isn't it, when the 100 comes up? Let's have a look at the scorecard. Bilal Hassan had a good day with about 33 off 21 top scoring in this innings. Lovely Singh in his only appearance in this ECS. He was back with new uniforms, had a few runs, 21 for him. Mirza 15 opening the batting, and then piecing together a handful each in the middle order, getting them to that 100. Not a bad innings, I think, from the young stars. You can see 6 wides. 2 for 25, Arslan does take the wickets, but it's a little bit expensive, to be honest. For me, I like Tanzir and also Salik in this innings. Israel Ahmed took a wicket as well. Sabani, he just kind of lost the plot a little bit, trying a bit too much short stuff, but still, I think it wasn't a terrible performance from him. So they're near enough if they're good enough. The young stars to take all the points out of day 28. They'll need 101 for victory. Fateh, well, they can finish their series with a win if they can defend this score of an even century. We'll be back in around about 10 minutes. Until then, it's Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN, along with Rico 4. Hope you're having a great day. We'll see you back shortly here on ECN for more FanCode European Cricket Series.
Muy buenos días y bienvenido al campo de Montjuïc por el segundo partido de Fateh contra con el Ali Youngstars. Fateh contra batting primero y tiene 100 carreras exacto. Entonces Ali Youngstars necesita 101 y vale, pasa un bien fiesta por todos también, un día de Inmaculada, de una fiesta grande aquí en España y también en muchas partes del mundo. Hello and welcome back everybody on what is a holiday here in Spain. I hope you're having a good day joining us here. Yeah, Immaculate Conception Day, a big holiday and one that's observed by Roman Catholics around the world. Also marks the beginning of the Christmas season, so it's a big day. Also, it's National Brownie Day as well, so if you've got time, make sure you have celebrate the National Brownie Day. Have a brownie, a chocolate brownie. Well, I'll tell you one thing, what's not looking good is some heavy clouds are starting to appear. So that sunshine, a moment ago we were thinking, what rain? Oh, now the rain looks like it's raining in the distance. It's part of Barcelona that we see from here. Seems to be all under cloud at the moment. So, now the Youngstars, 101 required for victory. There's this one. Gets swung into Nazir. Nazir batted very well in the last match. Really, he was the only main contributor. He scored a fine 50, 56 of 32 deliveries to help his side to 92, and it was enough. They were able to defend it. Wajid Iqbal bowled very well in the last one. This is played out. Take the single and Jinder Singh does get his eyes focused in. There he is. Jinder Singh, lovely. Normally he is the captain. I suppose if he was around for the whole of the series with the captain, just here for the one match. And he'd be hoping that he's brought some luck with him, as well as the new kits he's bought. Don't they look dashing? This is up in the air, opportunity. Haider will drop it. And Gagani then comes across and tidies it up. So the captain, Tanzir, gets lucky. Skies it up. Haider, he puts it down. Tanzir, he could have been back for 0. And does everything right apart from take it. And you see he's pretty frustrated, Haider. It's a big opportunity. Gets dropped first up. Nazir will go back on strike. Short, Gundy being absolutely walloped. Lovely jubbly, thank you very much. Keep bowling that to me. As Wajid decides to go upstairs. And Nazir says, yeah, that's fine. Remember, you got no feel to it as well. It's Andy House. It's doing the fielding over there. Well, that was a catch that got down. And that was why Tanzir is still out there. And that was the shot that followed. So, how often have we seen that? Short again and down the leg side again. And a batter of the ability of Nazir, who's in very fine form after a half century in the first match between these two. No, he's not going to miss out on that. Nicely played away. There's the sunshine we had probably 15 minutes ago has been replaced by murky, dark clouds. And starting to look threatening, so maybe that forecast was right after all. We hope not. Better delivery from Wajid, and he finishes the over. 10 come off it. So exactly where they have to be at the Youngstars. And really, you've got to say, they were sort of fed by Iqbal in that one. 46 matches without a golden ball. Now, I do say that anything between 100 and 110 could get us a golden ball. We'll have to wait and see. So, they're going with Ranjot. Big swing and a miss, and he says no. Oh, well, direct hit. Could have been interesting. Tanzir is pretty keen to get Nazir back on strike. Remember, he's lucky to be there. He was dropped from 0. Yeah, you can see some of that cloud cover here now, not looking too great. Ranjot using him early this time. I quite liked him bowling a bit later on, getting the ball to swing around. And this time goes for the shorter one. Oh, edge gets dropped. Waqas Mirza gets the chance, puts him down. I tell you what, Tanzir, he's had a bit of luck. Ranjot beats him here, all ends up. He goes pretty quick through to Waqas Mirza. And then he could have been run out as well. He could have gone on a couple of times. Dropped twice on 0, then on 1. Haider was guilty first time, and then the wicketkeeper. Well, he should have no excuse with the gloves on. Well bowled again. He's actually getting this one to swing the other way. When we saw him bowl in the first match, he was swinging them in big. Now he's getting the ball to swing away. Oh, swing and a miss again. And, well, or is it a swing and a miss? I think he's celebrating. So the umpire, has the umpire given this out? Well, the batters are still there. So I don't know what the celebration, I mean, Ranjot Singh is celebrating. He's saying, oh, yeah, he goes and he gives high fives to, look, he's celebrating here, goes to the wicketkeeper, giving him high fives. But it wasn't given out. And, yeah, you can clearly see distance between the ball and the bat. So that was a celebration for nothing. We're going to have maybe a quick look at how the standings are looking. And you can see that, unfortunately, Fateh not going to be able to get into the Group B finals day. So really, it's the last time we've seen them. And the young stars, we will see them. This is in the air, just dropping short of the big man. And not able to take the catch, not able to get anything on this at all. And look, I've noticed something. I reckon Majinder's in lovely. He's been done here, you know. He's been done. I'll tell you why in a moment. When we see the bowler turn round here with Jeed, have a look. I mean, I'm telling you what, that is not how you spell Fateh. I reckon he's been cooked. He's going to want a refund. Well, this one isn't coming back because this goes the distance. And that's 6 runs. Shukka lag gaya. And, well, Fateh, they're trying to get back into this match to try and finish with a victory. I think they'll be trying to get those a refund on those shirts as well. Because, well, Fateh, F-A-T-E-H, is not spelt the way it's spelt on the back of those shirts. Johns will be no run. So Majinder, he's comes with bringing gifts. But that's almost as bad as, you know, when you, I mean, it's that time of year, Christmas. Remember when you used to get those gifts? You have to unwrap it and then you thought, oh no, I need batteries. It took you a day to get batteries because everything was shut Christmas morning and Boxing Day. You finally get batteries and then the toy doesn't work. It's that sort of feeling for Fateh because the shirts have come, and as dashing as they look, a chance and catch has been taken, so they do get a wicket. Tanzir finally goes. Well, they needed him to give 3 chances, dropped on 0, dropped on 1, but finally the catch has been held. Bilal Hassan makes no mistakes, and the captain, well, he was on borrowed time, wasn't he? But he will go for 7 of his 11 deliveries. I don't think, personally, that's a bad thing, because he was struggling, really, and he was just eating up deliveries. So I think he makes the right choice to go for it. And it is Wajeed that gets the wicket. Now we're going to see some of the key contributors come out. So, well, that's the big story. I think Diana Oro's the ECM photographer. She's taken some shots off those shirts. And maybe we should put one of those questions, take a picture of it, and then on the website say, spot the deliberate mistake. Remember those? Yeah, look at that. F-A-T-H-E. Oh, so close to being another. Very lucky. Now the chase is on. Ball won't go to the boundary. In comes the throw, and he's going to be run out, is he? Asking the question, does he get back? I think he does. And 2 opportunities maybe. Here comes the throw, and yeah, he's in quite comfortably actually. Looked closer at one point. Well done to Wajid for getting there, and he knows that the keeper's not in action. (18 for 1). Ball to go in the power play. Short, goes upstairs, and there's work to be done by the fielder. Does brilliantly. Superb. Really good fielding. That's a Gurpreet Singh. Oh, he's like a cheetah on the hunt for the Kookaburra. Does really well. Good, clean pickup and gets the throw in and keeps the pressure on the Ali Young Stars. 19 for 1. As Fateh are trying to level this mini-series between themselves and the Young Stars. At the beginning of the day, I thought that this had the makings of a shared mini-series between the 2 teams, 1 apiece. Let's see if Fateh can go on to do that. They're going to go back to Ranjot. Bowled very good. First over. In fact, it was so good that there was no runs from it at all. It was actually a maiden that escaped me at the time, probably because I was too busy looking at the kits and the spelling that was wrong. So Ranjot started with a maiden. And then he bowls right on cue. Now that I'm looking, he bowls a Gandhi ball that gets put away to the boundary. He lets himself down here, really, Ranjot. It's you bowl there, you get put away. That's an easy hit for somebody of the ability of Mubashir Ali. And he says, thank you very much, Ranjot. Ranjot has to get this back right. He was getting the ball to actually move away in that last over. This one doesn't move at all. It's late down the ground, and it's going to be 6 more. Balle. Ginna Sona Shaka Lagya Shaba. What a good hit that is, Mubashir. Well, I think he's giving a message to Ranjot to say, well, if it's not swinging and it's straight and it's in that zone, it's going to be sent the distance. Ranjot does get a bit of swing in it. This is an interesting appeal. But Ranjot, he's down on the floor asking it. He wants it. He wants it badly. He does a little bit of a dance. I don't know whether he slips or whether he just gets too excited. But how about this one appeal? I think this one, oh, it's so close. Look at him. He goes. Where does this start? Does it pitch outside the line? Comes in a long way. Or is it the height that the umpire goes for? Also, it's a lot of things to take into account. Oh, he was jumping up and down. He's wanting it. He was like a jelly bean. Given not out. And then he comes up with a feisty one which beats Mubashir outside the off. It's all happening there in the middle. Yeah, a number of things there. Does it pitch outside the off stump? Also, the height would have come into play. But also, the other thing the umpire would have been looking at is the amount of movement that he was getting. Ranjot now goes upstairs. I don't think there's any... This is not the one to bowl for me. I mean, he's already got the answer about the short ball. Bowl it short and Mubashir will thump you. So, gain for the upstairs approach won't work. And you can see the wicketkeeper saying, "Oi, outside the off." And that's what he does. And goes a little bit too wide and gets put to the boundary as well. So, after bowling a remarkable maiden of his first over, this one, where it goes for a few. That's another boundary. That takes it 15 off this. 3 boundaries have come off it. There's Diana Oros. He's starting to feel the pinch, feeling the cold. Nice and snug in her jacket, looking to capture maybe another wicket. Well, she's got to take evasive action. Which is this is going? It's coming our way somewhere. Well, I tell you what, when this ball goes up in the air, the sky's this colour, you just lose it. Well, that's a thumping shot. There we go. That's where it is. It's easy to see in that background, but not when it's in the air. And now I knew it was coming our way, kind of. It was coming Diana's way as well. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Exactly. I was ready. It was to my right, but not by a long way. Big hit, another boundary. And have you ever seen anything like this? Well, his first over was a maiden. Nada, nada, nada. And then the second one goes magical. Well, I don't think I've quite seen anything like that before. And it basically gets the Alley Young Stars back on course. There were 19 at the end of the power play. With that over, 21 come of it. And they are now back where they want to be. 40 off 4, 1 wicket down. And it's Mubashir Ali that's turning on the style. Go to spin. And, well, this is obviously taking a bit of the pad on the way through. It's not the first time we've seen Nazir struggle a little bit with the spin. And it's that of Nath. So, Gurdeep Nath comes into the attack. Takes him on. It's a miscue. It's wide off the fielder coming in. Randeep Singh, the captain, can't get there. And Nazir, who was pumping the ball to all parts of the ground in the first match, he gives way to Ali. Now, Nath, I wouldn't be bowling it on the legs to Mubashir Ali. He's very strong in that area. And he demonstrates it with this hit. But, oh, wow, that has been spicy for Gurpreet Singh, who stops it. But it sort of ricochets off his hands. Powerful hitter. Just a single. Need to break this partnership. Can Nath be the one to do it? Nazir this time just is quite happy just to pump the ball back into the ground. Gets a single, gets Mubashir back on strike. Firmly struck and down the ground and over it goes. Manos arriba, arbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras. Cuidado, cuidado, porque eso es una más grande. Que dulce. Well, I'll tell you what, if you're practicing in the nets, I don't know if that's the Gracia boys and Hawks just doing a little bit of warming up before they come into action. Well, be careful because, well, there's some coming your way aerial because, well, the hitting at the moment from Mubashir Ali is so sweet. This one's slightly shorter. More work to be done by the fielders on the leg side. Spicy throw in from Wajid. That's also at the end of the over. Brings up the 50. So evenly poised and, well, halfway point. Double the 50. What do you get? 100. That means you'll get to a golden ball. It's a fine time to bring in Mr. Maximo as we have a look at ECL 23, which, you know what? Though it's next season. Yeah. It's not that far away.
I can't wait. And actually, I just got some quite sad news, actually. Maybe you don't realise this, but
what's that?
One of our biggest supporters from Kartama, John Scott, we know him as Bully, actually passed away.
No way.
This morning of a heart attack. So, I mean, he's one guy. He has been supporting that tournament so much. And, well, come back to the cricket for a sec. It'll be hit to the boundary for 4. So, I mean, right bang on the required rate after halfway on the Young Stars, and that'll help. But, yeah, so to him and his family, he's got 2 boys, including Harry, who was playing for the Calpe Giants in the ECL last year. Yeah, he's done so much for that tournament, driving us around, helping us, getting supporters there.
I'm in shock.
Yeah, I'm just
such a nice
literally
guy.
Just found out a few minutes ago. So, yeah, no, on behalf of the ECN, we're also devastated. Anyway, this one's going to be up and out of the ground. Mubashir flexing his muscles, goes Maximo. And, yeah, so anyway, we won't dwell on it. But, yeah, obviously for us, it's a big loss to our community and our thoughts with his family and those close to him right now.
Yeah.
Sad.
Just those thoughts. Yeah, very sad. And, yeah, I mean, I know Bully very well. And, of course, especially his son as well, who's played a lot of cricket.
Yeah,
Seen him So, yeah, our thoughts are with you at the moment, your family. That is tragic news. Got it. Absolute beauty. And Bilal Hassan, well, he gets pumped for a couple of boundaries, comes back strong. Didn't quite know what to do with it, Mubashir Ali. He changes his mind. He was decided he was going to do one thing, then he thinks, well, maybe I'll do this, and by the time he makes up his mind, the ball goes through and knocks the stumps over. That's really well bowled, and they needed this wicket. They needed to end this partnership, but more importantly, they needed to see the back of Mubashir Ali, who, well, he was striking the ball so well. 40 of 14 deliveries, but he goes 4 sixes and 3 fours in that innings.
Yeah, the bad times and the good times there cut together. They needed something to go their way, didn't they, Fateh? At the start of the second half of this innings. Started with a bang, didn't it? 4 and a 6. And they're still hanging in there. A few people asking about the rain forecast. Well, at the moment, we've got clouds that have come back. It was weird. The clouds cleared and now they've come back.
It was sunshine 15, 20 minutes ago.
It was.
I tell you what, Vinny, be careful. What I've noticed here is anything that's hit straight, I can't see it. Okay. Because we got this over us, and because of the colour of that, you see anything that's hit in the air straight, just duck.
I believe you.
Just duck.
I'm getting told that we shouldn't have any rain until there's a possibility of it in about 2.5 hours. So that's telling me maybe towards the end of game 3.
Yeah.
But you never know. Sometimes we've been told it's not raining, and then, well, my phone's telling me it's not raining, and top of my head's telling me it is raining. So, yeah, it's a bit of an inexact science. I do think we'll have no problems completing this game, though. Famous last words.
Up in the air, catching opportunity, taken, and very well taken indeed. Good catch by Iqbal Wajid. Not easy, I tell you, it's not easy. If you could see the cloud cover and the white ball going up into this sort of grey, whitey clouds, it's a little bit dark, it's overcast. These balls are not easy to pick up. He does really well. And he gets the big wicket, don't they? They need to break the partnership. They got Mubashir out, and now they picked up Shahid Nazir, who, well, we know he was the man who pulled off the half century last time round. So we definitely do have a game on now. What a good catch that was. Fateh, they're back in this.
Yeah, well, the fielding was the one thing at the start of the tournament, Fateh, that really let them down. They couldn't catch cold in a freezer, really, at the beginning. But, yeah, when they're holding their catches, then they're a lot better team. And that was well held in these conditions.
Yeah.
Kind of difficult seeing, like you said. It's not particularly warm, 13 degrees currently. But also clever bowling by Bilal Hassan, who's established the okay to take the pace off and force the batter to make the pace.
Okay, look, Subhani comes in. What's the first ball you're bowling to him?
Slow ball.
No, bang it in. You want to bang it into me, I'm banging it into you.
Oh, yeah,
give him some of that short stuff, especially when he comes in without wearing a helmet.
You're being petty, I'm being strategic.
No, this is a bowler thinking. This is the bowler thinking. Is that you wanted to pepper me or us with short deliveries. Now you're coming out here without a helmet, you're getting one.
That's why you bowlers, you get a reputation for being...
Now, come on, who's with me? Who's with me on the chat? Hey, listen, you know, another thing I've noticed, and maybe this is not the right time to mention this because Subhani comes out. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that so far today, we've not seen a duck.
Is that right?
I don't think I'm pretty sure. I'm looking at me scribbled notes. I don't see a zero anywhere. So I know you'll have a look.
No duck day.
So far, it's a no duck day.
Because we haven't heard the duck noise. Yeah. So that's my first one. Okay. I'm looking at... Okay, innings by innings.
Yeah, you go have a look. See if a duck sneaked in without us seeing it. But, anyway, we could have a first one. Subhani. No, just by there could have been a duck. We saw Tanzir was dropped on 0.
No, you are spot on. Subhani then he's a lot of pressure's on him. Could we have a duckless morning?
You know why it's no ducks?
Why's that?
Because it's the start of the Christmas season. It's all about turkeys. You know, forget the ducks.
Okay.
It's turkeys.
How about a turducken? Have you heard of what that is?
What? Say that again. Say that again. Well, he survives another.
Okay, it's a bit early for food chat, but I'm going to tell you about what I think is one of the weirdest things.
He's standing too far back.
Just okay there. A turducken is a chicken stuffed inside a duck stuffed inside a turkey.
Okay.
It's something they serve in North America. I'm going to say that to you again. Nath is just a machine today, but can't take a wicket. It's basically a chicken stuffed inside a duck, stuffed inside a turkey, and you eat it.
Okay, all right, now you're going to show me a picture. I'm pretty sure you're talking about the bone is being rolled, right? You're taking the bone out.
It's a deboned.
Right, okay.
It's deboned. The chicken and the duck are deboned.
Subani, well, he's still on the duck. Could he be the first one of the day? 5 balls, hasn't got back on the ball yet. Nath is all over him like a rush.
That might be the best 4 overs of someone to bowl and never take a wicket. Nath today. He had 5 catches dropped off him in the first game. And, well, he's gone for less than run a ball here. 7 overs down, 62 for 3. So we're almost into the morning session, Rico. This afternoon, though.
Just going to interrupt you.
Yeah.
I think, you're going to chat this again for me, I think that's the second maiden in this innings. There was a maiden from Ranjot. I think it was the second over, the first he bowled. And I think that's another one. There's 2 maidens,
there was a
right?
single off the first ball.
Of this one?
Of that over just
Okay.
then. But you're right. Yeah, Ranjot's maiden stands up. This is what we've got in the afternoon. Gracia. They went on a heater yesterday against Ravel Sporting. And the Hawks, the last 2 games that they'll get to play in this ECS. So news from the toss. Gracia winning the toss. Batting first in that match 111. The Nelson coming up. So, yeah, it was a fake maiden, not a real maiden last over. Yeah, time to get a move on. And that's exactly what the batter wants to do. He goes 1 bounce, 4, short, it was wide, and it was hit. Nice shot.
Yeah, well, Mushtaq, he had to, didn't he? I mean, he was feeling all of the pain of what was happening at the other end from the non-strikers end. All right, get a bit of width from Ganganeep, but I think Ganganeep, all he's trying to do is get this ball just a fraction outside the off stump. Ends up being a little bit too wide. I don't mind that, and I don't think the captain should as well. It's about trying to get the ball in the right areas to Mushtaq, who's probably going to try and smash everything to the boundary. And that's a better line, so this will be a single, so they'll put the pressure back on the Subani. I'm just wondering here whether they'll... Oh, this is poor. This is really poor. There's only a single here. There is no need to throw the ball in like this, and that just means that I was just talking about putting the pressure on the Subani, get the field in. Well, they'll have to stay where they are because as a result of this, they will go and take a second.
Yeah, and good awareness from Mushtaq to spot it quickly. Gets back on strike.
This time they're taking him on. Good throw. He's in trouble, and he's going to be in trouble. He's going to be gone here for me. Well, this could have been the fielder who threw the ball to give the 2 runs away. We'll be saying all part of the plan, baby. All part of the plan. Randeep Singh, the captain, well, he's just short of doing a Bhangra dance on the field. They don't care that the team name on the back of their shirts has been spelt wrong, because if they get the victory here, they'll probably say, look, let's just change our name.
Out. I mean, yeah, they haven't given it out yet, but you can see there, he just felt he was out if he hit, and that will be the case.
Yeah, brilliant. And, well, he's jumping with joy even before the ball hits because he knows he's on target. Ganganeep celebrates, but great work from the skipper. Oh, he was dancing up and down like a jelly bean.
Yeah, fantastic bit of fielding. Yeah, is this the same fight that we saw in the first game? They couldn't catch a cold. They couldn't pick anything up cleanly. Yeah, brilliant stuff. And he was up and away.
Oh, yeah.
Big moment.
Ginasona, Capitán, está muy contento. Qué guay, qué genial. Grande. Un momento grande por el Capitán, because that's a big wicket. Mushtaq gone. Subani hasn't scored a run. This is up in the air, and it will stay hit. So that's the way to reply. The new batter goes in, and that's Harun Salik, and goes boom, shaka time.
Yeah, Pujendra asking, what do you think, out or not? Yeah, sometimes you just have a feeling, certainly playing a lot of indoor cricket, there's a lot of tight run-outs in that. And so I just feel like I've got a good sense. My spider senses were telling me he was just out. Here's Harun who's batting. This could be a chance as well. Not. In fact, watch the spin. This will spin away for 4. So, yeah, what a game this is. A few people have got the tingles. I can see why, Rico.
Yeah, well, of course, this is Subani. Apologies, I thought it was Salik, but no, of course, it was the game for the run that made the difference. It's also the end of the over.
I think we might have one more to go here. That's current. 78 off 7.5, so 23 off 13.
Yeah. Yeah, non-strikers then run out. Just trying to process that in your mind. Yeah, got it now.
All right. Caught up.
So Savani, after taking an age to get going, gets a couple of boundaries. Well, how about that? Just Gungadee just picks it up one hand. Says thanks very much. Yeah, look, an expensive over, but it did result in an important run out. So it goes for 17. The score now, well, these two, they almost provided us with the golden ball. And how are we looking here at the moment? 22 of 12.
We're on for a golden ball here. We could go right down to the wire. Have a look at those two tied over, 0 and 1. Just keeping Fateh in the game. I said, whatever happens, this could be an interesting second half. It's certainly proving to work out that way.
Hey, listen, you reckon Lovely, Jinder Singh Lovely is going to get a refund on this shirt?
I know what you're saying. Have you talked about that yet?
Yeah, the name on the shirts is spelled wrong. We've had a close-up on it. It's been confirmed. I've had a sneaky chat with Gungadeep. He says, yeah, it's spelled wrong.
Yeah. I mean, it would be cheaper to just officially change the name of the club. Yeah, Fateh. F-A-T-E-H is how it's spelled. And on the shirt, when he turns around, you'll see it's F-A-T-H-E. So it's just an alternative spelling. It still would be there you go. Still would be pronounced that way. Faith. Got to have faith.
I do like the detail on the shirt. And listen, you got an opportunity here.
Yeah.
Because I know you like collecting shirts. Majinder Singh, the guilty party in this, of course, he didn't make them, but he probably didn't check them.
He brought them.
His number is 23, and I know you like 23.
I think I get
Have
a cheap
nice
shirt.
Chat with it. You could get it. Yeah, I reckon they're giving these shirts away. Look, after today, they're done. They're dusted. So
I just think they should change their name to Faith Cricket Club, and they have the George Michael song as their theme song. I mean, I think it's an opportunity.
That's not how you spell faith either, though.
Not close enough.
Down the ground. It's going to be 6 more. Manos arriba. 6 carreras. Well, I tell you, somebody like you who made the shirts.
It's a cunning strategy. I mean, they need something to go their way, and Young Stars come up with 6 here. Good hitting. Savani pretty much played out his own personal maiden at the beginning of his innings, but now he's doing what we know he can. He looks a lot more comfortable against the pace.
Yeah, I mean, okay, that's better from him. But remember, the first 6 deliveries was nada. Now he's going. Hassan, though, always finds a way. Gets a slower ball in. And this time, it's been well watched. Running hard. That's good as well from Subani. Well, now he's hitting the ball well. He wants to stay on strike.
Golden ball. Mark my words. This is right in the Goldilocks zone for a golden ball now. 15 off 8, Harun Salik. And same thing for him. A lot of pressure. Pressure on the bowler, pressure on the batter. The other thing is, a couple of big 6s here. It's pretty much all over. Salik can hit a long ball, but he hasn't faced one yet in this match. Here's Hassan.
Oh, this is close. I think it's more than close, really. Well, the bowler goes down. We saw it was Ranjot Singh dancing down, thinking he's got his man. And what do you reckon?
I swear I saw the umpire nodding, but maybe he's from one of those countries where nodding means no. It comes back a fair way. Yeah, maybe just missing. I think that's a good call. Yeah. You could see pretty much all the middle stump. It hits him in line with leg. I think that's just missing the leg stump. Good umpiring.
Just doing a little bit too much. There's enough there to suggest the ball would have gone on and missed the stump. Only just.
Dot ball, though.
Only just, yeah, dot ball.
All happening in the ninth. And here's the last ball of the ninth from Bilal Hassan. Oh, maybe not.
Yeah, that's the slower, grunted one that goes wrong. Look, I still do like the detail on these shirts. You know, look, they got the eagle on it, got the little breasted eagle as well.
I know the solution as well. Just tape job.
Got the bit
we love a tape job.
Catalonia cricket on one side.
Very professional, except for the typo. Hello to Neil as well. Hopefully you're well. Nice to have you in the chat, as per usual. Hope you're having a nice day. All right, let's redo the last ball of the ninth.
Hit well and deals with the bounce as well. He's been very good out there as the fielder. That's a Gurpreet Singh.
Good fielding. Yeah. Pressure fielding.
Hey, listen, we always say when it's around 13, it gives us the golden ball. How many needed?
13. Golden ball zone. Golden ball zone here. Yeah, Neil saying Aberdeen under an inch of snow. We've had it all this year in Europe, haven't we? I remember the heat wave. Mid-year, we were right in the thick of that in Italy, weren't we?
Yeah.
And now it's a bit chilly, obviously. Barcelona's still good enough to play cricket.
You can hardly see Barcelona in the background there now with all this cloud cover, the haze cloud cover, dark clouds. I tell you what, it's one of those, that ball goes up in the air, I don't want to be under it. And I think with us being under here, because we're not getting much of the light, there was a couple that were hit straight. I had no idea where they were going, Vinny.
Yeah.
And,
it's a difficult seeing day. Well, this is a great finish. And Gaganip's going to bowl it. He's wearing 13. 13 is what the young stars need. And look, to me, it comes down to how many boundaries they can hit this over. I think if they hit 2 boundaries, they probably get there. If they hit 1, it's close. If they don't hit any, they don't win. Anyway, let's see what is delivered. You've got to have faith. Here we go, 13 off the last.
Oh, this has been mullered in the air, and it will go all the way. 6 runs. That sort of breaks the backbone off Fateh. The last thing they needed is this one go to boundary. But look, it just keeps his shape really well, Haroon Salik. He doesn't seem to be deterred at all. And, wow, 6 of the first. 7.
Game breaker, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, still, they don't hit another boundary from here. It could be close. But if they do hit another boundary, you feel that's probably all she wrote. Great shot from Salik.
And he goes for another. Ranjot Singh getting under it. Holds the catch. Dot ball. No run. New batter to go on strike. Game back on, Vinny.
Oh.
Game back on.
Boy, oh boy, how quick things can change. It swings one way, one ball. It swings right back the next ball. 7 off 4 with the new batter on strike. Now, for me, it's just a genuine toss-up again. How about the pressure on Rundeep? If he drops that, they're conceding 1. And they have Subani on strike. Now Salik's got to go. Look, I say if you were the young stars, you'd probably take that trade-off as well. A 6 and an out. It just gets them pretty much almost half the runs they need off the over in 1 ball. But yeah, what a fantastic cricket match this is.
Yeah, Arslan is the new batter that goes out. He will be on strike. Courtesy of the rule or law we introduced, and then everybody seemed to follow. New batter. Even though the batters would have crossed, will go on strike. So, listen, I reckon Subani has probably just said, hey, we're running here. That was what else would he have said to him? So here we go.
But he's got to make sure he doesn't get run out himself like this. See, yeah, this is where, I'll tell you what they should have done here. It's not a wide. So this is what you need to do if you're Subani. You've got to say to the other guy, look, I'm coming, but don't leave until I get there, until I'm safe. Yeah. Because that way, if you get run out, look, sorry, but that's your problem. But I need to get on strike.
Intelligent from Mirza as well. Doesn't throw it away, doesn't worry about getting the run out. This one is hit in the air. It's another chance. Oh, it gets put down. Big moment in the match. Huge moment.
And only take 1.
Huge moment. That's Hassan who puts it down, hits his hands hard. It pops out. Not only is it 1 run, which means 6 required of 2 deliveries, but they get Subani on strike.
What a match. What a match. He can win the game with 1 swing of the bat now. It's a 6 required. And if they do go to the outfield, they're definitely going for 2. 6 runs to win off 2.
Short is up in the air. Oh, Gagandeep. He goes after it. Takes a great catch. Absolutely sensational. Wow. How about that? This is not done yet because there's still a ball to go. 6 required for victory. New batter will go on strike. This is an incredible catch. The tension, the nerves. This is a match-winning moment. And Gagandeep, this goes a long way up. I've told you already how difficult it is to see the ball up there. That is a sensational catch. He makes it look easy. Wow. How about that? What a moment. And well, Gagandeep wants to stay cool. He doesn't want to celebrate. I tell you what, Ranjot Singh, he wanted to celebrate.
Woo! What a classic match this is. I gave him no chance to go find that in these conditions. Swirling around a little bit. They would have gotten 2 if he dropped that. They went 100% getting 2. Then it would have been 4 to win with the set batter on strike. As this is Basharat. He couldn't have hit anything earlier today. But he can be a hero here. Young Stars can win it with a 6. Anything less, Fateh are going to hold on. Here's the last ball.
And it's a swing and a miss. And the Gungan, well, he will be celebrating, I'm sure. What a moment for him. A great finish for Fateh. Look, it won't make any difference to where they finish in the table. It won't get them into the group finals day or give them the opportunity to get into the final itself. Ali Young Stars, we know already, will be featuring in the group finals day on Saturday. But this is a great comeback for Fateh. Fateh do what we know they're capable of doing. They can always turn it on when they have to. And Gagandeep Singh, I've been saying all the way along that he, for me, has been one of the key players for them with the bat, with the ball. Maybe he hasn't had all the opportunities that perhaps he deserves, but he pulls one out for his team here. 13 was required from the last over. The first ball was pounded for 6.
Yeah.
And then, well, Gagandeep, well, it was all about him, and that cordon ball was sensational.
What a comeback. Well, you got to have faith. And Fateh, they do it in the end. What a comeback after that first ball. The last over went for 6. Let's have a look at what happened a little bit earlier. And, well, it was the old Fateh for a second there as we saw that one get spilled. But, yeah, it was funny because Young Stars, okay, they didn't have it all their own way, but they were pretty much on target. They were 50 at halfway. And once again, run job was important. Yeah, but the Young Stars, they'll feel they really let this one slip because they were in a winning position.
Yeah, they were in a winning position, but it's all about the wickets being taken at the right time and all about holding your catches. I said the first match was won in the field by the Ali Young Stars. Fateh, likewise, they've won this one in the field. They were much better. They took the catches. I was ducking and diving. But, yeah, I mean, look, well done to them. When it mattered, they took the important one. I tell you what, Bilal Hassan, I mean, he was great there. Great wicket that to take. But when he dropped that catch, I thought, that's going to be curtains.
Yeah, it seemed like it. But this is where, you know, it got super interesting. They started holding their catches, working their way back in. That's gone by Iqbal Wajid. He dropped one this morning. But, yeah, they just seem to find a way to get the boundaries. What a moment this was as well. The direct hit run out from Randeep Singh to get Usman Mushtaq, a dangerous hitter. So they kept themselves in it with the fielding. And, yeah, this is one that kind of spun away for 4. But, yeah, can't wait to see this finish again because they needed 13 off the last. Salik ended up going bang, and you think, okay, from here, it's going to be all the batting team. But then the rest of the fielding in the over was incredible. So Ranjot takes the catch. Then there's the catch next ball that goes down, and Bilal Hassan doesn't drop too many. And, yeah, when it came down to it, went all the way down to the wire. He goes after this. Again, if this isn't caught, they get 2, and there's 4 off the last ball with the set batter on strike. But that was the ice-up, wasn't it? Fantastic work. And Gagandeep, he comes up with the goods when it counts.
Yeah, he really does. And then we're finishing it off, getting the ball in the right areas. And that one, it was a matter of centimetres. I think if that one was made contact, that would have flown out of the ground. It really would have done. So what a game, what a win for Fateh. I suspected both these two teams would have shared the spoils, and they do. So, well, we're going to end this match with Fateh. Fateh get a victory, and they will finish at least on a high. Well done to them, winning their 4th match in the series. And now, well, we look forward to seeing a team that is in great form at the moment. They've won 8 on the spin. Gracia taking on Hawks, who, well, you've got to say, they were disappointing yesterday against the Ada Tigers.
They were, but Hawks are very capable, and we'll see Gracia batting first after winning the toss. Let's have a look at the scorecard. And yeah, it's quite an incredible one because there's 5 runs the margin again. So it's the same margin. Different champion, though, in match 110. Ali Young Stars, maybe Australia impressed with 40, didn't he? But 18 to Sabani. As the next best. As far as the bowling went, well, they stood up when it counted. 2 wickets for Bilal Hassan and Gagandeep Singh, 1 to Wajid. But just have a look at Nath. And Nath bowled really, really well today. Couldn't take a wicket, but he only went for 11. And when you consider that they only held on by 5 runs, I think for me, he's still the best of the bowlers. We'll take a break and we're back with the Hawks versus Gracia when we return in 25 minutes. Hope you have a nice little mini break, but then join us back here in Barcelona. Well, the clouds are here, but it's still dry. Hopefully it stays that way. We'll have an update when we return in time for the 3rd match of the day. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. We'll see you very shortly for more action here on ECN. We're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back to the afternoon session of this FanCode European Cricket Series here in Barcelona at this magnificent Mount Juic Olympic ground. And we welcome back a team that's been in good form, Gracia. Gracia have won 8 on the spin so far, looking to make it 10 on the spin. They're a team that have looked well polished, haven't they? They've been good in the bowling department and in the batting, and they've got a wealth of experience and skill in their lineup. They're up against the Hawks. The Hawks yesterday would have been disappointed when they lost both their matches to the Jaeger Tigers. They were well beaten. So they're looking to bounce back. Look, they're starting at the bottom of the table. They know that they will play no part in the Group B final stage on Saturday. But this is all about pride for them. And I know their captain really wants them to get a good performance in against a good team. He's going to be boosted with a couple of players coming into this one. Let's see how this works out. First, though, let's join Cameron Zia and also Hiro Mahei in the middle there with Rob coming for the all-important coin toss.
Beautiful. And hits is called. It is hits.
So the new look, Hiro Mahei, winning the toss and decided, yeah, he's going to have a bat first. Of course he is. Look, they have been very strong with the batting. I think they've got a choice of either Kuldeep Lal or Viva Yadav to open up. If one doesn't perform, the other one does. And then you've got the like of the captain himself, Hira, has been in fine form, hasn't he? Over 300 runs in the series. Simranjit Singh has been good as well. And then, of course, the bowling front, where the bowling has been sensational. Trilochan Singh was excellent yesterday, picked up a 3-for, and also Paramveer Singh was pretty good as well. But like I said before, all-round good quality team, and their catching and fielding has been sensational as well. I mean, Simranjit Singh has taken some outstanding catches. Hawks, well, they'll be boosted because Bilal comes back into this side, Imtaz, so the captain, Kamran, is a lot happier about the way his team is looking, and he'll be also hoping that somebody like Mohamed Sufial and also a man who batted really well yesterday, someone like Ali Hassan, can come good here as well. And on the bowling front, I still do believe someone like Amir Hamza could be the key for them side. It's going to be a very exciting match. I know that you'd expect Gracia to continue their unbeaten run here intact at the moment. They're looking to make it 10 wins out of 10. It's a great run for them, but I do believe that the Hawks, they can't finish in a position where they'll be contesting for a place in the final on Sunday. But I still do think that they want to finish with a bang and show everybody just what a good team they can be when they've got all of their players together. Going to be an exciting one. Let's go over to the commentary position to Mr. Maximo for the start of this one. Maximo is going to be Gracia, going to bat first, and hopefully they're looking to pile on the runs.
Thanks very much, Rico. Welcome to the afternoon session, guys. At the moment, the kind of weather, a bit funny. Some overcast conditions at the moment. Yeah, I'm not too worried about it at the moment. We'll get a start going. And yeah, Gracia, good toss to win, I think, for them. That's what they like to do. They like to get the runs on the board and then try and defend them. And we know they've got a very strong batting lineup. A couple of ins for Gracia as well. Nice to see Jaipal Singh in. So another Kings 11 player from Italy coming into the side for the first time in this series. Also, see Sahil comes in for the Gracia team. And of course, theoretically, everyone that plays here for Gracia in this series, they'd be eligible for ECL selection as well. Let's have a look at these two teams. Well, as you can see, pretty contrasting stuff between these two. Gracia certainly had a rough start to the tournament, been pretty good since. All right, here we go with Mohamed Sahil. He starts with a big filthy full toss, and it's whacked away for 4. So, decent start. And Kuldeep Lal out there opening the batting. Amal Rathod out there with him, so it's a bit of a change in the order, but I think Rathod's, he's a guy that's very capable, but hasn't had too many opportunities because of how strong the batting is. So nice to see him out there, and a pretty good start for Kuldeep. Jendra's asking, is it raining? Well, short answer is no. Will it rain? Maybe. But at the moment, we're okay. Just looking, I'll keep an eye on the forecast here. You will hear me kind of change tone when it rains, because I'll have to start trying to make sure everything doesn't get wet. Kuldeep is gone. He's just hit that straight to the fielder. And it's a tough one because it's the kind of shot it's on, but you're sometimes at the mercy of the gods exactly where it goes. So Kuldeep gets a fair piece of that, but it's a fantastic catch in these conditions as well. We talked about it being slightly rough conditions. I think it's Imtiaz Asghar that takes the catch. And he takes it clean as a whistle. So Kuldeep goes 4 and out. It's 4 for 1 after just 2 deliveries. Yeah, Kuldeep will be disappointed. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. And so Hawks, dream start for them. That's not just the first part of the puzzle, though. I think they're going to have to get through a lot more of the Grathia batters to keep this innings under control. I'll say big hello to everyone as well. I was watching on YouTube in well, most territories. Also, if you're watching on FanCode in India and the subcontinent, hopefully you're well as well. This is Hiramahe, and what that doesn't show is that his hairstyle, you might have seen at the toss, looks exactly like Bart Simpson. It is a blonde job. We saw it kind of a copper top job first up, and yeah, now he's got the Bart Simpson look, but you can't tell it under the helmet. Rathwad just at the other end saying, what have I got myself into here? He's already lost Kuldeep. Hiramahe, though, he has a way of just gliding through his innings without taking a lot of risks. But still has a good scoring rate. Making a run here, picks out the fielder. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. Joining me in the commentary box once again. And hopefully this cube stays dry. It's Rico Full.
Good to be back. And looking forward to this contest. Kuldeep has been and gone. That's good news for the Hawks. The bad news is for normally if one of the openers goes early, the other performs well. They're going with Hira to come in here as opposed to Vibha.
Goes through the line and goes pretty sweetly. Maximo! Well, there's that efficiency from Hiramahe. And this one ends up in the cube, but indirectly bounces off the wall and just creeps in under one of the walls. Nice shot. Nice way to get off the mark as well.
Yeah, it's an effortless type of shot. There's one thing that Hiramahe does. He scores runs, scores them pretty swiftly, but without really breaking a sweat.
So Hale with a comeback ball. Not a bad one. Full and wide. He's just knocked down. Mohamed Bilal. Nice to see him in the side as well. He can make a difference for the Hawks.
Yeah, they've got some key players back. One of them was Imtiaz. He was key, wasn't he? Because he's the one who took the catch. And also Bilal back in the side as well. So things looking better for Cameron Zia. This is, well, it's been given out. Hiramahe shakes his head slightly. I must admit, I did hear something now. I'm not going to say that it was bat, but there was a sound. And Hiramahe is standing there. But look, once a decision's given, unfortunately, whether you like it or not, you've got to go. And
I think I picked up a little inside edge there, a little bottom edge. I've got to say, maybe didn't feel it. Seemed to have a little deflection. If there's a noise that matches up with that, I think the decision's fair enough.
Well, the captain catches the captain. Well done to Cameron Zia. And can I say, I know that his lovely wife is watching. It was nice to have a chat with her this morning as well. And she'll be very happy with the performance of Cameron Zia. And I know she's watching from Pakistan at the moment. She's going to be pretty happy. Maybe that one has got you sparked and out of bed. And he's going to have to go. And he's going to be very disappointed. He doesn't think he gets anything on it, but yeah, I did hear something. I'm not saying he's bad on ball. There was a sound.
And I even picked up a little bit of a deviation, but you know, it's umpire calls it as he sees it. Seems fair enough to me. Getting lots of questions about is it raining or not. And I promise, if it rains, you'll have it first from my mouth. Yeah.
Well, if it rains, I know the first thing you'll be doing is taking cover, protecting our equipment.
Exactly.
Let's have a look at some of the stats here, Vinny.
Yeah, let's have a look. And yeah, Hawks, Cameron Zia, now their leading run scorer. So Hale's in there. I think Bilal, who's not on that list, he brings a bit more batting to the table. Sunula, 12 wickets, leading wicket taker for them. Trilachan Singh, he is leading wicket taker for Grathia. So plenty of players to watch. Here's Amir Hamza. He was the best of the bowlers for the Hawks yesterday. His left arm spin coming on in just the second over.
It's nicely played away. It's a beautiful shot. And I thought he's seen it all happen on the other end. He's not one of the recognised batters at all. I think Hiramahe, the captain, who's been and gone, by the way, is probably deciding, well, with nothing really to gain here, it's an opportunity to give the likes of Rathod an opportunity. I like that. And he's also going with Simranjit Singh to go higher up the order here as well. So he's still got the likes of Vinod Kumar, of course, and Vibha Yadav to come in. both very capable as well. But giving others an opportunity who perhaps haven't had the best of chances, I think that's a good move from the captain.
The thing about Rathod, I mean, he's a decent batter. I know you say not really recognised batter, but I think in any other team he would be. He certainly impressed me when I saw him in the Kartima series for Grathia. Hamza's a handful though. Goes back and just nurdles this away. Simran's out there now. Has to hustle through, but does.
Yeah, I mean, Simranjit, if he can settle, he started to make some contributions when he's been given the opportunity. But here, this is a big opportunity for him because he's got a long time that he can bat. I think that suits him. I don't think he's the sort of batter that can go big or will go big straight away. It's a little bit like, perhaps like Hiru Mahey. He will put the bad ball away. But he's got an opportunity to get a score on the board here.
Here's Hamza. Yeah, well bowled. Bowled a couple of really good deliveries yesterday that drifted in, turned away. It's a handful. Yeah, so Simran's here. I like this kind of, what would you call it? Kind of this brother-sister relationship between Grathia and Kings 11. You know, like a kind of sister, I was going to say a sister club. Yeah, like a sister city.
Yeah. I know what you're saying.
Put a gender on it. Anyway, this is maybe an attempted foot field that goes horribly wrong. Simran gets off the mark with 4.
Yeah, don't let yourself down here, boys. The Hawks. I mean, keep the standards up. And yeah, I think he decides not to get the dive in. There's a Hassan there, but I think once you let it go past you, wave it goodbye because you're not going to catch up with it. So you can see Amir Hamza just shaking his head slightly, saying, come on, he should have done better there, Skip. Yeah, I think you're right, Amir. You've got to get down, you've got to get dirty.
Hamza, probably try and draw him forward here. Gets on a length, little edge, just will run away. Probably goes to the boundary. It does. Oh,
Don't do that.
Yeah,
Don't
if you're a fan
do
of
that.
keeping your ankles attached to your feet, then please don't do that at home. It is the end of the over though, 23 for 2.
Yeah, that can be nasty.
Oh,
See
I hate these ones.
how many times have we seen injuries there. Let's have a look at the tables. Let's see where Gracia are. And again, this will just validate what I was saying. Nothing really to gain for Gracia. They are going to probably not get any higher. They can get to, obviously they can take over from Raval. Raval have got 2 difficult matches, of course, against the Tigers. But it looks like that Gracia and Raval Sporting are going to be meeting each other a few times. So this is all about giving others a chance. Hawks is about them trying to get off the bottom of the table.
Yeah, exactly right. Trying to get out of the cellar. Sanola comes in. He's best known for his tricks such as the grunt slower ball. Anyway, there it is, and it's up in the air. It'll be a tester. 2 fielders come together, and in the end, it knocks into Umar Latif. They just couldn't decide whose ball that was. In the end, Umar makes a good effort, but well, let's just say he didn't touch it on the way down. On the way up, I think he gets a bit of a surprise. That could be another little, what do you call it? Little nose kiss.
Yeah, a little slap on the nose. I think he was checking his knuckles there as well. So double whammy off the hand onto the head.
I like this from Bajendra. This is hit. Fielded accidentally, and now he's got no idea where it is, but he makes a good stop. That's Ali Hassan there. Yeah, Bajendra says, just say no to foot fielding. that should be our motto. Yeah, I mean, it's one thing if you're kicking a ball, but stepping on a ball, don't step on the ball. I can get away with kicking it. It's only semi-stupid, but stepping on a ball, it's crazy.
Ooh,
anyway.
Close one.
Yeah, close one.
Listen, why? This is something I don't understand here. 2 wickets in that first over from Mohamed Sohail. You know you want to try and get the next few wickets quite easy. Why don't you go back to Sohail?
Yeah, curious. Well, that's highish. They're gonna.
That's got to be called. I think this is.
The umpire thinks it might be dipping, but I'm sure this is worth second look. They'll get a couple. For me, it seemed high.
Yeah, I mean, it may be dipping, but I don't see the batter charging at this. Just see. Yeah, he's on the back foot. Yeah, that's got to be called no ball for me.
Yeah, that is no ball, I think, for me. Yeah. I know it's dipping a bit, but there's doubt, and when there's doubt, they normally call them, and there's the call. So, yeah, it's fair enough, I think. And it's consistent for both teams, and it's been pretty consistent for this whole series.
Yeah, the umpire's been very good. You see umpire Safwan out there with Umir Aftab. But all the umpires, I think they've been outstanding in the work they've done. And umpire Jamil is at third. He would have been the one who would have checked that.
Free hit then.
Yeah, free hit.
Chance for Simran to break the shackles. Yeah, tries to make something out of it. He does, but finds the straight field. And Mohammed Sahel often fields here. They're like, okay, we can't decide if we want a long on or long off. We just put you right back pretty much straight behind the pitch. But he does cover a lot of ground there. And yeah, sometimes we see that as part of a 3 outfielder setup, straight down the ground. Oh, Cameron can't get across this one. This won't help his back. It's rolling, and it's 5 wide. It's bonus runs for Gracia.
Yeah, that's a big bonus. Cameron's here, but look at it. I'm liking the suggestions afterwards. He stays down there a long time, but he just can't bite his tongue. Then he looks at the bowler and said, "Idhar kare marda, idhar kare marda, idhar mar." Yeah, he's absolutely right. This was what Saniula was guilty of yesterday, I have to say. When you're bowling at the pace that he's bowling, look, he's getting a big lecture from everybody now, even Mohamed Sohail gets in on the yak. When you're bowling what he's bowling, there's no way he should be bowled there. Cameron's here. He tidies himself up. Just to say to his wife, don't worry, he's okay. We're looking after him.
They must have literally no one else at the wicket keep. Either that or Cameron won't let anyone else do it. This will be a wide as well. So, yeah, because I don't know how many vertebrae he's down to.
This is where the captain says, look, all I want you to do is put it in my gloves. In fairness to Saniula, he does, but he stands so wide, it's going to be a wide.
That's true.
Oh, there, he gives him a little gesture. This does it. No, this way. Let's see if he gets it right.
Goes a bit straighter, and adios pelota. This is absolutely horned, and that is huge. Told you, Rathod.
Wow.
Rathod is a batter. He is. You just haven't seen enough of him. I want to see more. That's a big Maximo.
Big Maximo. Bart Simpson in the house as well, enjoying the cricket. This is a big hit. Wow. I tell you what, if it weren't for that netting, this is going all the way. That's humongous.
Yeah, huge. Absolutely huge. And like I say, Rathod, he's impressed me this year when I've seen him playing T10 cricket. We saw it in Malaga, and he was an important contributor. Finds himself kind of down the order a bit most of the time. And this time, yeah, intelligently, just knocks one. And a couple of wickets for the Hawks in the power play, so they'll be happy with that. But Gracia, pretty comfortable, I think, at this stage. 43 for 2 after 3.
Yeah, they had a good momentum, Hawks. Got those 2 wickets in the first over, Mohamed Sahel. For me, Saniula doesn't bowl this. You go back to Sahel, try to pick up another couple of wickets. This Gracia team bat deep. So try to get as many wickets as you can when you've got the upper hand, when you've got a bowler who's on song. I think that's a missed opportunity. Saniula, he's not going to trouble these guys bowling that. And when you're bowling a couple of wayward ones down the leg side as well, the 5 wides in there as well, that's just expensive stuff. And basically, they've got Gracia just where they want to be at this stage of the match. Power play complete, 43 on the board. And they're going to go with, looks like Umair. He's going to bowl this one. Umair Mohammed.
Yeah, Umair Mohammed comes on with the assistance of 5 outfielders now. As we're out of the power play. And Rathod, he wanted to take this opportunity with both hands. Gets a full toss. It doesn't really time. He'll get 1. And so Simran, again, we haven't quite seen the best of him with the bat. He's had a few more opportunities than someone like Rathod. And I think it's just working out where to bat him. Probably ends up batting 5 or 6, I think, in their lineup. So he's a pretty good insurance policy to have. Simran, I think, is really in the team mostly at the moment for his fielding. Yeah. Not that he's a bad batter either. I think he's a decent bowler.
He made a good contribution last time against Gracia, 27 of 17. But I still believe, and I know it's a difficult one, more on that after this delivery. It's a good ball, well blocked out. Quality delivery, quality stop, good cricket all round. But yeah, I just think because of the type of batter he is, I think he would complement a big hitter opening. I think he can be one that can bat all the way through the innings. It'll take 3 overs to get going, but then he can go big himself. We know that.
So here's the issue with that though. But then why wouldn't you just go Kuldeep, Lal and Vibo Yadav and not have that 3 over play yourself in? Well, he might be gone here. He's not going to stick around too much. And Umar Mohammed has already been swinging the ball out. That time he does it again. And Simran gets a little feather behind Cameron Zia. Now he's looking like he's got a whole new spine out there now. He's flying around. And that's the 3rd wicket to fall. Simran, again, can't get going. He goes for 11. The score 44 for 3. Yeah,
well bowled in good areas. Umar Mohammed picks up the wicket of Simranjit. Yeah, I mean, just to carry on with that, I know he's gone here now. I just think that if he's there, you've got good stability that will still bat and can bat a fair length of the innings and come back with a good reward. And then have the likes of Kuldeep Yadav, Hira bat around him and say, right, okay, we're playing. I mean, this guy coming in now, I mean, he has been on song. He's played some great innings, has Vibha Yadav. And if he gets going, I tell you what, the ball flies off the middle of that bat. So they've got the big hitters. I think the thing about it, where it can backfire for Gracia, if the likes of Kuldeep Lal, as he's done here, goes early, Vibha goes early, and maybe Hira goes early, Simranjit then coming in at a point where you also need to get acceleration in. He just can't do it. He's not a big out-and-out hitter, and maybe the way he gets out there sort of underlines that. He's not good attacking straight away.
He likes to get some balls.
Yeah, he likes to get a few balls under his belt.
Still an important component of the team. Like I said, he's a pretty good insurance policy, I think, to have. And if he ends up batting 5 or 6, then, yeah, he can certainly do a job for you. Player we have seen playing for Italy in the ECC, so he's no stranger to top-level T10 cricket. Also, you need someone like Jaipal Singh coming in to the Grathia team. Yeah. That's important as well, I think, because remember he can hold the bat pretty well as well. So it gives him even more batting.
Yeah, I mean Jaipal, this is a lovely shot, and well, right on cue. That is what he's done all the way through this series. I mean, I saw him bat in Italy when he played for the Kings. Yeah. And he played some brilliant innings. In fact, he was the only batter, I think, that performed for them at the time. That's for the Super Kings. Nobody else really did.
Yeah, Kings
and he
11,
batted brilliantly for the Kings 11. And you know what? He's showing that form here. He's getting better all the time. Probably hasn't bowled as well as he did in Italy, but his batting has been good. He's pure. Times the ball really well.
Yeah, it's an easy swing of the bat from Yadav again. And he seems like he is really coming good at the right time in this series. I think it's taken him a little bit of time to adjust to the pitch and the conditions. A bit unusual. Yeah. But I mean, his footwork and his technique's so good. So he's just extending those shots. I mean, he can play spin well. Obviously, I think he'll end up opening, but I can also understand Grathia are just trying to juggle and give all their top 6 some batting.
Makes sense.
That's why he finds himself in the middle order. It doesn't hurt him too much. This is one that probably should have put away, but didn't really time it. Just gets the single.
Yeah, I mean, just to recap that, yesterday against Raval, I mean, he scored 34 and 22 in match number 1, and then 31 in 19. He's in really good form. But, yeah, I think Hira Mahesh done the right thing to give others a chance to get into form, and it's working, because I think Amor Rathod, 16 of 8 here at the moment, his confidence is going to be boosted the next time he's going to be called upon.
That's true. 53 for 3 off 4. The 50 comes up during that over. Yeah, Rathod looked good. He's only faced 8 balls, though, out of the 4 overs. So he's faced 2 balls out of every over on average. And he scored 16. Yadav looking comfortable from the get-go. He's on 9. Here comes Muhammad Usama, who's going to bowl over number 5. Grathia, good launching pad here. On 132 pace. I'll be hoping to end up somewhere around that mark, I think. I'd be pretty satisfied with that. Hawks, though, we know that they've put off some big chases at times in this series, often when you least expect it. Anyway, here we go with over number 5. And that's not a good start. It's Gandhi, and it's going to travel. It goes all the way. Maximo, well, that one is up the hill and down the hill like Jack and Jill.
Well, there were some birds minding their own business back there, and then the Kookaburra attacked them, and they went scarpering. Well, he makes it look easy. Time to perfection, doesn't try and hit it too hard. And I think that's the difference there. You see that shot played, and let's compare that with somebody like Waka Mirza or Fateh, who we know can go big. Well, he tries to hammer it all the time. Sometimes you don't need to. It's just all about placement. Placement, getting the swivel in. It does a little bit of the, I'm Jay. Well, he's wearing the cap. Good shot. Now goes upstairs on him. Misses out on this.
Slower kind of a bouncer this time. Yadav just doesn't judge it. I want to say hello to everyone. Hello to Andrew Smith. He said he's loving Yadav's headgear. He does go with a good cowboy hat on occasion. Richie Richardson version. Hello to Chris Shinkler as well. He thinks that Yadav is class and likes his batting. Chris is watching from the Netherlands. And Bajendra Yadav saying, yeah, he's worthy of being a Yadav. It's from one Yadav to another. So he improves. Yeah, this time he's just happy to tuck it away. So a question from Tarek in the chat. Hello, Tarek. Hopefully you're well. Which country would you like to visit that you visit the most that you haven't been to yet? It's a good question. I've had this question a few times. And one thing is I've never been to South America. It's the one continent except for Antarctica that I haven't been to. So maybe something in South America. If my Spanish gets good, I know it's slightly different. Maybe I could use those skills. This is going to be 2, I think. Should stop it. Does. I've always wanted to go to New York. I have been to US. I know it's the same country, but New York is one place I would like to go. And actually from Europe, it's not that far. So maybe if I ever get a few days spare, that's where I'd like to go. Do you have somewhere that you'd like to go that you've never been?
Look, I've never been to the Far East. I mean, somewhere like Thailand, where, of course, Sam Williams is at the moment on his
hello,
honeymoon.
Sam, if you're watching on your honeymoon. I don't think you are. Anyway, this is in the air. It's not going to carry, though.
Yeah, Far East. Never been to Far East. Heard so much about it. So, you know, Thailand, Singapore, those sort of areas. Yeah, I'd love that.
Malaysia, very nice. I've got family in Malaysia. So, actually, my grandmother still lives in Malaysia. I haven't been back for a little while. Maybe I should make a visit. And also, yeah, you know, I'm a big fan of food. Very good food in any country in East Asia. Southeast Asia as well. Yadav. Well, he's a guy that can count. He knows he can keep the strike, and he does. And at the end of 5 overs, it's 64 for 3, welcoming you into the cube. And at the moment, we are staying dry. It's Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximum, here with Rico Full. Hopefully, you're enjoying your day so far. Yeah, it's a strange one. The clouds are in. It's a case of you expect it to rain any moment, but at the moment, we're okay. And I guess time will tell. But so far, Gracia, well, it's raining runs for them. I think it's a pretty good start.
Yeah, good start. I think both these two teams, they want to play. That's the thing. Gracia, they know that this is important to keep them in good form going into the all-important, of course, finals day. And also, I think the Hawks, they know they've underperformed. The captain, he's had it rough, hasn't he, Cummins here? I mean, he's battered. He's aching. He's been a trooper for his team. He knows he hasn't had the full availability of the players. Having Imtiaz and Bilal playing this one, he'll want to go out in style.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right. So, yeah, the Hawks, it's been disappointing. But, again, because it's their last afternoon playing in the series, they want to finish well.
Yeah.
A bit like Fateh did. They were able to finish with a win in the last game we saw. Here's Ali Hassan. Starts with a terrible delivery. This is going to be a no ball for Hunt. Yadav's kicking himself because he feels he should have hit this for 6, and he still would have had a freebie. So he's just a bit late catching up with it. That one almost knocked his hat off. But yeah, he will get a free hit anyway. But yeah, Yadav, he's feeling like that was a missed opportunity. And so we'll get a first warning for that as well. Hassan comes in to bowl the free hit, and Yadav will get it right off the end of the bat, I think. Well, he really escapes with, only 2 runs off this first delivery. It could have been a lot worse. So Hassan dodges the bullet, but he needs to sort himself out pretty quick.
Yeah, 4 men on the leg side.
Look at this, right off the end of the bat.
Yeah, all waiting for it. Only the 1 man on the boundary, the offside. That's the long off. And this one has been hit again, not quite out in the middle. This time is Rathod. Get the single.
So Bajendra is saying that if his application is accepted for further study in Europe, he'll make sure to visit us.
Oh, that's great.
And we would love that, Bajendra. We'd love for you to play some cricket. He says, yeah, we should see him batting. What sort of a player are you, Bajendra? Let us know. And, Tarek's got a question which I already know the answer to. It's who grows a better beard out of me and you? And I think there's no need to really spend too much time judging because you win hands down. You've got the most popular beard in Europe already. And it's just been 1 month. Also.
Yeah, I'm surprised the attention it's got, but look, I hope that it got the attention for the right reasons as well. I hope a lot of people that like that have donated to your favourite charity. That was what it all started off with, Movember.
I'll talk about that in a second. This is a good straight hit, but is it good? No, because Sahale's there in an unusual position. Rathod goes to an area that normally is safe, but that is Mohammad Sahale territory. So just mishits one. That's disappointment for Rathod, who looked pretty good while he was there, but he goes for 20. It's 68 for 4.
Yeah, it doesn't quite get the power in the shot. And one man who's been pretty good, not just in this match, Sahale. Remember, he did pick up 2 wickets in his first over as well. We're not yet to see him again. But Mohammad Sahale, his catching has been outstanding. And he gets Rathod, who, I think he made a good contribution. Talking of making a good contribution, it's another opportunity for someone who hasn't quite got to the sort of scores that we know he's capable of. And that's Vinod Kumar. He'll come out and join Yadav out there. Let's see if he can get going in this one.
So if I do go to the US, I was just talking about the US as a country I'd like to spend a bit more time in.
Yeah.
For a short time. But if I take you with me, I want to take you to LA, and I reckon you'll be in movies. You've got the Sean Connery thing going on, but you got to keep the beard.
You've
You've been a good sport. You said you'll keep it till finals day. But the campaign has to be... I mean, I just love to see what we're dealing with on the 30th of January when we come back to Barcelona. Get one of these people that's lost in the bush. You know? Here we go with Vinod, and he'll start with a boundary. It's on the hip. Not a great delivery from Hassan. He's been a bit erratic. Does have a wicket to his name. And this time, he pays the price for getting a bit too close to the legs of Vinod Kumar.
Yeah, well, Kumar, somebody who's been struggling to get in the runs. He's a quality player. That's a good start for him. That'll say, okay, maybe it's going to happen today. So, got a huge opportunity. Batting out there with Yadav as well. Both of these two good recognised batters.
Good length that time. Can't do too much with it. Good pick up and throw. Yadav is keen. That's really good running. It's good awareness. They get the overthrow easily. Backup fielder fumbles. Yeah, that's just... That's good cricket smarts from Yadav, who I know wouldn't have played too much of this form of the game till this year. But you can see that he's got big cricket IQ. He doesn't do things like run through that single because he knows there's always the chance of an overthrow. Gets back for it. It's 74 for 4 after 6.
Yeah, absolutely. It's two batters come together in the middle. As we have a look at the bowling figures. So everybody has bowled one so far, and well, that's 6 overs completed. And I think he's going to go back to the top again, and he will be. So hell.
If you have 6 bowlers that you feel are, you know, your 6 bowlers are as good as any of your top 5, that's not a bad way to do it, because now you can choose the 4 best performers to bowl the last 4 overs. But also you've got to realise some bowlers are better at the end, some are better at the start, so you've got to factor those things in when you're captaining, I think, in this format. So hello to Andrew Smith, who says he has to go for a little bit, but should be back for the last game. Yep, hopefully we're still dry, Andrew. Here's Mohammad Sahel coming on to bowl. He took 2 for 10 his first over. We questioned at the time, why wasn't he brought back? But I think that maybe that's the strategy. You can still bring him back a little bit later. And I suppose, yeah, Gracia, they're in a good position, but it's not that they've batted the Hawks out of the game just yet.
No, not yet. I mean, the Hawks, we know that if they click, 140 isn't safe. They've demonstrated that. So, yeah, Gracia will still feel they've got some work to do in this one.
So, yeah, it does keep a long way back. And doesn't carry to him. Santosh saying you're a Hollywood superstar in the making, Rico, because of your beard. We need to sign a petition or something to bring the beard back. Hashtag bring Rico's beard back. Well, it's not even gone already, and there's a campaign starting. Let's hear it. No run there. What else we've got? Tarek said, which actor would play you in a movie? Well, you? I don't know. I want to say Sean Connery. Is he dead? Yeah. It's tough. It's on my brain now.
That's my movie career finished before it even gets started.
CGI.
I don't know. Who'd play you? Jim Carrey would play you.
Jim Carrey, you think?
Yeah.
Oh, because of my colourful suit.
Yeah, I reckon. What do you reckon, folks?
You know who I get told I look like all the time? The Rock. Or Vin Diesel.
I'll give it a break. Who tells you that?
The Rock.
Who tells you that? Come on.
People talk.
Listen, you've been...
Oh, almost.
This is smashed down on the ground. You've been on this network now for going on 3 years. I think thousands, if not millions of people are seeing you every day. Nobody who once come on the chat said you look like The Rock, so forget it.
They tell me privately. They're in my DMs.
Oh, forget it.
Or that guy that used to be on Prison Break. I think his name's Wentworth Miller. You know him? Look him up.
No, I don't. What, you think you're a bit of a muscle man, do you?
I'm not saying that.
I suppose you're always
talking about looks.
Always covered up so much, you never get to see it.
Region. Anyway, this is up and it's over. Yadav wants it to get over and it does. Maximo! You could almost feel the energy that Vivo Yadav was putting on that ball, willing it to get over Hamza. It did. 6 runs to Gracia.
Yeah, it's a dangerous shot to play because it's one that you don't tend to get too much power behind. You're relying just on pure timing. And he gets it just right as this one goes over Amir Hamza.
Sahel, last ball of his over. Pretty good one. Yadav, master of the last ball single. He'll retain the strike. Moves to 27, looking good at the moment. Gracia, 84 for 4. But look, just 2 a ball pace, 12 and over pace. So, that used to be a par score here. At the moment, it's probably a little bit over the way that Group B is feeling. So, Santos says Jason Statham for Vinny. Yeah, I'll take that. There's a lot of good-looking people that people are putting in the chat. Have you noticed that? How about Rico, though? I suggested Sean Connery, but unfortunately he's passed away. Who we got for you? Richard Dreyfuss. He had a good beard on stage.
Hey, listen, Sunny Uller's coming on the bowl here now. I think this could go bad.
Well, this is where I want to switch my headphones for those noise-cancelling ones, because you know there's going to be some grunting. It's over from Sunula. There it is. And it's a long chase for Umar Latif.
4 runs.
It's going to be 4, yeah, and he knows it. He'll probably throw it in, hope for the best, but yeah, there's no doubt for me this is going to be given a 4.
Yeah, 4 carreras porque las piernas tocando
Yeah, he actually slips as he touches it.
la boundary. So 4 runs, yeah. He does slip. I mean, he slips quite badly, actually, but Yadav gets 4.
It's good surface, though, if you have to fall. It's not too bad. Now Yadav, he's going to flat bat that. And Hamza, he's got it under control. I think, Hamza's still got an over, doesn't he? So he's a handy one to be able to bring back. He actually bowled the second over, which was a bit unusual for him.
Okay, back to Vinod Kumar.
Oh, the robot's in the chat. Hello, robot. Hopefully you're well. Nice to see you popping up. Another grunt spinner from Sanaula. So the robot said Conchita Wurst had an amazing beard. Well, that's going to require me to do a quick Google. Oh, yeah, of course. I know who you're talking about.
What's this?
That's you. Conchita Wurst. That's where I've heard that name before. Anyway, well, that one is one that should go, but it's going to go straight to the fielder. And Bilal takes the catch. Oh, Yadav will be kicking himself here. This was asking for it. It was a hanging curveball from the grunter, Sanaula. But Yadav holds out. He has to go for 32, but well batted. The score, 90 for 5.
Yeah, he won't be happy to get out to a full toss, will he, Yadav? And went for the power, doesn't get it right. And Bilal, he doesn't have to move. So a nice catch taken. So again, you can see the guys that have come into the side, Bilal, Imtiaz, have already been in the action straight away. And of course, the captain, Kamran Zia, will be hoping they're able to do their bit with the bat as well. That's the main purpose. That's the main role that they've got. As we see, the new batter makes his way in. And that's going to be the wicketkeeper.
Actually doing some video in the nets.
Yeah, video analysis.
Of their technique and things like that. It's pretty clever. Anyway, Sonny is going to get a crack at the keeper for Gracia, Cheryl Chowan, who comes out at number 7. So, yeah, Hawks certainly holding on in this game. Chowan, so he's not too interested in defence. He goes very first ball, and it's out of here. Maximo! Oh, Gracia enjoying that. Chowan, you don't see too much of him with a stick. And he says, well, I'll show you how it's done. He pumps it out of the ground.
Well, he just comes out there, and he hits a glorious shot. He gets plenty of welly on this. And no chance once again for Amir Hamza. And that was liked by the Gracia boys. He got a big shout and a scream for that one. Well, will it be 6 and out?
Calling
or
it out.
Can he do it again?
I'm smelling this 6 and out a mile away. Watch this one be skied. There it is. And out.
There we go.
Well, you don't have to have a crystal ball sometimes. You can just see what's happening. I mean, this would have been a big wide, but he was tied to that leg side, Chow, and he was stubborn enough to go for it again. And Sandula, he does go for the Maximo, but he comes back well. He'll finish with figures of 2 for 32 of his 2 overs. Gracia lose the keep up pretty quickly, but he had a highlight in there. One hit wonder from Chow, and it's 96 for 6.
Yeah, so Saniula, I had visions of that one going horribly wrong, especially the way he was going to be bowling to the inform Yadav. Yadav got 4 off the first ball, but then he did get him with a filthy full toss that ends up being a productive one. Picks up a couple of wickets and just 12 runs coming off it as well. So you're set up for that.
96 for 6 off 8. And yeah, well, Sanchez would think Russell Crowe might be good for you, Rico. I mean, Russell Crowe actually has played some cricket at the Master Ground in Malta, where we had the series before this one. Yeah, the robot, just also mentioning, I talked about it earlier, about Bully, biggest supporter in Malaga.
What a hit.
Normally a fielder here, but even he can't do anything about it. It's going to be 4. What a shot. And that was flat, it was hard. It was one that would make the umpire want to wear a helmet. And just take that. First ball, powerful strike to start the over from Vinod Kumar.
That is the Vinod Kumar that I remember and know. I've seen him play some innings at La Manga, a different part of Spain, of course, there in the Murcia region.
We've never quite seen the best of him in T10 cricket, have we? This time he lifts his head a bit. But he'll get a single. This will bring Jaipal Singh on strike, so nice to see Jaipal in the side, of course. He captains Kings 11 in Italy, or he was captaining Kings 11 last year. I think he had the captaincy over to Simran this year. So yeah, just talking about John Scott, one of our biggest supporters in Khartoum. Unfortunately, we found out that he'd passed away this morning. And so yeah, we're all kind of in shock about that. Oh, he's bowled, and he's bowled of his pads, and he can't believe what's happened, Jaipal. I don't think anyone realised what happened. And I think the bowler might have had a clue as this slides off his pad. Not sure if he inside edges at first, but it just, look, comes off the pad, it flicks to the off stump. So he's thinking, okay, we'll get a leg by there. And he's got, well, I've got some bad news for you. You've been knocked over. So a golden for Jaipal to start his series. It's 101 for 7. The good comeback continues for the Hawks.
It's a long way to come from Italy, to come all the way from Italy to Spain to face one ball and get a first bowler. It's the first duck of the day, and it comes in the form of a golden one. So, unfortunately, it's from the man from Italy. And, well, maybe he thought it was easier in Spain. Well, it's not. And what a way to get out as well. A little bit unlucky, but perhaps a lucky break for the Hawks. So, Jaipal. And listen, I was chatting to him this morning, Vinny. You know, we meet so many players.
Yeah.
See this delivery first. There's a Gandhi one, and, well, I always say, you're going to get a Gandhi ball, put it away, especially if you're down the leg side. That would have been a wide, and he turns it into just a single. So that's a false economy for the batters. But he does get Vinod back on strike. Yeah, and he was wearing number 1 shirt. I'm saying, I know this look, I know this face, but...
Kings 11 cap he was wearing as well, by the way.
But, I mean, I didn't look at the cap. I looked at his shirt because I'm thinking, oh, glorious. Absolutely glorious. Turning on the style of one bounce over the fence and down the hill it goes. Well, that's another one that some of the pooches around the ground are going to play with. Glorious shot. Gets down on one knee. Smashes it away. Ginnacha shot, Maria.
Class shot.
Chakalagya from Vinod Kumar. Maybe it's a good time for him to find his form. He had a chat with him. And I'm thinking, number 1, and he's got Paramveer on the back of his shirt. I'm saying, this is not Paramveer. And, of course, he's not a Jaipal, but I wasn't expecting him to be here from Italy. Chance. 6 and out. Yeah, is another. So, Kumar, just as we're bigging him up, he finds his way to get out on 19. 19 of that was the 10th delivery. Just tries to go for... You know what I'd like to see Vinod Kumar do? And I'm going to have a chat with him about this as well. I want to see him bat with a helmet. You know why? I think it would help him keep his head still.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. That can help.
Yeah. He's a talented player, but we've seen a lot of times he's trying to hit the ball hard. He loses his shape because his head goes up. I reckon if he bats with the lid, he'll keep that head a bit straighter, and, well, maybe that will help him get into the dangerous, destructive form that he can get into. We've seen him go out there. He's made little contributions, but not big ones.
So yeah, they've done well to just hang in this contest, haven't they? It's still this kind of 12 and over. That won't be easy to chase, but it gives them a shot, doesn't it, Hawks? It's a pretty strong attack. Grassy, of course, will play in the ECL in just about 3 months' time.
So we're going to miss outside the off. It's going to be a dot ball. There's the new batter. It's Trilochan Singh. Comes out. He's going to be at the non-striker's end. And it is, of course, Paramjit Singh who's on strike. He gets back onto this, and they will take one. Important to get a big finish, of course, here. In this fine lover from some other bowler. Hawks be pretty happy. I mean, Gracia were a team, when they're batted first, have scored sort of between the 130 and 150. So to contain them like they have here, and this will be another dot, has been a good achievement, and Cameron Zia will be more upbeat about it, knowing the fact that he's got 2 batters returning to his side as well to strengthen. I mean, he himself has been in good form, as well as the likes of Sahel and Hassan. So they'll fancy this. Still 3 balls to get through.
Big swing going nowhere. Zia needs to pick it up, and I think this is gone. So Paramjit does the right thing, tries to take off and run, but, well, Cameron Zia, tell you what, his chiropractor is going to be busy because he keeps throwing himself around. This time he launches Jonty Road style at the stumps, and he comes up with the goods.
Yeah, he does really well, and gets the roll in as well and ends up on his feet. He's going to be taking some of these rubber pellets back home with him, that's for sure. They get everywhere, especially when you're diving like this.
Yeah, I think you might find some in some interesting places after that effort.
I think he will. We see he's probably showing a little bit more than he should, but that was a cracking effort. Good work. And another one will go. I think he'll get the message. Yeah, he does there now, so he'll have to go. And Paramjit, he comes and he goes. Another wicket goes down, and of course, more importantly, no run. So it stays on 109. 2 deliveries to come. And another batter that comes in. So it's 9 down as well now. So sort of in that zone where, I mean, Gracia, you don't see them as a team that'll get bowled out too often. Here's an opportunity.
Yeah, it is an opportunity. But I mean, Gracia, it's going to be a good test for them to keep their winning streak going because they've been in really good form. Hawks are just, they're the kind of team that will do this. They're not a bottom of the ladder team that you'd say you put 100 on and you're going to can rest on your laurels. They've got some guys that can really bang the ball. It just hasn't been their series so far. 2 to come then. Here is Sahil, who comes into the side for his first bat as well. Comes in at number 11. Osama trying to finish it off. And he won't. It's a lucky one for Sahil. He'll get a boundary. It's a genuine French cut. Beats the keeper and goes to the boundary.
Well, sometimes your luck is in, and he swings hard the way you'd expect a number 11 to do. He swings it hard, gets the lucky snick, and gets a boundary. Valuable runs these because it takes them past the 110 mark. And Usama, he's going to be the unlucky man. Here we go. That's the second chance.
Yeah, last ball. There's no way he's ever going to hit that. I had a feeling. Anyway, I think they'll settle for 4 off 2 from Sahil. And at the other hand, Trilchan Singh never gets to get off the mark. And they can finish 113, Gracia. 114 for the Hawks. Yeah, so a parish kind of score, I'd say. But Gracia, we know that they've got a pretty strong attack. They've got a good mix of pace options. They've got some spin options. They've got bowlers that are in form, like Kuldeep. I think he bowled very well yesterday. I think a very interesting match in progress. Evenly poised is what I'd call it at the halfway point. Maybe slight advantage to Gracia. They are a team that is in the habit of winning. As we go back to the highlights, and Kuldeep, he certainly made a good start. But his day turned around pretty quickly. Flicked that straight to Imtiaz in the circle, into the action straight away. But look, despite losing some of those key players, you know, Gracia, they bat deep and they still get a decent score on the board.
Yeah, they do. Well, this is one that Hiro Mahey didn't like, but he had to go, and that was the second wicket in that first over from Sahel. He certainly got them off to a great start, but we had to wait a long time to see him again. Cameron Zia wanted to use 6 bowlers before he went back to anybody.
That was the old Irish kiss, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Remember Latif copped. But yeah, I mean, I like the work of Rathod. I kind of felt like I would have liked seen a bit more. Simran tries to force the issue, gets a little neck. Hasn't been his series with the bat. Latif wasn't able to get down to that one. Yadav, though, again, he's reliable. He's Mr. Consistent, really, now at this stage of the series. No matter where you bat him, you can see he's pretty technical. He reacts to what's bowled at him. Doesn't premeditate too much. I saw that previous one go for 4, but then Yadav hold out off a full toss, but they weren't quite finished yet. I like that one-hit wonder from Chowan, who went 6 and out. Ali Hassan late in the piece, he bowled Jaipal first ball. It was ricocheting off his pad, flicking the stumps. This was a brilliant shot. I think also Kumar's contribution can't be underestimated either, as he was able to score 19 off 10. And well, as you often see, as the innings was coming to its conclusion, we start to take on runs that aren't really there. But nice little moment for Sahil. He gets an inside edged 4 to finish the scoring. Gracia, 113 for 9 off their 10 overs. Looking at that scorecard, Vibor Yadav, he top scores with 32. But I thought, it's nice to see him getting an opportunity up the order. Made 20, could have made more to be honest. Vinod Kumar with 19. And just the 9 extras in there. It's about par for the course. With the ball, Mohamed Sahel with 2 wickets, Sana Ullah with 2 wickets. It's a bit expensive. 1 wicket to Umar Mohammed, but we never saw him come back for a second over. 3 for 22, Ali Hassan. He was a wicket taker out there. Like I said, this game very interestingly poised at the halfway mark. The Hawks, of course, they're trying to climb off the bottom of the table for pride's sake. And it'll be a memorable win if they can pull this off over Granthia. We'll be back with the second half of match 111 when we return in just a few minutes. Until then, it's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Rico Poole. Hope you're enjoying your day. The rain is staying away in Spain, and hopefully it stays that way. We'll see you shortly for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello, welcome back to the one-trick Olympic round in Barcelona. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network on a slightly cloudy day here in Barcelona. You're watching match number 111, 111 of 124 in the final European Cricket Series of the year. It's Gracia versus the Hawks. In the first half of this game, Gracia, they won the toss, elected to bat. They put 113 runs on the board in their 10 overs. They lose 9 wickets along the way. So the Hawks, they're coming out chasing 114 for victory. Slight weather update. Some very light rain falling at the moment. Nothing that would take the players off the field. But I did promise my friend Bajendra Yadav in the chat, if it would rain, he'd be the first to know. So I'm telling you, Bajendra, there's very light rain going on right now. So if it stays like this, there'll be no problem. But if it does get heavier, if it gets to the point the players have to leave the field, then obviously that'll be a bit of a game changer. The other thing is that 3 overs constitutes a match. So if we can get through 3 overs, we will have a result in this game. Gracia already had a match abandoned at halfway point when they put 150 on the board against the Ali Young Stars. I want to avoid that again. It's a kind of, it's 50-50 game as it stands, I think. Maybe slightly favouring Gracia just because they're in the habit of winning. You know, the Hawks are averaging 94. And well, the bat versus ball were having a very good day because they expected Gracia to score 113. And lo and behold, they scored 113 in the first innings. So the supercomputer, I think it's just come back from a service because it has been really accurate. And the supercomputer said the Hawks will get 97. So do we even have to bother to play it? We will. Here we go, 114 for victory. Trillichan opening up. He's been in good form, but he starts with a wide. And despite the very light rain, Trillichan still gets some swing there. Cameron Zia opening the batting. He's been an interesting one to watch throughout the series. Bill Earl into the side. Opening the other end, he's a bit of a game changer as well. This isn't quite a wide. Zia's hoping for it. But he certainly passed the popping crease inside the line. Yeah, Bilal is a guy I always enjoy watching. The fearless kind of character. And on striker's end, does have a half century in ECN cricket to his name. This is wide. He scored that earlier in this series against Ripple Warriors. He's striking at 218 in this series as well. So nice to see him out there. He's played about half the matches. Mohamed Bilal. Trillichan needs to find the radar. This is, that's a terrible call, I think. I'm mixing my words there, but let's have a look. I think this swings after. Yeah, I think, look, where this actually passes the crease, I think it's well inside. And I mean well inside. But, yeah, the rain is falling. Maybe got into the umpire's eyes that time. Well, now he's pretty much got to call this because it's wider. Whether it is wide or not, I'm not sure. Again, he's getting that movement. So, again, the point of where it passes the crease is where you need to judge it. Can't really tell from that angle, but yeah, 50-50 that one, last one. That's well bowled. Yeah, Trillichan, he's his own worst enemy here because I think he should be attacking the stumps a bit more. I think he's a wicket taker. And so yeah, I don't think he has to be so defensive. I do like that he's bowling one side of the wicket though, I understand that. But yeah, okay, the wide earlier in the over, it wasn't a good call, but I don't think anyone can say they've never made a mistake. And I think umpiring has been pretty good in this series. It's well bowled, thick edge. And Jaipal's after it. He's got number 1 on his back in this series, Jaipal. That's exactly how many balls he survived in the first innings. From memory, where's the number 24 for the Kings 11 when he plays in Italy? Nice to have that kind of relationship between the two clubs, Gracia and Kings 11 in Italy. Kings 11, unfortunately, did not win their week in the Italian summer, so didn't go to the Super Series. I know they were disappointed about that, but still, it's great to see so many familiar faces. Oh, this one's going nowhere. Almost rolls onto the stumps. Actually hits it into his body and then rolls back. But the batter was alert to it. Bilal out there. And the rain at the moment, yeah, very light. It hasn't changed since the start of this over. Pitched up and driven. Pretty nice shot. I think this will run away for 4. It does. Bilal off the mark with the boundary. He certainly strengthens their batting. They're not mucking around. They're getting him out there straight away. Trillichan, yeah, had such a good day with the ball yesterday. Took 3 wickets in each game. But just struggling a little bit. He's not bowling badly, but I think, yeah, maybe slightly slippery ball. He's not really controlling the swing as much. Last ball of the over. It's a better one. This one straightens down the line, but also Bilal plays it well. Doesn't get carried away, realises he just needs to defend. He knocks it out for 1. It's the end of the first over. Decent start for the Hawks off Trillichan, who has been in good form. 10 for no loss after 1. All of you that have been following the golden ball counter, we're up to 47. 47 matches without a golden ball. So pretty much coming up to 2 weeks exactly. And funnily enough, it was the Hawks that were involved in the golden ball against the Ripoll Warriors. And that was, well, it's in this match actually 2 weeks ago. So that's pretty much how it's going to be 48 after this game if there isn't a golden ball. A couple of weeks without one. Will we get another golden ball before the end of the year? Let's find out. Anyway, right now, Tira Mahe. It's a good ball first up. I was going to say it might be tough conditions for him to bowl. We saw him not bowling yesterday morning in the first game because I thought it was to do with the fact there was heavy dew on the ground. It was cold. It must have been hard for him to feel his fingers. And despite slight damp conditions, he is bowling here, and he's bowling in the second over. Good start, though. And this is also a chance up in the air. Should be caught. It is. And one thing about Grathia, their fielding has been fantastic in this series. And Sahil comes into the side and takes that, keeps the standard high. Again, it's well pitched. I don't mind that option from the batter, though. But, yeah, just didn't get it off the middle. It's more of a top edge than anything else, and Sahil does the rest. So here Mahe. Yeah, missed out with the bat, but he's such an important player for Grathia. He picks up the first wicket of the innings. Bilal, he comes and he goes for 5. The score is 10 for 1. What a masterstroke for Mahe to bowl in the second over. I suppose it wouldn't have been what the Hawks were expecting. But Hira does the trick. I've got to say, one thing that really impressed me about Hira Mahe's bowling is his control. Well, hold on a second. Out the way, I think that's Hot Dogs. Hot Dogs has made a friend. Nice to see Hot Dogs out there, and nice looking dogs everywhere outside the ground. Well, great job, guys. And we've been bringing you those kind of wildlife pictures throughout this series. It's been a crazy series, actually. We've had all sorts of things during the series, like free hit music and mystery music. It's well bowled. First up, Sahil. I was a bit critical of him batting so low yesterday, but he comes in at the 3 position. So again, he's exactly who I would put out there as well. Especially the other thing is if the rain does set in, for example, after 3 overs, you want to have your biggest hitters out there from the get-go. You don't want to save them because they might never get a bat. This one, square of the wicket but no run. Yeah, so the Duckworth-Lewis, if it comes into it, which at the moment it's kind of stable, so I don't know if it will. But, you know, let's say it's only going to be a 3-over game. If you're smart, you put your highest scoring or your quickest scoring batters up the top. I suppose that the flip side is if you lose wickets, that makes it tougher to win on DLS. Anyway, this could be a chance. It's high in the air. Mahe, he likes it. And Simran, he likes it. And just check out that hairstyle. He has gone ultra Snow White. Simran Singh. Wow. I wasn't prepared for this. I mean, his hair blending in with the clouds. But Simran, he is a safe pair of hands. And Mahe, well, he knew already. As soon as that ball went up, he was going to have a wicket. It's the wicket of his opposite number. Cameron Zia goes. Both openers back in the dugout now. Zia goes for 1. And it's 11 for 2. Grathia, their fielding's been a real hallmark of their series. So, New batter coming out there is Ali Hassan, sporting the arm guard. I don't know how many bounces Hiramahe will be planning on bowling. But, yeah, I think it's always good if you've got the protection to use it. As long as it's they're comfortable, and that's the way you get comfortable with it. You use it. But again, Mahe, his control has been great. He's got one more ball left in this over. Quicker one. I would like to see him tossing that one up. Might have lured Hassan into a shot. Instead, it's a dot. And Gracia well on top now. What a good over from Mahe. He takes 2 for 1 in that over. And the score is 11 for 2 after 2. Let's have a look at that table. So Hawks, basically what they're playing for is to get off the bottom. And look, even if they win this, there's no guarantee because you know that they'll play again. And their net run rate would determine who's on the bottom. Fateh, well, they've finished their campaign now with 4 wins. Did finish with a win, which was nice. So it's lovely thing for Fateh. We'll come back in and say, well, that was 100%. One win, 1 out of 1 game. Rain coming down a little bit heavier now. It's cool deep. This is just dabbed away. Again, don't know if it's sufficient to go off just yet, but it's certainly gotten a little bit heavier. Kuldeep, if he's smart, he bowls this over as quick as possible because there would be a hand on the Duckworth Lewis. In the air, this could be out and it should be out. Fielder goes back and he drops it. Well, I don't know if we can see the future there. That's Trilochan Singh, but you could always see he wasn't confident and he was almost preparing for a rebound before it happened. As he goes back, clunks off the hands. And he was ready for a rebound, but it just didn't come towards him. He was a bit off balance. So that one goes down. Next ball is hit and hit pretty well. And well enough. Maximo. Ali Hassan. He makes the most of the mistake from Trilochan. So Hale was dropped on 1. And Trilochan, he'll be ruining that mistake because Ali Hassan bangs the next ball out of the ground. It's exactly what the Hawks need. And my shoelace tie. Well, the skeptic in me says he's hoping that he can just milk the clock a little bit for the storm to come. But maybe it's a genuine shoelace, you never know. Kuldeep certainly is in a fairly urgent state of mind to get going. Slow ball, clever one, but this is going to go unrewarded. This is going to run away for 4. So Hassan, with 2 tied up shoelaces, he just kind of dabs at this. It's a bit of a lucky one, to be honest, but they'll take the runs. Well, just like that, I mean, they're working their way back into some sort of a position. I don't know what the Duckworth Lewis would be after this over, but it would probably be something like mid-30s. I don't have the exact on me. But, yeah, a couple more boundaries. Could be interesting on the comparison. I don't think it's really heavy enough for them to come off anyway at the moment. It's just something that you have to consider. Yeah, I think these 2 are boundary hitters. 2, you don't mind being at the crease if you're a Hawks supporter. Kuldeep bowls him. He bowls him off a full toss. And Sahale, he looks a little bit confused about how that happened, but the stumps are knocked back and Kuldeep gets his man. 3 wickets down now for the Hawks, 22 for 3. This will be an interesting replay. It just kind of slides off. I thought it might have got a little bit of the pad on the way through. Yeah, it was missing leg, yeah, and it's the little touch which puts it back onto the stumps. Otherwise, I think that's missing. Kuldeep makes his own luck. Yeah, you see it just flicks off the pad, flicks the stumps. 23 for 3. This will be a good view of it. Yeah, just the concentration going. Misses out on that. Into the power play as well. As the rain falls a little bit heavier than before. Here's a man that's found some refuge in the cube. Rico Fool joins me back here.
Good to be back. It's not good to have the rain with us. I think at the moment, like you said, it's probably not strong enough or persistent enough for the umpires to think about coming off. And I think the batters themselves, they want to stay out there. They want to have a crack at getting to this score. They've lost 3 wickets in the power play. 23 for 3. And right now, Hassan is probably the key. Sanula's out there, the grunter. And, you can see that just starting to get a little heavier, and the umpires are on the old walkie-talkie. Vinod Kumar says, come on, give it now. Ball's going back to the umpire, so get the feeling we're going to see the players come off. Yeah, we will.
Especially because if you look at Hira Mahe's hair, I mean, it's holding up pretty well under the rain. But he's worried about his hairstyle. Yeah, it's just steadily gotten heavier, and I think it's the point now that the umpires are saying, all right, we're going to try and cover up the pitch and look after things. So, yeah, well, it does look like it could be a delay that's reasonably significant. It certainly is trending a bit more heavy, isn't it, Rico, throughout this innings?
Yeah, I mean, when we was out there earlier, it was just starting to get a bit heavy. And also, look, you can see that it's probably consistent. When you have a look now at the view in the background, it's raining pretty heavy there. You can just barely see the view from where we are. Covers are coming out. Well, that's a good move. Get them out there as soon as possible. But the thing is, when we looked at the forecast said once it's here to stay. So I don't really see if there is going to be a break in this at all. And if we get lucky, maybe. But, well, nice to see the players helping the likes of Roberto and Raja getting the covers on.
Team
effort.
A good sign. Team effort, isn't it? Yeah, it's not great at the moment. Look at my forecast. Again, I'm happy the cube is holding up okay at the moment. But, yeah, looking at my forecast, we expected about 2 o'clock. It's about 20 to 2 right now. I don't think it's that's strong, but it's just steady, isn't it, at the moment?
Yeah, and the thing about this is, I mean, you've got to take into, I know a lot of people say, well, look, it's an artificial surface. Yeah, it is, but the thing about the artificial surface is a couple of things. A, the water, though it will play well, the water won't seep as quick as it would if it's turf. Secondly, if you're running onto the artificial, onto the pitch, it's going to be slippery.
Yeah, that's true. Let's go through some of the highlights of just this first 3 overs. And really, the Hawks, I mean, they had some big hitters up there, didn't they? But they'll be a bit concerned, to say the least, that they've lost 3 of them in this first 3 overs. So once again, Gracia, okay, there was already some light rain falling, so these aren't easy catches in these conditions. So you can see this is the one that went down, though, Trillichan. He wasn't able to hold on to it. But, I mean, this was a nice strike straight down the ground from Hassan. But Sahaya was with him. He's a guy that could change the game. That was the 6 and 4 from Hassan. But Kuldeep, ultimately, he would get a bit of a reward there. And that is a big moment in the game. And for that reason, we know that without even going to the paper, I can tell you that that's Gracia. If this game doesn't continue, they will be winners on DLS.
Yeah, without fail. A bit unfortunate there, the batter just getting a bit of pad onto that. Lyle picking up the wicket, but he knows the importance of that wicket, because I think they're knowing that if they don't go back out there, 3 wickets now, scores in 20s, they're winning this match.
So look, what we will do, we will leave you for the moment, but we will let you know in the chat if there's any update, if we get this game restarted. If it doesn't restart, then we're about 45 minutes away from the scheduled start of the last game of the day. So this game is not abandoned yet. It still could resume with probably, a slightly reduced overs. Because we have reached the 3 over mark, if it doesn't resume, then Gracia will win the game on DLS. But we will leave you for now with something to think about, because we know there's still one more game left in the day. But we'll see you shortly, hopefully with an update, hopefully with some cricket right here on the European Cricket Network. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Barcelona. We're at the Montjuic Olympic Ground. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. And look, do have some bad news regarding the state of match number 111 due to the rain setting in, which it did after 3 overs of the second innings. This match has officially been abandoned now by the officials. It will constitute a result because we did hit the minimum of 3 overs in the second innings. So the final score beat Gracia 113 of 10 overs, defeating the Hawks 23 of 3 overs. The DLS pass score was 34. So by some calculations, I think that means that the Hawks will lose by 11 runs on DLS. So just a reminder, that's plenty of cricket coming up. And yeah, it's unfortunate. It's one of those things that happens. I'll tell you that we will have an update on match 4 closer to the time, which is match number 112. Gracia winning the toss and electing to bat. We might be able to show you the fantasy dashboard of the last match of the day as well, because these two teams will be playing hopefully in around about, it's probably around about 20 minutes that we'll be back with you to take you into the last game of the day. You can see that's Gracia winning the toss, batting first. The Hawks, again, they'll be chasing. A couple of ins today. Jaipal Singh's come in for Gracia, and he's a key man. And yeah, Hawks, of course, that'll be their last game. So hopefully, they'll certainly be hopeful of getting on the park for that one. Plenty of cricket coming up. I'm getting lots of questions about next year already. January 30 is the first game of the year. That's the scheduled game. It has not been kind of fixtured yet, that tournament, so I can't tell you exactly who will be playing, but we will be here in Barcelona. The other thing that's coming up, of course, is the ECL, the European Cricket League. It'll be the 3rd edition, and it will involve 31 teams from 30 different countries. So, yeah, Gracia that you're seeing this afternoon, they'll be playing in Group E with Roma CC, who won the Italian Summer, as well as United CC Bucharest from Romania, Zagreb Sokol from Croatia, and Star CC from Luxembourg. So, yeah, it's going to be the biggest ECL yet. We're really looking forward to that. So we will take a little bit of a break, and we'll be back in around about 20 minutes to take you into the last match of the day. Hopefully, now we will give you weather updates. If it stops raining, I promise in the chat, I will tell you straight away. At the moment, it is raining pretty steadily. Look, it doesn't have to stop raining completely, but it will have to ease off significantly if we're going to get that game underway on time. But you can keep up to date in the live chat or by going to our website, europeancricket.com. For now, Vinny Sandu for Mr. Maximo. Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. And we'll see you very shortly, hopefully with more cricket from here in Barcelona. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello, welcome back to the Montjuic Olympic Round here in Barcelona. Vinny Sandy with you once again for the European Cricket Network. And I do have some bad news regarding the commencement of match number 112 between the Hawks and Gracia. That is, as you can see, the covers are still on. The rain's been falling steadily for the break period ever since match 111 came to an early conclusion after 3 overs in that one. Gracia defeated Hawks on DLS by 11 runs after Hawks. Their innings was abandoned after 3 overs. So it can give you a bit of a look at what we should be looking at. If we look at the fantasy dashboard, Gracia won the toss here in match 112. They'll be batting first, and that is if we can get some play in. Interesting to see what they do with their order. If we get on again, then Gracia already had 1 match abandoned due to rain. Without a result. That was against the LA Young Stars earlier in the tournament. Hawks, this is their last chance to get out there, so I'm sure they're pretty keen to get out there as well. And so, yeah, here in the ice cube, I can tell you, it has been steady. It hasn't been really, really heavy, but certainly probably too heavy to make a start. So at this stage, the start has been postponed. So this match hasn't been abandoned at this stage because we are hopeful that it will either completely stop or be light enough to be able to commence the match. Again, minimum 3 over match. So just off the top of my head, we're probably looking at, we have about an hour to play with, maybe even more than that, maybe about an hour and 15 or an hour and 20 minutes to get at least a 3 over match in. So we won't be leaving you just yet. We'll keep the stream on, we'll keep the program on. You can always look in the live chat, I'll be answering. I'll let you know if the rain stops, okay? You don't have to keep asking, I will let you know if the rain stops. So currently, yeah, it hasn't stopped, not in position to do that. So updates you can get in the live chat. You can also go to our website, europeancricket.com, to get any updates about if the rain stops and if we're able to get a start in match 112. So, in the meantime, I do want to give you some cricket. And so, I thought being in Spain is a really good opportunity to take us back to the ECC. And we're actually going to go back to the Group A final, and this is a match between Spain and the Ireland 11 that took place on the 16th of September this year. Now, the winner of this match would make it through to the championship week. Ireland 11, they were hot favourites. They beat Spain in the morning. But I'm going to show you the final, and in this game, it was Ireland 11, their captain, Jared Wilson. He won the toss, he elected to bat, and so Ireland batting first against Spain. The lights will come on during this game as well. The first batters will be Max Burton and Seamus Lynch. It'll be Mohammed Kamran who's going to come in. The first voice you will hear on this classic match is that of Rico Full, and I'll be joining him pretty shortly. But for now, from Barcelona, it's goodbye. Hopefully we see you soon with some action. But while we wait, let's take you to this classic match.
They would have wanted to bat in these conditions. I don't think they fancied batting in when there was no light at all under the floodlights, which is what's going to happen part way through especially when we go deep into the second innings. So I think it's a case of going out there, batting, even though it's not what they prefer to do, batting out there while there's still a fair bit of natural light, trying to get the runs on the board, and then try and create the pressure on Spain, because likewise Spain haven't batted in the night, and they will know that. And I think Ireland and their captain, Jared Wilson, fancies that they'll do better with the ball than with the bat when it comes to the night conditions. Well, Spain, they've had a tough couple of days, haven't they? Remember yesterday they lost both their matches against Portugal and also against Austria. And this morning didn't go well for them again when they were beaten easily by Ireland, but they came back strong, didn't they? They went back to winning ways in a tough and well, it was a bit of a wrestling match with Austria. This is what the bat versus ball wall says. Ireland 114 to Spain's 100. So Ireland, I mean, they go into this as favourites, and I know when I was speaking to Corey Ruckers yesterday, he was very much the same. He accepted that they probably are the favourites and the better team. Only lost just the once in this championship, but that one defeat was to Spain. We get ready to go here. The umpires are out there ready for this one. Suleiman Saeed, the Italian stallion, and Shub Navjot Singh. Suleiman is at the bowler's end. And speaking of bowlers, it's going to be Mohamed Kamran, and how instrumental he was once again in defending that below par score for Spain against Austria. Picked up 3 for 9. Mohamed Kamran, he's taken 13 wickets in this championship, just one behind the leading wicket taker, which is Mikey O'Reilly, and also joined up there by Atif Mohammed of Spain as well. But these two batters, well, they've been on another level, haven't they? Max Burton, he's going to be the opener here, but everybody, well, Max Burton was the one who started things off for Ireland, and I know that he had Vinnie Sandu drooling. He ordered the shirt and everything, and then, well, Seamus Lynch came into his own, and he's been absolutely extraordinary. Remember, 69 of 18 in that win early this morning in a player of the match performance against Spain. He's the one they need to get out early, but look, there's been the likes of Melly and also the captain Wilson, as well as Matchett, that have been in good form as well. So Spain know it's a matter of picking up. If they can do what they did against Austria and pick up, well, 3 or 4 wickets in that power play, then they'll be well into the Irish. And then I think they've got to contend against the like of Mikey O'Reilly with the pace, and also Catherwood and the spin of Humphreys, and maybe that of 1 or 2 other spinners. It looks like Scott Macbeth has been picked in front of McCulloch, and Jamie Forbes will be key as well. It's going to be an exciting finale to the group, and I think nobody can argue. I mean, though Spain have done it the hard way, 1 or 2, most people would have expected them to do it a little bit easier to get here, the route to the final. But I think most people would agree that you've got the 2 best teams in the group in the finals. I don't think anybody can begrudge these teams being here. And though Ireland are the favourites, this can go anyway. We know that. Just a slight delay there at the moment as we get ready for the start of the match. And the 2 batters there in the middle, just having a chat. Mohamed Kamran deciding it's an opportunity for him to just have a little sit down. He's going to be tired, isn't he? I mean, it's the Spanish team. I mean, because of the, I mean, they've been in the war slightly, haven't they? They've had to do this. They've had to do this the hard way. So they've been put through the tracks. Mohamed Kamran has had to bowl pretty well. I know he was given a match off in the process of this, and well, 1 or 2 others. I think Atif Mohammed as well. You see that plenty of people around the ground waiting for this. Well, there's a shot of the Portuguese team as well. They're excited about it. Max by there, part of the European Cricket Network. So it looks like we are getting ready here now to start. So the official timekeeper and a proud partner of the European Cricket Network, Frederique Constant, looks like they've given a thumbs up. So we are ready to go. Mohamed Kamran composes himself. He needs to be at his best. Burton to face the first ball. There we go. It's time for the Group A final. This is guided away. Well stopped on the boundary by Hamza Salim Dar. First runs off the bat straight away from Burton. And this is the moment. This is the man, Seamus Lynch. How will he go about things? Will he just bat the same way he's batted so far? He's been ruthless at the moment in this championship. Can he continue the sort of form that he's been in? Well, they will be hoping so. Good crowd here as well. Combination of Irish and Spanish supporters in the fan zone. Goes for the shot and he gets this. Well, this is what he does so well. And just for a moment then when this is hit, I thought, well, maybe he hasn't got enough height on it. But he's got the power, he has got the height, just does a little bit of stretching when maybe he's feeling a little bit stiff himself. You see what I mean? He doesn't get a lot of height on it, but it's a good shot to play in the power play. He's off, he's up, he's running. 6 runs, big hit, and a good time to welcome back into the Dream Box, Mr. Maximo for the Group A final.
Wow, how's that for a start? Is that the T10 version of a forward defensive? I think for Lynch it is. We were calling El Machina the machine. Started pretty well there. Cameron, though, be a big wicket if he could get it. Here he is. Goes short, and this could be gone. I think it is gone. It's off the glove. Well, he's not going anywhere. The umpire's waiting now. He gives it. So big moment in the final. Lynch takes it on the horizontal bat shot, and he's just beaten for pace. It hits the glove, it balloons up. The keeper takes the catch, and Spain, they're away. Cameron, you can't catch him now. And what a start to this final. Ireland 11, 7 for 1.
Yeah, well, this is brave bowling, isn't it? I mean, he goes for the short delivery. He says he knows he's going to take him on. He gets a short one in. It's quick, it's fast, and it's a little bit too spicy for Seamus Lynch. He gets a bit of glove on this. The catch is taken behind, and the batter doesn't want to go. He says the umpire's there to do a job. Let him do the job, and the umpire does the job. Puts the hand up in the air, and he has to go. No mistakes there from Ishan. He knows he's got his man. Mohammed Cameron knows he's got his man. And there he is. Well, the hitman does it again. That's the first wicket, and it's the big one.
I mean, it kind of felt like it had to be off the gloves, didn't you? That was the instinct anyway. Isan gleefully accepts the chance. So how about that, Cameron? His day has had pretty much everything. He is one of the kind of cult heroes on the European Cricket Network. Seamus Lynch gone for just 4. Here comes John Matchett. He's been a bit of a mixed week, actually. Certainly looks very, very capable. Now, he is the oldest of the Ireland 11 batters. He's 25 years of age. Let's see how he handles. Cammy in full flight. Is
got
he
him.
nicked? Oh, it's caught. He's got it. Yeah, he got it.
He's got it. It's 2 in 2. Mohammed Cameron, he's off. He's off to the races. This is what it's all about. Well, when the big players have to step up to the mark, well, this is what they have to do. This is an absolute juicy delivery. John Matchett has gone first delivery. Mohammed Cameron is quick, he's fast, he is electrifying, finds the edge. Vamos, chicos, España. 2 in 2 for Mohammed Cameron. This is absolutely amazing. Well, I tell you what, Mohammed Ishan's, his heart was in his mouth. I don't know how many attempts he had at this, but eventually he takes it. 1, 2, 3.
Oh, well, I mean, Isan's kept to Cameron a lot, so he should be able to handle the pace. But I think, you know, he almost didn't handle the moment there. I mean, if he dropped that, that could have been a huge turning point early in this final. But Cameron's on a hat-trick, and it is crazy scenes here at the Cardamom Oval. This is what ECN cricket is all about. And here's the guy, Cameron. He told me he could barely walk, but he's finding another gear here in the final. Ireland 11, 7 for 2.
Well, he may have been feeling a little bit lethargic, and maybe he couldn't walk, but now, after picking the first wicket up, he is firing in. He's already taken 1 hat-trick in this one. Remember that? 4 for 7. That was against Portugal. Now he's eyeing up another.
Well, this is certainly cricket like you've never seen it before. We say it all the time. It's cricket on steroids. Everything's happening here. We've had 6. We've had 2 wickets. Cameron, and the thing is, he's full of confidence. He's still got 1.2 overs he can bowl here. He really wants to get into the middle order. That's how Spain knocked over Ireland 11 the other day. And here he is, bowling a hat-trick ball.
Well, Melly just lets this go by. And don't forget, though, look, I know this is a great start from Spain, but Cameron Melly, he was in very good form yesterday. He cracked a cracking half-century. So it's not done yet, but this is a sensational start. It really is. Unbelievable.
Really like what I've seen from Melly. I think he's the kind of guy won't mind being in early.
He beats him again. Good pace for Mohammed Cameron, and that is the end of a cracking over. And 7 on the board, but look at that, 7, 2 wickets down. And well, puffing and pluffing. There is the coach, Ruckus.
What a journey. I mean, where are we going with the leading wicket takers now? I mean, Teef Mohammed, he's got to be right up there, and so is Humphreys for the Ireland 11. But I mean, Daniel Doyle-Kayet, head and shoulders the best batter for Spain. We haven't seen him really up the top or in the top 3 ever. But Mohammed Cameron, I think, with that wicket, might have just overtaken Teef Mohammed because he's got 2 in that first over. Seamus Lynch, though, he's a big man to be out. He's either daylight second, you've got Burton and Melly. They're second and third. They're pretty close together. What a week it's been. And no matter where you're watching from around the world, it's great to have your company. And I'll say it. I said it before, I'll say it again. I am so impressed with this Ireland 11, the way they've handled this week. Such a young team. Let's see if they can do it in the final. They're in a bit of a hole at the moment, and well, this will help because it's not a good first ball from Prince Demand, who comes on, gets a little bit short at the body as well. And I just had a feeling, I said it in the introduction as well, Maxi Burton is due. I think he's too good a player to stay down for too long, and that's a pretty confident looking shot. 4 runs.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm thinking the same thing. You know, remember it was Burton that started things off. He looked apart early on when Ireland first introduced himself to this championship. Is he going to finish well as well?
Off cutter this time. Let glance, but straight at the fielder. Have a pop. And Isan making full use of the padding. Yeah, so Lynch going early. I mean, he is a guy who we've seen bludgeon attacks. I mean, almost in a way like we've never seen before on the ECN. So what do you make of his early dismissal? Do you think that'll shake the Irish, or do you think they're pretty confident they've got other guys that can step up? I mean, they do have a lot of guys that have made runs this week.
Yeah, I think I mean, look, when you've got a team like this, carry on after this delivery. Lovely shot. You take the single, making them rush. Look, they are a team. And, you know, there's no I in team. So they're not looking at it an individual. They're looking at them as a team getting to a score. Yeah, they will look at something like Seamus Lynch to be the main contributor. But if he goes, they'll be looking for somebody else to stand up. So I don't think, I mean, look, the pressure is on them. If they can weather this early storm, I think they'll still get a good score on the board.
Goes upstairs this time. Thing is, 2 balls away from Cameron coming back in the third. Prince Demand. Most players bowled pretty well. Don't think he likes that one. Seemed like a bouncer to me. You only get one of those above the shoulder and over, but it cannot be above the head height. Hit really well.
Smashed.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good shot by Burton. I just think he's on here. I know it's early days, but he kind of picks that one from Demand. Looked like the rolling off cutter. And almost like to a spinner. He was down the pitch quickly. He kind of made it into a half volley. That was a powerful strike down the ground. Cuatro, carreras más.
Yeah, remember when Spain got that victory over Ireland? Remember their strategy was the short ball. Just remember that.
Swan goes back at Prince. Shapes to throw a ball that he's not holding. And he does hold the stare though, doesn't he? End of the over. Game on here. It's 17 for 2. Once again, it's been a big day in action. It'll go into the night. Big day of action, I should say. You can see this is what's happened so far. Ireland 11 smashed Spain to smithereens in the first game of the day. And Austria beat Portugal, but then Spain beat Austria. So that meant that Spain are back. It is a rematch. To be honest, it's the final I think a lot of people wanted to see. I know that Austria got close to Spain, but they never really overtook them this week. They got close to grabbing second spot last night. But obviously, very entertaining stuff, and it's not going to slow down now. Here's Cameron. And the first ball goes to mid-on. And it'll be just a single. So, now Cameron, let's see if his second over is as effective as his first, you know.
Risky shot to play there. I mean, it's a good ball. It was pitched right up. It's an unusual technique and style there from Burton. Gets a single.
I want to say a quick hi to everyone that's tuning in, the viewer comment section as well. I know Oktay Galami's watching from Sweden. A lot of people are watching, sending in messages. Okay. I don't think we've really seen the genuine Yorker yet from Cammy. And one thing that interested me is he seemed to be bowling a lot less Yorkers during the week. And I think that they've wanted to kind of keep it as a surprise tactic. Because if you're playing 9 or 10 games, there's not too many surprises left if you show everything straight away. We saw it in the previous game when the game was on the line, right?
Yeah, against MSP, yeah.
Yeah. He's got a very slippery in-swinging Yorker, Mohamed Cameron. Wow, this one's there a touch on this. They like it, and he's gone. Little touch, tried to get funky. Now match it goes, and so Cameron. But it wasn't the Yorker. It was more of a kind of length ball. In fact, it's Melly who tried to kind of angle away, and so unfortunately he is the third man to go. Ireland 11 lose 3 in the power play, 19 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's one of those. I mean, if it comes off, it looks good. I think when you consider the bat situation, it wasn't the right shot to play. He doesn't execute it well, and it ends up being a really soft dismissal. But the good thing about this is, and this is where class and experience shows, he sees what Melly is trying to do, so he follows him. He makes it difficult for him to play the shot. Melly still wants to play it, gets a touch on it. It's another catch taken by Ishan. This time, no mistake from him at all.
Yeah, Melly shaking his head, not sure if that's about what he feels about the decision, or maybe just disappointment. Of course, you can imagine that. I've said it so many times. I've been so impressed with this Ireland 11 team, and especially this man, Jared Wilson. I think that he has led the team very well. Only 22 years of age. He's actually going to play in Australia, so if they do make the championship week, he won't be here. They'll be searching for a new captain. So that'll be the furthest thing from his mind right now. He's out there, and he's out there in the power play. Cameron with the third wicket, 3 for 9. And here's the thing, I mean, with Mohamed Cameron, so often it's theatre, right? And he'll kind of say, oh, I've got this injury, I've got that injury, this injury, and whatever. But when it comes down to it in a big game, we see him fire, don't we? We saw it at the club level for Pakai Care earlier this year. Now we're seeing it here. He's got 3 for 9. He's got 3 balls to spend, and he's bowling to the Irish captain. He plays and misses. So, well, right now, I mean, Ireland 11, they chose to bat. Yeah, you're right. I mean, I didn't really consider the lights as a factor, but I think that is why Ireland 11 wanted to bat first after winning the toss. I think typically they've enjoyed chasing. They've enjoyed kind of knowing what they had to do, and they've made the chases look so easy. Yeah. They haven't really been under pressure a lot of the time. There's only one that they messed up, and that was against Spain during the week when they couldn't quite chase down 103.
This is the big partnership now. Wilson and Burton, the last of the two recognised batters, really.
Shot. Really good shot, but also good fielding. But you've got to say, the man has been outstanding. He's just kind of a Jonty Rhodes-like figure with go-go gadget legs and arms, isn't he, really? Covers a lot of ground, has a good pair of hands. It's the end of the over coming up after this ball. Look, Jared Wilson is out there right now. He's got his hands full with Cameron. But I did manage to have a bit of a chat with him before the final. And we'll get a chance to hear what he had to say. But first, my eyes are locked out there in the middle. And Cameron has one more ball to spend here in the final. How will he use it? He goes too short, I think. Is this a wide? Well, I've got to say, have a look at this. Oh, well, not sure about that one. But anyway, it's the end of the over. And like I said earlier on, I had a bit of a chat with the Irish captain, Jared Wilson.
That's right, I'm here with Jared Wilson, the Ireland 11 skipper. Only 22 years of age, but very mature cricketer in my opinion. Well, Jared, how's the experience been? I mean, you guys probably had no idea what to expect when you came here early in the week.
Yeah, no, first of all, thanks to the organisers for inviting an Irish team to this tournament. It's obviously our first year. So yeah, very grateful to be a part of this tournament. Again, we didn't know what to expect. We've obviously watched a lot on YouTube and on the TV. So we did come here a bit open-minded, but it's been an absolute first-class tournament. And yeah, we're glad to be in the final.
Now, look, from Monday to today, obviously you've played now 9 matches. Kind of what are the key takeaways? What have you learned during the week?
I think, yeah, obviously it's a new format for us, and we had to adapt to the format very quickly. So if you can see from the games we've been playing, we've obviously chosen to bowl first, which has worked really well. And then yeah, I think a big thing with the batting group is don't be afraid to go out. So we've literally gone out guns blazing, and if you go out, it's not the end of the world. And back your shots and back your skills, and hopefully it pays off.
Now, it sounds like you've had a good time. What would it mean to you to come back in week 5 of the championship week to play for the trophy?
Yeah, I know. It would, of course, be unreal. Unfortunately, I'm going to miss it because I'm going to be in Australia. But all the boys are buzzing here, so hopefully we can take a win today and come back in week 5.
Well, Jared Wilson, captain of Ireland 11, good luck to you. Let's get back to the action.
It's in the air. Oh, chance goes down. Well, that's a big moment. And, well, the man who's been on fire, he hasn't done a thing wrong here today, especially with the ball. He's picked up 6 wickets today, 3 and 3, and a big 3 wickets in this one. That's an opportunity that goes begging. How important will that be? Oh, well, that is big. And that is Max Burton that gets put down. Well, Cammy started this championship dropping a dolly. That's not quite a dolly, but you'd expect him to take it. And this one has been smashed. Adios, Pelota. That is big. It goes all the way. Balle, balle, kinna sona, shakalagia.
Well, how about that for a pretty comprehensive reply? Well, he certainly had all the answers, didn't he? In the interview. And Wilson had the answer to that one. Gets off the mark in style. Now he wants to go again, and this is going to go the same way. Maximo! Oh, Jared Wilson getting the opportunity here. I mean, we've already seen Burton drop during the over. He got dropped on 11. And now Wilson goes back-to-back sixes, and he tries to turn the tide of the Irish way.
Yeah, I mean, this is such important. But look, you heard what Wilson was saying there, that look, just going out there and tap, that's a philosophy. If you lose a few wickets, they don't mind. That's the way they're going to play. And, well, he's demonstrating it, isn't he?
Teeth went for 36 in his only over this morning against the Irish. It was close-ish, but I think the pitch is outside the leg stump. But, yeah, Cameron, riches to rags there for him. Where's this pitch? Yeah, definitely. Probably wouldn't hit anyway. Regardless, definitely pitched outside the leg stump. Mohammed Atif, though, good young player. Oh, gotta say, a lot of feeling in the air. You can feel the tension. The lights are going to take over. We've never had a final under lights here at Kartama. Last ball, the fourth over coming up. Goes for it again and gets it again. Really good batting from Jared Wilson. Maximo! That's the way to finish an over, 38 for 3 after 4.
Yeah, this is what they wanted. This is what Ireland needed. They needed something to just to give them a bit of positiveness, just to put those 3 wickets at the back of their mind for a moment, and that will do it. And it is the captain that does it. But look, you've got to focus on that drop catch. How important could that be? Max Burden being put down by Mohammed Cameron when he was on 11. But, well, this is how it's looking here at the moment. So Gerard Wilson, 18, and those 18 coming just in 3 shots, 3 sixes. But, well, it was the Mohammed Cameron show once more, wasn't it? He's 12 deliveries, and in those 12 deliveries, he picked up 3 wickets and only conceded just 9 runs.
It's quite an incredible start to this game, but it just shows me the Irish 11, they're so smart because they know they still have to attack. They're not going to take a backward step. Here's Hamza Salim Dar in over number 5. And this one's flat batted down the ground and should be stopped. See there, Asjad Butt putting his body on the line. He had a few issues in the field under lights last night, but he does make the stop on that occasion.
Yeah, Hamza, he's had a bit of a mare, didn't he, with the ball against Austria. But he did come back well in his second over. And let's see if he can keep the momentum going here and go back to his best.
They get 2 there. Burton on strike again. Full straight. Now, interestingly for me, they've abandoned that kind of 3 outfielder straight field, the Southern Cross we were calling it, where they had a man really straight. Now they've got more or less an orthodox field with kind of deep square leg, deep mid wicket, long on, long off, and deep cover. So all of the outfielders are in front of the wicket, all the infielders are behind the wicket. I feel like they need a wicket here. Spain to get the momentum back. They almost get one here. Big swing of this from Wilson. I think that was a bit too premeditated on that occasion.
I'm not sure which ball Wilson was seeing here. It's certainly not the one that we saw. I mean, he's played the wrong shot, the wrong line and everything there. But you can see what's on his mind. It's attack, all-out attack.
He really pins his ears back on this one. He's going to get 4. And once again, I think Wilson's kind of dabbling between the aggressive and the reckless, but he's getting away with it here in this over. You see, this time it's a heave from a ball outside off stump, but he does get enough bat on it to get it racing away to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, 4 runs, and well, stronger together. That's what Ireland have to be here at the moment, just to regroup after those wickets have gone. And remember the key wickets: Lynch gone, Machette gone, Melly gone, all batters that have performed from Ireland. These 2 are the last 2 remaining ones that have performed for them in this championship.
Pitched up, really good shot, picks the gap, and well, that one just misses the cue, but it doesn't miss the boundary. Wilson is having a heater here in the final after some early wobbles from the Irish. They're away. He's 26, they're 49 for 3.
Yeah, he's starting to get going here now. Well, that one was right in the slot for him, and look, this time not trying to hit this too hard. It's an authentic cricket shot through the covers, 4 runs. Slight change in the field here now.
Yeah, game running away here, and the run rate is back over 10 and over for the Ireland 11.
Oh, well, hang on a minute.
That'll be a dead ball.
Well, it's just been picked up.
Well, if it's not, it could be out, so that'll be...
I was going to say, he should have waited here.
He drops
I think
it early
he sees
here,
the signal early.
Yeah. That's the old backyard one.
Yeah, there's the dead.
Your dad always bowls that one at you. You had 2 options there. Do nothing. Or...
I would have liked to see him whack it. Why not?
Get the shine off it.
Nothing would have happened, would it?
Last ball of the over then. Should be bowled this time. Oh, shot. Oh. Really good shot. Not a good ball, really. Slot length picked and dispatched. Maximo. Jared Wilson, when we just heard that he can't come back for championship week, but he's making the most of his time here. He's 32. The 50 comes up, and at the end of 5 overs, it's 55 for 3.
Oh, wow, this was absolutely awesome, wasn't it? Boom! Shakalagea, what a lovely shot that is. Sweet! Out of the middle, off the bat. Well, that one is as sweet as a bowl of glove jumbo. What a lovely shot that is.
Wow, halfway through this final. Geez, it's all happening so fast here. And if you want to know the structure of this tournament, okay, we already have one team that we know will be in the championship week. It starts on the 10th of October. That is England 11. They will be joined by the winner of Group A, and that will be written in after this game, of course. Then next week we have Group B, the week after Group C, the week after Group D. They are the 5 teams that will have the opportunity to play for that fantastic trophy, thanks to our partners at Local Lifestyle. So nothing is for sure. 55 for 3 after 5. Ireland back to even Stevens now, I think, and they're building. Maxie Burton, he's not doing badly. He's 16 off 12. I suppose what he is doing at the moment, getting the single. Wilson comes on strike now, and let's see what he does with Mohamed Babar. Well, there's the Austrians, and they've had a bit of a rough day, but they also know it's been a big week. They need to let the hair down a bit. Shot. Really good shot. That's 4. Wow, Wilson's batting so well. We've seen glimpses of it, but this is something else. Next level stuff. You know, big players, they perform in big games, and Wilson right now, he's untouchable.
Oh, this is a shot. This is a shot of class. And look, to play a shot like this, you've got to be seeing the ball big, and you've got to be playing it with loads of time. Great shot.
Had a lot of great fans in as well along the way. Babar, he wants him again. This is into the gap. It's kind of that really straight man again, so he has to do a bit of work to get there. It's Christian Munoz Mills.
They're trying to encourage each other. Look, you can see Mohamed Ishan, 1 or 2 of the others. Hamza Salim, good bowling, very good bowling. I think the good thing here about is what Babar, he'll take some of that pace off, but he's just got to get the right areas with his line and hope for a miscue from either one of these batters.
Well, there's ECN founder Dan Weston. He's enjoying the action. Once again, this is hit hard. Should just be 1. I've got a question for you, and it won't be an easy one. What do you think is the maximum Spain can chase down here?
Okay, I think they'll struggle for a score around about 125.
Yeah, I was going to say 120, but I'm thinking the same. It's pretty well bowled. Just a little bit at the end and dug out by Wilson.
I mean, that's just based on what we've seen in, say, the last 5 innings. Don't forget, they do hold the record of the highest score being scored in this championship, 166. So we know they can go big, but they've had issues, but they can bounce back at any time.
Nice ball the over, Burton. Let's see if he can get going as well. Wants to. Oh, that's good. Well, watch out, cameraman, because that's coming your way. Maximo! Ireland 11 have been so quick to pick up this format. They've lost early wickets, but they've been counter-attacking really well, to the point that right now I think they're ahead in the game. That 6 overs down, the score is 69 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, this is absolutely brilliant. And you know what? That 6 there, that takes that to a 50 partnership. 50 partnership already. They were 19 for 3, and just like that, well, that 50 has come on the board in no time at all.
Well, you take out Cameron, and you've basically got 60 off 5 overs. You know, 60 off 4 overs, I should say, right? Because he had 9 of his 2. So they're going 15 and over if you take out Mohamed Cameron's bowling. Atif's coming back, but Atif has struggled against these Irish batters. Is he going to struggle again? Because this one's disappearing. Abracadabra, that one is gone. Maximo! Well, Ireland 11 will have to do the fielding as well as the batting on this occasion. Mikey O'Reilly gets a warm-up throw. Right now, lots of smiles over there on the Irish bench.
Yeah, well, the smiles are coming back. They weren't all smiles earlier. You see John Matchett there. I mean, he came and went, didn't he? He went for a first baller. But look, these two, they're taking the attack now to Spain. But really, Spain just have to believe one more wicket can change everything here.
This time, Atif gets one past him. But here's the thing with Atif. I mean, he's been really effective with this kind of a length because it's hard to drive because he's tall. Hello to everyone, the fan zone. You see us over there. And we're loving the fact that you're here to enjoy the action live. Yeah, but people have struggled to drive Atif straight. But the Irish, I think that maybe just a little bit more technical now, so they seem to be able to handle it. It's been very expensive against the men in green. Once again, they want to launch him. Well, that has gone absolute miles. It's across the road. Well, look both ways before you cross the street, Iggy. That's another one. Maximo on 11, turning it on here at Twilight.
Oh, lovely jubbly, what a hit. And the captain, Wilson, he brings up his half century with an absolute monster 6. That is huge, and what a way to bring it up, just off 17 deliveries. Wow, what a hit, what a shot, 6 runs. Massive.
That had some, look where that landed. That is an absolute monster. Now he just wants to go after everything. And you see Atif Mohammed pushes it a bit wider. Wilson can't reach it, 50 off 17. I mean, Wilson, I don't think we saw the best of him with the bat earlier in the week. You know, it probably didn't look in as good touch as some of the other guys in the top 3, but I mean, this has been something else so far. That last 6 was an absolute.
Watch his movement, watch the movement, watch here.
There he goes. This isn't, oh, he's called a wide here. To me, this goes straight over the line. And so, I think you look at this movement, he gets outside off by about 2 stumps.
Yeah, see, I don't give that.
I don't like that one, but
because of that initial movement, that's what I was saying to you, watch the initial movement.
Yeah.
It's a little shuffle across, and for me, as soon as he does that, because he's done it before the ball's bowled,
but you know what?
line moves.
That swings and roundabouts. Remember that one that went over his head that wasn't called a wide? That's cricket, I guess. Now, this is also cricket, and it's going to go over cover. It's going to go over everybody as well. Maximo! Wilson says, don't worry, be happy. He's looking happy. He's building. But dare I say, the C word, the century word here, because right now, it looks like he is absolutely unstoppable.
Well, that one crashes onto the side pole there, I think, of the floodlights. That ball will have to be checked. It comes back, 89 for 3. What a recovery this has been. What a knock it's been from Wilson.
What a partnership this has been. Non-Cameron bowlers have struggled tonight. Now this is high. Now someone's got to catch it. Can anyone reach it? No one reaches it. That's unbelievable, really, when you consider how high that went. But you had kind of Aljo, who was right back on the circle. I guess Atif is out of the equation because of that injured right hand. He doesn't want it, the bowler. And Isan, he couldn't get there either. I mean, that's quite a break when you hit a ball that high and no one gets near it.
Yeah, I mean, also, when you think how high it went, it would have, if anybody gets there, it would have been some catch as well. So get a little bit lucky here, get a break on, and 90 for 3 balls to come in this one. And, well, Spain, they will just got to keep believing. One wicket here could change everything.
Atif has gone for 40 here. And he's going to go for more. And you can bet your bottom dollar. They're loving the offerings of Atif here. Maximo! Maxi B gets in on the action. So after 7 overs now on 11, they're 96 for 3. And right now, wow, I mean, what can you do? You sit back, you watch, you enjoy, because this is a masterclass of power hitting. Well, don't forget, we have more cricket coming up. Well, not only tomorrow, but on Monday, we'll be back with more ECC action. And we have 5 teams in Group B. It's the same format. You know, one of them ultimately will win in a week's time, their way through to the championship week. Denmark and Sweden, Hungary and Finland, and also the Netherlands 11. They'll be the 5 teams that we'll see. So join us 9:30 a.m. GMT, 11:30 in Central Europe, 3 p.m. in India for more ECC action. Here's Hamza trying to stop the bleeding. I think this is what they haven't done enough. Okay, they've missed short of their block hole.
Yeah.
You know, that one's fuller and it's not really a good ball, but I think it's harder to pick that up for 6 than a ball that lands a metre short.
Yeah, when you look at the shots that are being played, especially that from Wilson, Wilson is taking a couple of steps to outside of the thumb. In fact, he's charging down the wicket and hitting. That tells you that the length isn't there. The length has to be better from the bowlers.
This one is a little bit shorter, hit into the gap, takes some stopping, and well, a secondary stop, and that sums it up. Spain, wheels are off at the moment. Wheels are off, and then it was stopped. It was kind of deflected towards another fielder. Daniel Kaya couldn't change direction. That brings up the 100 as well for Ireland in the 8th over.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunate. I think you're going to say, I think that Christian Munoz-Mills, the captain, gets there. But this one, look, he gets the slide in, but it ricochets off his knees, and he wrong foots Daniel Doyle. Kaya, 4 runs.
Rare miss. That's better, though, from Hamza Salim.
You know, one thing I haven't seen too much of here from the Spanish team is variations.
Yeah.
We haven't seen the slower delivery. We haven't seen, I don't know what it is, right, rolling your fingers around it, the knuckleball. Whatever it is, we haven't seen the variation.
Well, yeah.
And I think it might be because they're a little bit afraid, because they're afraid, well, if it goes wrong, I'm going to get back to the boundary. You've got to try it. You've got to try something different.
No Top Vine in the lineup. You know, they went all pace last time when they beat them. That's what they're trying again. This is hit, but it could be a chance. Fielder comes around and catches it. So it's Asjad Bat that stops the bleeding for now anyway. And Max Burton, well, in the end, it's a pretty decent contribution from Maxi, I think. He goes for 33. Asjad skates around the boundary. And Hamza Salim Dar gets the wicket. On 11 now, 101 for 4 in the 8th over.
Yeah, this is massive. I'll tell you why this is massive, because now really with that wicket going down, and I know you got Wilson who's well set, who will probably want to try and take control of most of the strike here, but now you get into a stage where batters are coming in that haven't particularly scored big runs or performed. So this is where I think Spain had to be a little bit intelligent. This is where they've got to try and make sure that they can manipulate who's on strike. So the fielding here becomes very important. It's a case of try to keep Wilson off strike and try and get the new batters on strike, because these are now guys here that haven't really gone big with the bat.
I mean, just thinking, my ears are hurting from how loud these cracks are off the bat of the Irish batters, particularly Wilson in this innings. I mean, it's been deafening. It's been just unreal ball striking. I've got to hand it to the Irish. I mean, a lot of people said, okay, they're young. They wouldn't have played this format, but they've got all the skills to do it, and they've got the brains to do it as well. That's what I've noticed today. Arms up, comes in to Scotty Macbeth. He's happy to dig the first one out, take one.
Yeah, Macbeth, I mean, this has got to be the role, surely, of somebody like Macbeth now, while Wilson's still out there. Just take, unless it's a ball, a shot that you can fancy hitting to the boundary, take the single and just keep giving it to Wilson. Wilson, though, I think he's got to realise there's still plenty of balls left in his innings. He'll want to bat all the way through and trying to get past that 125, 130 mark.
Last ball of the over. Play full toss. Nailed down the ground. Wilson will get a single. Time to take a breath. 8 overs into this final. On 11. 103 for 4 and climbing. Oh, here's the thing, though. I mean, if you can somehow get Wilson, if you can kind of do what you did last time against Ireland 11, if you're Spain, you can still, I know it sounds crazy, you keep to 120, which is kind of what we said. You know, we felt it was kind of the maximum that they could chase, but we're saying that based on what we've seen. But what we know is they've got some players that can also, really turn it on. They will attack the game, they'll take it on. It won't be easy, but for sure, I mean, Ireland are batting very well here, but they haven't batted Spain out of the game just yet.
Yeah, the other thing worth pointing out is when Spain have scored big runs, they've scored them batting first, not when they've chased.
That's a good point you make there. Here's Babar in the 9th. In the block hole, squeezed away. Latif Mohammed do the fielding.
Yeah, and the other, I mean, Spain, they've got to stay focused. I mean, the first thing is just finished these, the 11 balls to come here. Try to keep that score to around, I mean, even if they can keep it to 124, 130, and then they're going to say, look, guys, look at that batting order. Look at the class and the talent we've got to line up. Let's go back to batting the way when we were winning 1, 2, 3, 4 on the spin. If they can do that, they've got in this. But they need the likes of this man who's bowling now to get back. Oh, they could be out here. If this hits, he's gone. If this hits, he's gone. Yeah. Well, Mohammed Ishan, he misses the stumps. And, well, that could have been the end of Macbeth, because he thinks Wilson is coming. Wilson then says no and sends him back, and Macbeth, well, he was stranded in no man's land.
Yeah, you see here the fumble. I think they see it late, and they think about it, and then he says, well, hold on. Again, no eye contact there from Macbeth. And when he does, it was the wrong time to look. 10 balls to come here. It's been good from Babar. Don't often see him bowling this late. So I'll bounce over him for one, but I've got to say, Babar's someone we associate with opening the bowling with Mohamed Kamran at club level here in Spain, but they've kind of changed his role. I think because Prince Demand has bowled so well, and it has been a bit experimental, more than a bit, from Spain this week.
Yeah.
But as far as their bowling goes, Babar seems to have been turned into a bit of a death bowling option.
Wilson's going to go after this. Whatever this is, he's game for it.
It's well bowled again, and he boots it. So, got to say, I mean, for what we've seen, it has been something else, but it's kind of just been Wilson that has been that dominant. I think, Maxi Burton played some nice shots. I think the other batters haven't quite been able to replicate it. So the net result here is they're on 121 pace, which is just a few above par. Fake ramp, proper straight hit. Maximo! Oh, I've got to say, big fan of this. Jared Wilson is toying with the bowling, and Babar, he goes full. But this is a proper cricket swing, holds his shape and gets 6.
What a lovely shot this is. First of all, he does the old dummy, and Babar just bowls it straight up there. But it's the way he executes it. He knows he doesn't lose his shape, the batter, even though he gets that the early bit of gamesmanship then, and then just punches it straight over for 6.
I don't think Babar changes his game. I just think he misses his Yorker there. He misses 2 full. I don't think he's bothered by what Wilson's doing. He's just trying to land the ball in the crease. Oh, no ball called. That's the front foot no ball, and that hurts, doesn't it, at this point?
Can't be bowling that at his pace. I mean, we'd like to see just how far over he is here. Oh, a long way over.
Too.
Great call from the umpire there. Suleiman Saeed, the Italian stallion, spot on. So free hit coming up. Now, this would be interesting. I reckon Macbeth is going to try and get funky here.
You think so?
Yeah. Look at the field, the way the field is.
The thing is, Baba would have been out of the over, kind of out of the game, but now he has to bowl one more. Will it be costly? Macbeth, what's going through his mind?
Baba
got more
trying
time to think
play
about
with
it.
his mind here.
Big hello to Ryan Macbeth. I'm sure you're watching. Ryan played for Brigade earlier on in the season in the ECL. Free hit time. Yeah, well bowled. And for the most part, he's got this right. They want to get him back to the bowler's end, but I don't think they will because it's the end of the over. So Wilson won't have the strike. There will be Scotty Macbeth on strike. 9 overs down, Ireland 11, 114 for 4.
Yeah, you see, this is what I was talking about. This is what I was saying when that partnership was happening between Burton and also Wilson. Spain needed that one more wicket. And, you know, I know it's always hard to reflect on these things, but Burton being dropped on 11, just think at that point, if he was out then at that point, that's when Macbeth would have been in, and I think Spain would have been able to control the strike of Wilson a bit better. Probably made the difference. I mean, you saw Burton, he was dropped in 11, made 33, but I think also Wilson was put a good partnership on together. I think there could have been about 25, 30 runs less at this point if that catch was taken.
So how big is this over? I mean, if you have an absolute blinder, I mean, Baba's over turns out to be a pretty decent one. You can maybe keep it low 120s, but it could be a lot more. And it might be a lot more because Prince misses and Scotty hits. What a good straight hit. Maximo, big hitting, and Ireland hit 120.
Where does that come from? There's me thinking he just wants to take a single or something. Wallop, that is big. Yeah, what a shot that is.
Tremont, I knew he was going for it here. I mean, you can try and hit a 6. It might turn out as a 1, but Prince just doesn't get his Yorker here. That's what Baba did so well, probably with the exception of 1 last over. 5 to come. Slower ball. Does he get enough? Kaya goes back and he misses. Maximo. Back-to-back 6s. Well, I said low 120s if he can bowl. You know, a really good over. Right now, we're past that. That ship has sailed and we're looking 130 plus. Maybe even 140 here, Rico.
Yeah, hit strong and hard and gets enough off this. Goes all the way over. 6 carreras más. Boom. Shakka lag gaya. Eso es una grande, una Ariana.
Got to get it right. Goes short.
Oh, well, that's a let off as well, because that just means that they're able to rotate the strike, and Wilson will get an opportunity to face, well, at least 1, but maybe he'll be hoping 3 balls. He'll be looking to dispatch all 3 to the boundary.
Here's the thing, I'm really impressed with Macbeth. I mean, to me, they're equally dangerous at this stage now, no matter how many they've made before. Macbeth has already taken Prince down twice in this over. Here's Jared. He doesn't quite get it. He'll get 1 here. Got to say, though, you know, I really love the format of this tournament because, okay, this is just week 1 of 5 weeks, but every week, I mean, this is a final, right?
Yeah.
We are deciding which team has a chance to come back, and it's a big experience to come back, and we're deciding which team doesn't. We get one of these every single week in the ECC. Shot, all hands here, and that's going to beat camera under the boundary. So, cuatro carreras más, there's the 130, and they've still got 1 ball to play with. Ireland 11. Putting a big score on the board here in the Group A final.
Well, big score and a big smile on the face of Macbeth. This is a really nice shot. He doesn't move his feet at all, but he knows exactly what he's doing here. Finds the gap, finds the spot, hits the right lines. Lovely shot.
Here's the thing I'll say, though. We've seen some big chases in finals here in Kantama as well. We saw 149 chase last year in the ECC final. They want 2 here. And they might get it, you know, because they're just disorganised, Spain. So I don't know how they get 2 there. But they do, and there's a vote of confidence for Macbeth to face. They'll just take the extra run if it's on offer. And in fact, it's the last ball, of course. So it's 134 for 4 of 10 overs, and Ireland 11. I think they'll be pretty happy. That last over goes magical. And yeah, Prince just couldn't quite get it right, could he? And you can see there, probably a bit upset that he couldn't quite execute the skills under pressure. But the lights are going to take effect, and Spain bats. Well, this is why I said I didn't mind them batting second, because I still don't think they've got a set order. For me, I'm sending Daniel Dorkaya out there, and I'm sending whoever I think are my best batters out there to try and do it without losing any wickets. Anyway, right now, let's give a hand to these guys. You see Scott Macbeth, Jared Wilson. Well, Wilson really took the game away. You got the momentum back, didn't he, very quickly. He finishes with 68 not out. And Ireland in the Group A final, 133 for 4. Well, there was time, a very special time, when you walked down the steps in the final. The anthems were sung, but then it was liftoff. And we know how dangerous the top 3 for Ireland can be. And that was just a little push for 6. And you thought the machine was in action, but malfunctioning next ball. He gets the glove. He's got the first of 3 early wickets.
Yeah, I mean, that was Mohammed Cameron, the hitman. Well, he's a little bit of a firecracker, isn't he, when he gets going? And, well, they set off the firecracker. And, well, he was off. He was running. He was explosive. He was knocking down the Irish. Because not only did he get 1, not only did he get 2, he got una, dos, tres. And it was all about Mohammed Cameron early on. And the Irish, they were in trouble, weren't they? But, well, there was still some lovely shots being played by that man there, Max Burton. He was the one who's going to be dangerous. But this one, well, he'll look at this again and say, look, he shook his head there. Did match it, but he had to go. He was given the marching orders, but then became the partnership. And look, have a listen to this. 19 off 3, right? That's what the score was. That means that the next 7 overs, 115 runs were scored at the rate of about 16.5 per over. That's quite amazing.
Yeah.
The split, 55 and 79.
Yeah, it really got going towards the end, but really, I can't say enough how impressed I am about how quickly Ireland have picked up the tactics of this game. I mean, they said they'd watched a fair bit of the ECN kind of cricket on the television, and you can see they probably know, and it's something I say all the time, if you lose early wickets, you can't go into your shell. Okay, you can come back. Okay, if you get in your shell, you're just kind of digging a bigger hole. So if you lose more, the batters coming in then have nothing to work from. So, you know, Wilson gambles a bit going so hyper-attacking. But I tell you what, also, I think the Spanish bowling was just a little bit off. They lacked a bit of variety. I don't think they kind of executed the Yorkers very well. I mean, Baba was probably the best of them at times at kind of hitting that length. But apart from that, you know, after Cameron departed, there are a fair few balls flying out of the ballpark.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, you can see the length here, and unfortunately, somebody who's bowled really well all the way through the championship was guilty as well. Atif Mohammed, just a little bit too short, and that allowing the batters to go, look, once again there, that's too short, that's not the line, it's got to be fuller. I mean, there's going to be some tired bodies out there, maybe that's what it is, maybe just feeling it. And there was that fantastic half century from the captain of Ireland. I mean, that was absolutely brilliant from Wilson. Didn't he bat well? And he was well supported by Burton. But look, take credit as well, Scott Macbeth. I think when he came in, things could have got bogged down, but he didn't. He played some lovely shots himself. It was a great comeback from the Irish.
It really was, and this kind of summed it up as well. The stop was made, but just deflected away from the secondary field, and that one went to the rope. And Ireland 11, they are in the box seat here. But like I said, there's a bit of a precedent of big runs getting chased in the final. England 11 did it twice last year. They did it in their group final. They did it in the overall final. But right now, you'd say the way Spain have been playing, it's hard to visualise it. But one thing I know is that if their best batters get going, they will very much think that this total is within their sights.
Yeah, look, at the end of the day, they're going to go back into their tent there, into their group. And it's going to be, I mean, Corey's going to be saying to them, and Christian, I know really well, they're going to be trying to G up the batters. And it's just very simple. They're going to say, look, guys, if you want it, it's there for a take it. It's not a 150 score. It's not a 160 score. It's a doable score. Look back at the scores that we've posted in the championship so far. We've scored 140s. We've scored 160s. If we want it bad enough, if we can get into the right frame of mind, if we can be positive, assertive, and attack the Irish like they attacked us, do exactly what they did back to us, then we can go and win this and book our place into championship week starting on the 10th of October.
But here's the thing, the best that Spain's done against Ireland in 3 goes is 102. So they haven't made this many, but having said that, they have batted terribly. There's probably no other way to say it. They've batted terribly against the men in green for the most part, probably with the exception of DDC. As far as the bowling went, well, it certainly was the Cameron show, if you ask me. He finishes with 3 for 9 off his 2 overs. All the other bowlers went to a ball or worse. You can see that I think Baba finishes with 25 off his 2 overs, but I thought he kind of executed his skills reasonably well. But a couple of exceptions, a front foot no ball, they didn't help. The other wicket went to Hamza Saleem Dar, but I mean, Prince went the journey, and Atif Mohammed, well, he just had a shocker against the 11 today. No other way to say it. In fact, his 3 overs today to them went for 82. So Rico will take a break. It won't be a big one because we'll be back. And on the other side of this break, we'll find out which will be the second team that qualifies for Championship Week. We know England 11 are there. They were the champions of the ECC last year, and one of these 2 teams will join them. So don't go too far. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Rico Full with me, and back shortly with the final innings of Week 1 in this Dream 11 European Cricket Championship. Hello and welcome back to Barcelona. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. And yet, not great news, unfortunately, from Montjuic Olympic ground, as unfortunately match number 112 at this stage has not been able to be commenced, and that's due to the rain, which has been pretty persistent, and it set in around 3 overs into the second half of match number 111. That's the situation on the ground. Bring you into the cube here. You can see that we're keeping dry, but yeah, it has been pretty persistent. It hasn't been super heavy. I think the concerns are around the quality of the pitch, and particularly the wooden areas of the pitch. If the water was to damage that in any way, it could reduce the integrity of the pitch heading into the weekend. Now, I know at this stage we've suspended match number 112, so it hasn't officially been abandoned. It won't be played today, though. We are looking into the possibility. Of course, both teams, they want to play Hawks. It's their last game that they'll get to play in the tournament. For Gracia, they obviously would like to play the game, gives them another hit out before they play in the finals on Saturday. So we haven't split the points just yet. It has been essentially suspended. There will be a decision tonight whether it is abandoned and the teams take 1 point each, or there may be a possibility of even kind of adding it on, because we do have the ability to play into the night here with the lights. So yeah, unfortunately, that's the situation. So right now, there won't be any more play today here at the ground because the rain has set in. And yeah, unfortunately, we won't have any more play today. But we are hopeful that we will be able to get this match completed tomorrow. And one of the benefits of if that can happen is they'll get to play 10 overs a side, as it was here. We're already reducing the overs down quite significantly. So just a reminder, as we head into the final day of group matches tomorrow, this is where things sit at the moment. And so, yeah, just confirming once again that tomorrow we are expecting to see Rebel Sporting versus Caledonia Tigers. It's a real top of the table clash. And then in the afternoon, Ripple Warriors versus Ali Young Stars. So it'll be the same time. We're starting tomorrow, 7:30 a.m. GMT, 8:30 in Central Europe, 1 p.m. in India. I know there were some thoughts about trying to reschedule the match, so we just lost at the end of that day. But again, won't really have any information on that in the very short term. Yeah, but we're looking forward to, well, the last day of Group B matches before we head into Group B finals on Saturday. And then we have the final day of the season on Sunday. Well, once again, I want to thank everyone for your company today. Thanks for your patience as well. I know it's frustrating. It's been frustrating for us here on the ground as well. But we'll be back tomorrow bright and early, so make sure you join us then. In the meantime, you can go to our website, europeancricket.com, and check out some updates there. Especially, you'll get to find out what is going on with match number 112. Also, our social media, at European Cricket. Great place to go. And also, I want to say big thank you to everyone in the chat for joining us today. If you haven't already, make sure you like the video and subscribe to the channel. If you haven't already, tell your family, tell your friends about ECN. Great time to do it because only 3 days left in the season. On behalf of Rico Full, I want to say a big thank you once again to everyone, to the Blue Crew and to Spring Productions and all the players and officials for their patience today as well. We'll leave with some highlights today. Big thank you to Valentines, to Chris Tapps and to Elvira, who's pushing the buttons today for Spring. And we'll see some of the best bits of day 28. But until next time, it's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. We'll see you tomorrow for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Good night, everybody.